Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the 24 Hours of Daytona here on iRacing for 2023. This is the Top Split broadcast. I am going to be your commentator for at least the next couple of hours. I'm Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Terry Radford for this portion of the broadcast. And, well, Terry, welcome to the Daytona 24. I believe it may be your first one.
This is, in fact, my very first one. I'm super excited to be here. I started watching the broadcast a little earlier. Really happy to call RaceSpot at home and to be able to come in and not only work the top split, but I'll go over in the last little bit of the second split as well. That's powered by PRL and BCO to continuously bring flag-to-flag coverage of both.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, well, this is the stage in the race where drivers tend to just get themselves settled in. They know it's still a very long way to go. 17 hours, 52 minutes to be exact. So this is, well, making sure you get yourself in the zone, perhaps. But while we're going through all this, we've got ourselves our LMDH pit stop phase here at the moment. There's BMW Team BS competition. The Zebras heading their way in and getting their car serviced in that number 89. They'll be off and away relatively soon, you would have thought, given that's just over 30 seconds tends to be the stop times here. Let's see, as they drop down off the jacks. Just waiting for the rest of that fuel to go in, of course, as we see one of the GTs come in. There we go, 32.3 seconds for Nathan Lewis and BS Competition off the way back out onto circuits. And, of course, having to hold the pit limiter all the way through towards the exit here. It's sometimes a little frustrating to do, but rejoining onto the circuit in towards the International Horseshoe has a couple of GT cars ahead. That's actually your leading duo of Apex Racing Team. So Apex Racing Team 98 currently leads from their sister car, Apex Racing Team number 99. So this is looking like a very positive race so far for the lads in Corby. But we'll have to see what the rest of this race holds for them, because you know, still a long way to go, still many mistakes and many incidents can happen. I'm not jinxing them by any means here, Terry, but they definitely will take this start to the race as a positive.
Well, I think it's always positive when you're racing your teammate. It means that you guys practiced good. You had a really good setup across the board, and you equally are as talented of who's behind the wheel of the car. They've been right here, and I mean, they have pulled away by a substantial margin. They've started lapping people. There's been a couple issues on the racetrack where we've had some drivers in the GTD class that are out of this race. You see one lap down back there for the 034 at Thompson, and all the way down below that is multiple laps down or out of this event. But what most people don't realize with the 24-hour races, there's 17 hours and 50 minutes to go. A lot can happen, a lot can transpire, and we could see a total flip-flop by the time I come back on this broadcast at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You could see these drivers at the back of the pack, and you see somebody who might have been a lap down early come in and go up there and catch them.
Yep, absolutely. We don't have the, well, some people might call it a luxury, but it depends on your point of view, I suppose. We don't have the luxury of full course yellows or safety cars or anything like that to try and bunt the field back up. So that is the main problem if you start falling behind. Either you have an incident or you have to do some damage repair or anything like that. So you're really going to be on the back foot, and you're not going to have a situation where you're going to be able to catch the train once again. So that's the only thing that we do have. There'll be a little bit wear off here in these iRacing special events. So it's always a struggle when you get yourself involved in those sorts of situations. But as the race currently runs, we'll do the top to tail of each of the classes here, just to give you a little bit of a better idea of currently what is going on in each of the three classes, and of course the teams within those classes. So here's the GTPs, the LMDH cars. We've got Urano Esports currently leading from Williams Esports Chill Blast from BMW M Team BS Competition. Then you've got Obsidian Racing there in 4th place with Race Clutch White in 5th. Of course, there may be a couple of pit stops here and there that we'll still have to be factoring in. We've got SI Vinyl Corsa GTP in 6th place with Hydro Race Geodesic Racing in P7. Pure Sims in P8 with Urano Esports Data Group in P9. Simsa in P10. Then we've got German Sim Racing Blue, Maniti Racing Red, and TC Corsa Esports rounding at the top 13. Everyone else, unfortunately, has decided to retire from this event. In terms of LMP2s, well, that's currently headed up by this car. That's the number 15 Williams Esports Marla, piloted by Morano Sarica at the moment. Then you've got the iNet Motorsports Blue in second place with Kelsa Team in P3. Then you've got Apex Racing Team 199 and Apex Racing Academy 198. They are 4th and 5th respectively in the LMP2 class. Then you've got Race Clutch Black in 6th place with SRC Movano Corsa in P7. Outro Melgar in P8. Well, Outro Melgar setup shop. It's not just Outro Melgar, just himself. Then you've got Fire Academy P9, Carbon Sim Sport in P10. Harvu, Chit Chat Racing, and Houston VDS by Undercuts. They are in 13th place at the moment. Everyone else, again, has retired from the event. Then we have a look at your GTDs, your GT3 machines over the course of today. There's the 2 Apex Racing Team cars right at the very front of the field, working together, doing that bump drafting that's going to help them down the straights. They've got themselves over 30 seconds back to Team BMW Bank, who resides in 3rd. They've got Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports in 4th with RAG Esports in 5th. Bela Racing Team Euronics. Then you got Mercedes Urano. Then you've got Sabelt Esports Team PGZ. Then you've got Der Esports rounding up the top 10 in GT3s. In terms of outside the top 10, Williams Esports, Mercedes Urano, the number 90 of that effort, and also the Apex 97. They are the last cars still running in terms of GTD. Everyone else, of course, down at the bottom have decided to retire. So that's the top to bottom of all 3 classes that we've got going on here in the iRacing Daytona 24 top split. This is going to be a very, very long evening for me, I get the feeling here, Terry, because I've already done a triple LMP2 stint in one of the teams in one of the lower splits, and I'm already pretty tired, so this is going to be a very interesting one for me.
Yeah, I feel that. I decided to go into work, right? So I woke up at 5:30, got dressed, went to work, said, hey, I need to leave. I'm going to go call some racing. Come here, call this, go back to work till about 8 o'clock at night, come home, eat supper, do my deal, and by the time I get off that second race at 1:40 Eastern Standard Time, I'm ready to go back to the second split for the 3:40 in the morning till 5:40 a.m. So it's going to be a long night across the board, but congratulations. I believe you won the pole in your class, and what an absolute baller. We get somebody to come up here and call a race that just pretty much just left the track, right? You just get off the racetrack, you come up here, you run production and you run commentary. I think if that speaks volumes, that you can have somebody that just left the track and just have a giant country boy back here that gets to call the special event. But how was the car? How was the track? Was it starting to rubber in?
Terry, you don't have to stroke my ego that much. I'm fine with it as it is. Plus, I'm not the one that put it on pole position, so I can't take credit for that either. Yeah, things are going all right. Not ideal, but they're going all right with my particular team. So we're still top 5. So we've got that going for us at least. Yeah, we'll see how my team goes while I'm away from them, not able to do anything about it on this broadcast, and then I'm gonna have to go and have a bit of a sleep. But yeah, things are going all right, and it seems like for the vast majority of teams in this top split, things are going all right as well. Of course, we have had a good couple of retirements, some actually quite early on in the events, of course. In particular, you got ES3 Italy there down in the last classified place, Williams Esports Razor, Altus Esports as well. So for those guys, it hasn't been a Daytona 24 to really look back on once this is all said and done. But for everyone else, I think after those initial fast and frenetic first couple of laps, it seems like everything has been rather okay in terms of retirements. But of course, there are cars that have had a couple of issues here and there, especially the twice occasion that we saw with instance between Obsidian and Urano. So let's hope they don't get into it a third time.
Well, they got a long way to do it. So we're looking here at this battle going on in, I believe believe this would be the LMP2 class.
This is GTDs back here as well. So we've got Williams Esports in 4th place in the 55, then we've got RAG and then Bila there also within the same postcode, which is pretty good going after realizing we're a couple of hours into this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these teams that are still close together. And this is something that I'm not necessarily accustomed to when it comes to the endurance racing side of it. Used to the smaller road races, but to see teams still together, 225 to 230 laps into a race. We're almost 7 hours into this event, and we still see drivers battling through the track, going through the bus stop here, nose to tail without making a mistake. And it's going to be a huge factor that's going to follow everybody along for the next so hours. Hey, you can't make this mistake. You also have to put fuel saving in this. You have to put a little bit.
Whoa, no! RAG Esports hit the wall. They got tagged around. They got tagged around by Bila. Oh, and careful with the rejoin, please. That's the risk tough. Of bump drafting, I'm afraid. Wow.
Oh, that's tough. Well, we were just talking about not making mistakes, Connor, and there we go. We'll be ready to see this in the special event for the Daytona 500, but we're expecting to see that
here. A little bit too hard, a little bit in the right place, in the wrong place, actually. And that's 2 of your mid-pack GTDs out. For all intents and purposes, there's going to be significant damage on both of those.
That's a ton of repair time that they're going to have when they come down pits. They come down to the pit lane for their stop. I would imagine that's taking them out of contention all the way through. Take a look here at this angle. Like I said, I would be more accustomed to seeing this on the high banks of the oval with the next gen car. Wouldn't expect to see the type of bump like that. Bam, hard in the wall they go.
There was a prototype coming in hot on that as well.
Oh.
That's narrowly missed it. Oh boy. Everyone knows the risks of bump drafting in these GT3s. That's something that can happen. You just don't expect it to, do you?
Well, I think that's, I mean, we can push this back and make a spin on it too, because if you look at what your leaders up top are doing, teammates are actually working together. They're working very well together. An Apex Racing team and Apex Racing Team 99. I mean, they have done this flawlessly all race long. They have been nose to tail, pushing each other, keeping themselves out of harm's way. You see right here, they're going to move to that outside groove, let the faster cars go. They're not going to put themselves in a position to go different. Then they're going to come down to catch that slipstream and try to get as much speed as possible. That's teamwork. I mean, that's putting yourself at the right place, right time, and it shows on this board here because they're 30+ seconds over the teams that are behind them, and they're growing it constantly. I mean, they're staying right there, bunched up. They're 36 seconds in front of third place here, and they're just very lightly getting a bump, getting a little bit of a slipstream here, getting a little bit of a draft. They're holding a pretty wheel.
That was probably one of the biggest incidents that I've seen in terms of high-speed incidents. That's well, broadcasting the Daytona 24 here on iRacing for many years. That's probably one of the bigger incidents that I've seen there. And yeah, it's like you said though, you know, it does relate to these leading GTDs here at the moment, because that, you know, bump drafting is all that they've been doing pretty much as they've been stuck together. I think that might just be a wake-up call of, well, if you get it wrong, it can be that catastrophic.
Oh, absolutely. And I would love to go grab the drivers in those Apex Racing team cars, in Sanchez and Tollins. I want them to come draft with me on the high banks in a couple of weeks and say, hey, come out here. You can push that good in these GTD cars. You come on over here and help me win, so I can put my name as a commentator / winner of the 500. But I mean, look how flawlessly they're doing it. They go right to that yellow line, get right up on each other. You know you're in constant communication with your teammate, and this reminds me of tandem drafting from years back, when you had to rely on the person behind you to get that push, to allow the speed to continue, and they're picking up a ton of speed in the high bank portions in 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. This is how you maximize your time. You run the corners perfectly, and you move out of everybody's way. If you keep yourself out of harm's way, you have a really good shot of winning this race.
Indeed, and you know that applies to every single split, not just this top one. Of course, you need the overall pace to be fast in the top split. That is pretty much guaranteed. You probably need it for the beat fast in the top 5 splits. If you're in a middling split, if you're towards the bottom, just getting to the end in relatively clean fashion will actually result in a good finish. But you know, that logic is a little bit more challenged here in top split when you think about how competitive it is. You know, even in some of these hazards, even if you do just get to the end but you're slow, you're still going to finish dead last. So that's just the situation. As the GTDs here just get themselves all sorted, as a couple of the LMDHs are working their way through them. But yeah, that instance has kind of shook me a little bit. But there's the little battle going on there. E7 in the GTPs. This is between Williams Esports Chill Blast and Pure Sims Esports. Of course, Williams Esports Chill Blast having come down on towards the pit lane just a lap ago, I believe, being filed straight back into things. Yeah,
and Spurts has been in this car. I believe this is the 2nd or 3rd stint that he's been in here for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. And then Pure Sims Esports, I believe this is maybe his 2nd stint in there. I didn't see a driver swap when he came down the pits. But yeah, Spets came down just about a lap-ish ago. Came back out here and is putting down a remarkable speed. I mean, you're starting to see the separation of the tires. It's a big mechanical grip thing in these cars. You want to be able to slow down, want to be able to go through the corner, get back on the acceleration as quickly as possible. I mean, not even giving them a chance to catch slipstream. That's a fast piece under Spets right there.
Going on quite well indeed. As he exits the bus stop, we do have to be careful of incident limit related problems here. Not that these top split drivers would really be getting close to that at this stage in the race. Perhaps it's something for a little bit later on, but the drivers do have a first limit of 100 incidence points, which you would have thought, oh, that's a lot of incident points. However, here at Daytona, it's very, very easy to pick up one through the bus stop. It is going to be the main problem here for these guys. And there is a chance that a good couple of teams will get themselves close to that limit. It's not really a limit, because once you do get to it, you'll get yourself a drive-through penalty, and then after that, every 20 incidents, you get yourself another drive-through penalty. But you don't want to begin losing that time unnecessarily towards the end of the race, that's for sure.
Well, I know most of these teams are resting assured that I didn't throw my name as a racer in the 24, because they would have gotten a lot of those points. I promise you that. I did a 6-hour race here, and I ran the GT3 car for a charity event last year. And I said, man, I thought I was getting pretty fast. I sat there, I was driving around, and LMP2 caught me out of nowhere, and I was like, man, is that the other cars? I thought I was moving pretty quick. I was putting down good lap times. Team ended up finishing 9th altogether, and it was my first experience with this car. It was my first time I even tried to race Daytona road course, and sure enough, man, ended up finishing 9th with the team. I went a lap down because, you know, pace that back then wasn't really as fast as it is now, but these drivers here are at the top of the line for a reason. They go out here, they train, you know, tirelessly. Their teams are always putting down laps. They're watching telemetry. They're understanding the data that goes in to making yourself a really good road racer. And for this big event right here, and this is one of the biggest events in the world, they want to put 36, 72 hours in just consistently the week before. I mean, they'll go in and run 13, 14 hours straight on this and then come run the 24 just because. It takes a lot of dedication to be a road racer.
It is, and well, all of this part of the VCO Grand Slam course. So that is going to be very interesting to see how that turns out in 2023. This is the first event of that entire process. Thank you very much to VCO for bringing their sponsorship to the couple of the iRacing special events for this year in the form of the Grand Slam. And of course, we are streaming on their Twitch channel as well. We're live in a lot of places right now. Let's just say that. We're live on RaceSpotTV, we're live on iRacing Twitch channel, we're live on VCO as well. So lots of places to watch us if you do have a preferred channel. We're looking at the battle for 6th place in LMP2s at the moment. SLC Movano Corsa and Outro Melga setup shot. Currently an LMDH to split them. But this is turning out to be an intriguing battle. Of course, we'll have to, I think, potentially Outro Melga, depending on situations. My timing hasn't exactly refreshed because I had to reconnect a couple of times just to resolve a couple of issues I was having, so I don't have the up-to-date stop data for that particular team, but potentially maybe do a stop sooner rather than later.
I believe you are correct. You should be seeing the stops coming up momentarily for those teams. Take a look here at the 32 machine. We're going to down the line, I believe it would be about 5 laps if mine is correct. I'm sitting here reading this. We take a look at the 14 for FYRA Academy. Trying to make the pass here, going to the bus stop, passing the outside, we're making up here to the GTD 1-2 punch of the Apex racing team guys. I'm telling you, I'm just absolutely impressed with what they're doing down here. They have so far, I mean, just. They're wiping the floor. It's 34 seconds.
It's looking very good, isn't it? Very, very good indeed for Apex Racing Team to be able to establish that sort of gap at this stage. He's on a good buffer zone, just in case things do go slightly awry. Always possible, especially as they are continuing the rub drafting attempts. But it seems like they've got this down to a T here at the moment. Definitely something that's been practiced time and time again in their practice sessions, no doubt. So they're making it work out. Although it does take just that one slip of the mind, that one sort of little fraction of a second where you're not exactly paying attention, and then you hit that leading car in the wrong spot, and boom, you're both probably out of the race.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about not just teamwork, but just the overall body of this. You could have somebody that you don't know behind you that tries to come up and gives you just a little bit of touch. And that's what we saw with the incident a little while ago. That small little bit of a bump. Maybe not expecting that bump. Maybe the driver was in front going, no, I'm fine. They're trying to pass me with the slipstream. They're going to go to the outside. We'll have a side-by-side battle going into one. But instead, you get that little bit of a jolt. And it instantly on some of these wheels, and I've noticed it watching more road racing and actually calling more road racing and even racing in it. Just the slightest amount of touch with a direct drive wheel, or maybe even a Logitech wheel. Sometimes it jiggles the wheel a little hard, a little too hard. It's a quick knee-jerk reaction that can put you left or right. And it's just a quick jolt that you don't feel that is necessary at that moment. As we take a look here at the battle for second of the GTP class.
Yes, competition versus Obsidian Racing as they work their way through the infield here, having to deal with bits and pieces of traffic as things go. We are on the roof cam of Obsidian Racing. Pedro Sanchez Albert currently piloting that machine around. Of the final 2 steps on the podium moment. Of course, it's a little bit far out to be thinking about things like, oh, who's going to win this race and who's going to finish on the podium. Anything can happen, but you just got to do the best with the tools that you've been given and the situation that you find yourselves in. So Obsidian Racing have done really well. They're in 3rd place. And a little look to the inside there, just a show of the nose. Of course, there's no threat of any sort of move here down into the bus stop. That's more to just maybe try to unsettle the driver ahead, get inside their head a little bit. But a dive into the bus stop from this far back is not going to happen when we have 17 hours to go.
Yeah, but I tell you, that was a really good bus stop right there by Albert in the 6th. You saw a lot tighter in the corners, and then you obviously get on the high banks here at the Daytona International Speedway. I was just here, Connery, I was just here at the end of December, and I tell you, it looks pretty on iRacing, just as pretty as it does in real life. Can I be a nerd for a second and brag on iRacing?
Yeah, you can, but they're attempting to have a little bit of a side-by-side battle on their way in towards the horseshoe. Obsidian Racing maintain that P2, though, that they were able to gain. Now they're going to get stuck a little bit behind the P2 on the way into towards the second horseshoe. That's one of the Apex Racing team cars, but they're able to negotiate that okay. Just a little bit of a sketchy moment. It's always sketchy as a faster class approaching a slower class in through the kink there, because it's a very narrow portion of the circuit and people are going to take their own lines, and it can end in very many tiers, as it did for a few people in my split that I'm running in.
Well, I thought right there for a second when we were taking a look at that 6 machine of Albert and Obsidian Racing, when you saw him go into the bus stop there and make that run, it honestly started to look like maybe he's getting a little bit more forward bite. He's able to stop on the brakes just a little bit better. He's able to rotate that machine a whole lot more stable than what the 89 of Nathan Lewis, who at the moment, I believe, holds the fastest lap of this race in its entirety with the 131.036. So a lot of speed back there for that 89 machine of the BMW Team BS competition. I'm very shocked to see that potentially the Obsidian Racing guys has more long-run stability in that car, and that takes a lot to build that in. That takes a lot of man hours just to continue to sit there and go left and right here.
Through the kink. The kink once again, dealing with LMP2 traffic. These guys are experts enough to be able to deal with it, though. I'm only basing my reactions on what was happening in my split. But yeah, these guys are able to negotiate that just fine. Still sketchy, but just fine. Of course, these guys more concerned about those sorts of moves heading into the bus stop rather than in through the kink. I guess we've all seen the map someone drew on Reddit.
I have not. I didn't even know what Reddit was until about 6 months ago.
Wow, you boomer.
Yeah, I'm a. Well, yeah, probably. I'm more of a scroll through Twitter kind of person, but it's just me.
Yeah, but someone drew a map of where or where not to pass lap traffic, and it did it in MS Paint.
I need that map.
There's a few teams that across all of the splits that probably need that map. Let's just say that.
I will take any help in the road department as I possibly can get. I just started racing the IRO4s, and by the way, I appreciate you for putting the spin on blast there last week. That was the highlight. We saved the clip and got to play it a couple times. I showed the people at work. I was like, hey, you don't know how much Connor and Matic enjoys watching me wreck right here, slow mo.
I had to do it to you.
I know.
I had to do it to you. Ooh, muscling to the inside goes Movano. Not entirely sure whether the Apex Academy LMP2 was quite expecting that forceful move down the inside of the horseshoe, but they're able to make it work without too many tears. And Movano continue on unscathed.
I see a lot of pit stops ensue here. You got the LMP2 class coming in. You got a couple of the BMWs that are rolling into the pits. Starting to become a very busy place here. As pit exits now going to become the most challenging part, because you have a lot of traffic that's going to come in and out here. You got to make sure you check your time delta, make sure your intervals are there, so you can get out and get a very clean lap. You don't want to be stuck in the slower traffic, especially when you're on fresh tires. With a heavier fuel load, you could run into a lot of issues here.
Yeah, fresh tires, but cold tires. That's the primary issue there. So you don't quite have to tiptoe it around on the first lap, but you know that your performance is just not quite going to be there on the first lap of things. So perhaps not trying to push 110% on an outlap is not the best idea. A little bit of a pit party still continues on. There's Obsidian Racing there, Pedro Sanchez Albert. We were watching them for a bit, but they've decided to head their way down and in and get themselves their next pit stop service done. Of course, no doubt the crew the commentary crew that took you through the first 6 hours would have covered the fact that, well, there's a bit of a rule change to align more with the real world here on iRacing. That the cars just take tires the same time as they take the fuel now. So it does simplify the strategy a little bit.
Yeah, especially for people like me and Matt. It's not your number one subject in the world. But I'm looking up and down the board here on the timing. It's posted out there in the chat for the fans that do want to ride along with what we see with the telemetry and the stuff that we're going to see for the gap and the laps that are put down. The pit stops, the pit numbers are a whole lot skewed. So you got the leader here in the GTP class at Hoffman, only 11 pits so far. And you look all the way back there with Williams Esports Chill Blast, they got 14. So some differing strategies that are starting to ensue up here. And I'll be interested to see maybe 5, 6, 7 hours down the road, how many more are we going to see? Are we going to see a big change in the number? Are we going to start to even it out? Or are we going to continue to go further away from some of these teams that are pitting a little bit more?
For a lot of them, for a lot of those situations, it's just a slight difference in terms of the exact lap that drivers and teams are coming down in. Because if you can consistently go 1 lap longer than the people around you, you'll be able to pit 2 laps later on the second stop and 3 laps later on the third stop if you're consistently getting a lap extra per stint out of the fuel. So that's how the strategies diverge sometimes. Sometimes it is, of course, more intentional, especially as we get later on into the races, as drivers and teams will start to sort of back calculate the strategy from the very end of the race to make sure that they're not put into an unknown situation, because some of these teams, they might have to do a short splash and dash. Some of the teams, though, will want to do a full stint at the very end of the race. That requires a little bit of a different strategy call with the timings in the good couple of pit stops previous.
You see this line behind here. A bunch of cars going into the bus stop here. All the smarts coming off here. iRacing really did a good job with all the physics and the scans of this track and these cars. It looks like, and I showed this to somebody at work earlier. She's about 10 back here. I showed it at work, and they swore up down we were watching the 24-hour in Daytona on the normal NBC broadcast. Let's go live. They're like, man, that's iRacing? It sure is. I mean, it looks just as real can get.
Those are two GTD leaders, Apex Racing team continuing on their teamwork. Teamwork works the dream work, especially in Apex Racing, it seems. As their number 98, 99 currently maintain a currently 6.3 second gap over P3, but of course they have just 2 laps to go, come down on towards the pit lane, so that is not really a representative gap. We've got a couple more cars on pit lane. There is Hydro Race. This is Hydro Race Geodesic Racing on Botafoot, currently behind the wheel of the number 62 as he drops down off the jacks, waiting for the rest of the fuel to go in before he heads off and away, trundling down the pit lane. This has been a pretty relaxing affair so far. Of course, we had basically at the very start of our little 6-hour stint here, we had the big incident between R8G Esports and Bila Racing Team with their attempted, and I will stress, attempted bump draft down the pit straight, ended up causing severe damage to both of them as they got it all wrong and found themselves in the outside wall heavily. So that's the only drama that we've had so far in this particular hour of the broadcast, as we're seeing Apex Racing Team number 199. That's the second placed LMP2 deciding to come down in now.
Yeah, and you see him starting to come down. I wonder when the Williams Esports Mahal driver in the 15 is going to come down. They're looking like they're on the same sequence, but obviously, like you talked about, with being able to go 1 extra lap there's an option here to flip-flop this and then go to the next time. So we'll see if that 15 machine comes down next time by. This new overall pass lap, 1:38.88 back there for Pedro Albert in the number 6 machine. Just put down an absolute blistering. It's the first one to touch the 130s in this entire race.
Track is getting faster, of course, as it cools off here in the evening. Pedro Albert proving that fact. Let's have a look at the track temperatures, actually. So we've got 24 degrees Celsius air temp, 25 degrees Celsius on track. We'll continue to drop bit by bit as the evening goes on. But I imagine the mostly cloudy skies really helped in the initial stints of this one to try and keep the tyres in the right place. So Obsidian Racing, what's their situation here at the moment? It's quite hard to tell given that we are in the middle of a GTP pit stop phase. So maybe we'll have a little bit of a better idea once everything cycles through for them. We've still yet to see Urano Esports, your current GTP leader and overall leader. We haven't seen ES Competition, Bevano 369. We've got Williams Esports, Chillblast, Urano Esports Data Group. They, in the GTP class, have not decided to come down in just yet. And in fact, Williams Esports, Chillblast, Alexander Spetz, is of course on a bit of an off-cycle strategy, so we won't be seeing him in for a while.
Yeah, and I mean it's a good strategy to have. It's a lot of crunching the numbers, and they have basically what you would see, what you're going to see next weekend at 24-hour at Daytona. Be a lot of people strategizing the race from start to finish. You'll have maybe 2 or 3 strategists sitting up there, calculate fuel, calculate numbers, understanding what the tire temps are doing. Or hey, you're burning too much on this side, you're burning too much on this side. Watching live telemetry, with a lot of them using the telemetry that iRacing has for the market for everybody to go for. There's a lot that's going to go into this to make this a more overall experience for these drivers. And like I said, if you continuously watch this from start to finish, you're going to see a lot flip-flop. You're going to see a lot of people changing their strategies, trying to maximize the opportunity out of the fuel, maximize the tires, and just continuously either grow their lead or chunk into the lead that has been grown on them. And it's the case in point with the GTD class, up here with the 15 machine, with the Williams Esports guys, and even with Urano Esports. I mean, with the 190, a 50-second lead of BS competition. That's a massive gap with a ton of speed, but a very skilled driver with Dominic Hoffman.
They have all the tools they need, don't they? But still a long way to go. Many things can happen, and the complexion of this race will completely change by the time we get inside the last hour, say. But it's all just setting the stage for that. Can't get complacent whatsoever. Even if you're Apex Racing team in the GTDs and you've got your 2 cars up in P1, P2, and you've got a 30-second gap back to Urano, or at least will do once the 30-second gap back to BMW Team Pank, which will be in that 3rd position once Urano decides to head their way down on towards pit lane for their particular stop. Again, you can't get complacent, so Apex Racing team might be having the good run of things now in GTDs, but once we get towards that checkered flag, it'll be a completely different situation.
Yeah, I mean, we can see anything. You can see it. You talked about the incident limits. It is super easy to get out of line here, to jump the bus stop, to just make a simple mistake. Maybe catch the slipstream at the wrong time when you're going into turn 1. Maybe catch a slower clash. You have to go off track just to miss them, or they go off track just so you don't hit them. You can catch an off track right there, maybe swinging it too wide, not necessarily calculating it. Especially for a driver that might just be jumping into this car in the wee hours of the morning and the time zones that they are in. This is a worldwide race. I mean, there are people racing this from all over the country, which in the globe, which is a massive thing. And this speaks volumes of the service that iRacing has. You have, I believe they said 85 splits, over 4,000 plus drivers have registered for this event. And RaceSpot's going 24 straight on multiple different platforms, and then going to do another 12 hours of another split. And the VCO's got a whole command center going on over here. So it's a great opportunity to tell people, if you're not on iRacing and you come on, you could be racing this event next season. You know, you can come in and practice these cars and get on track. This is a crown jewel for a lot of people. It's a crown jewel for me. It's been on my list of bucket list races to call since I got on iRacing. I was like, how do I call one of those? And here I sit, getting to call it with some of the greatest people in commentary and in production and all around broadcast here on RaceSpot.
Well, I'm not going to agree, because of course, like I'm very self-deprecating, but we just saw Havu have their pit stop here in the LMP2s. These do come pretty well. The turnover, the stints do tend to come pretty quickly here, given of course, you know, getting to maximum about 40 minutes on the stint. So it's you know, it's going to be fast and frenetic in terms of getting the pit crews out there and getting those cars serviced. Speaking of, we've got race leader in, so that is Urano Esports 190. Dominic Hoffman taking the stop. Seems pretty routine, if you ask me. 32.1 seconds on the stop, which is on the slightly slow side of things. But really can't complain. He's got in safely, now gets out safely. Where does he come out in relation to traffic, though? That's the important thing. Going to come out in a good bit of it, and immediately out into almost a side-by-side battle. In fact, I thought there was an overlap there with the Maniti car, but it wasn't so. And straight out into the thick of things. Chasing down a little bit of a group ahead. So we've got SRC Movano Corsa, the 369 coming down in as well. That means that Williams Esports Chill Blast is promoted up into second place. But of course, like I've already mentioned, they're on a bit of an off-cycle strategy with Alexander Spets behind the wheel of that #1 machine. So it's interesting that this has happened this early on into the race for them. I don't know if, as a driver, you would prefer one way or the other here, Terry. Would you prefer to be on a similar sort of strategy to everyone else so you can see directly how you compare? Or are you a fan of more of the theoretical gaps when you go slightly off-cycle?
Well, as many times as you have worked production for me on the RSR side, or maybe the PRL side, I'm a big fan of going completely off strategy with everybody else. If you spend 24 hours or 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds following that leader, following the driver that's setting the pace and setting the gap, you're going to spend the rest of your night and the rest of your day following that same person. If you go out there and flip the script, you look good if you make it work. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team, is can you make that alternate strategy work? Yeah. Can you consistently keep that car underneath the driver behind that one machine for the entirety of this race? Like, can you keep this string along and keep him in traffic and then work him back up when the pit cycle starts to occur to get him in that spot? I mean, his lap times are phenomenal. Best lap time was a 1:31.068. That's holding serve with what Dominic Hoffman's doing, and Albert back there. Obviously, Albert's in his own world with the 1:30.8, but consistency is key. And I look at Sector 1, Spets, one of the fastest ones on the racetrack. Sector 2, holding serve with everybody else. 3, looking great. 4 is great. Sector 5 is great as well. So if you put all of them together to make that one lap just as maximizing the lap as possible, this strategy might play out perfectly.
Yeah, of course, you know, the reason why they're in this situation is that they had early issues. They had, of course, a bit of a problem with a GTD machine. And they had to take the early stop in that aspect, and they've done very well to recover up into P2 at the moment for Spets. And like you mentioned, seemingly on pace with the rest of the top runners in GTPs. So it's a very positive sign of things to come for Williams Esports Chill Blast. Whether or not they'll be able to overcome the deficit that they're now having to deal with as a result of that problem earlier on still remains to be seen. But it's better for a problem like that to happen this early on in a race. Remember, I'm still classifying it as early, even though we're almost 7 hours into this thing. It's still better to have an incident happen now than it is to have it happen inside the final couple of hours of this race, because if it happens now, you still have potentially a plan to try and recover a little bit later on, and the time to be able to do so as well.
I mean, it's like, I don't know if you watch football, right? But if you think of a college football game or a National Football League game, you think of something like that. Well, if you practice all week for a 3-4 defense, and they come out and run a 4-3 defense, well, you didn't know that, so you're going to call the quick audible. They had the issue early on in the race. They call the quick audible. They get off cycle. Well, maybe if we look at the Urano Esports team, if something happens to them and they jump off sequence, then hey, I'm right here. We can kind of flip this, or maybe work yourself back into your strategy. I would rather work myself back up than have to chase myself backwards, just to try to keep it similar with everybody. But I mean, a 30-second gap, almost a 31-second gap, that's manageable. If the Urano Esports team has an issue and they get caught behind a bunch of slow traffic for consecutive laps and get caught in, or catch a slower car in the worst spot possible in this race, they have an opportunity to chunk into that lead very quick.
They really do. They really do. So you just got to keep your head in it, keep digging, and you never know, the race might come to you. Meanwhile, we've got ourselves a battle for P10 in GTPs. In fact, this has been sort of a thing for what feels like the last half an hour between these two here at the moment. German Sim Racing Blue, Simsa Esports are the two teams involved in this one. Of course, both of them are lapped down compared to the overall race leader here at the moment. But that's just naturally going to happen as the race goes on, given that we don't have any safety cars or code 60s. Oh, Simsa going for a gap that was only just about there. That was a little bit cheeky from them, and some might argue not entirely necessary given the situation. Here comes German Sim Racing Blue back on them around the outsides as they head their way in towards that very, very tricky turn 1. German Sim Racing Blue pushing out a little wide. They're going to be cutting back in as Simsa Esports make a whole meal out of the exit. This is an interesting battle between these two, and it continues on as they look to go wheel to wheel in towards the horseshoe, into the international horseshoe. Compromise line from Simsa will allow German Sim Racing Blue to come back at him, and you can see the frustration from the driver of the 67 there, feeling like he's getting held up, feeling like he's getting bullied somewhat by the Simsa Esports cars, and well, I'm not entirely surprised. You might even understand it given how that move on the banking was pulled off.
Well, I mean, that was a bit aggressive. I mean, you looked at it, you had a slower car down there on the bottom. It was doing everything possible to stay out of the way of this battle going on in the GTP class. And then you make a move like that, and then you go through the infield portion. You might have speed on this, on the oval part of this. You might be on the NASCAR circuit, and yep, you're fast. But in the technical portion on the inside, the infield, well, the German Sim Racing Blue team had it covered. They stayed on the back bumper. They went to the outside, had an opportunity for the switchback to go down to the bottom to make that pass. But for Simsa Esports, that was probably the most aggressive move we've seen so far. Other than the opening couple laps where we were 3 wide in almost every class and we took the green flag. But if you're German Sim Racing Blue, if you're that 67 machine, do you repay the favor and disrespect them back?
I mean, that's what they attempted to do by continuing on the battle for so long, and with the slipstream, it's helping them keep themselves in this one as well. I don't think there's going to be any love lost between these two by the time they sort this battle out. A good run through the international horseshoe for German Sim Racing might make things just that little bit more complicated. We'll have a little bit of a ride on board with them here. Here's Georgios Theodorudis I'm going to struggle with the names here today, unfortunately. But the driver of the 67 on his way through the end of the infield. This is a tricky corner. You're always having to wait a little bit in some classes to try and get the power down there and to make sure everything is settled before you head yourself onto the banking. They're going to get disposed of these two GTD cars in the best place possible around the outside. And now down in towards the bus stop. Still running on board with number 67, not closing in at this stage. Maybe taking the opportunity to save a little bit of fuel. It's always beneficial when you're talking big picture.
Yeah, and I think the 67 understood that when the driver stayed on the back bumper up there and flashed the headlights and a little bit of sign of, hey, I didn't like that. But now, big picture, grand scheme of things, I got to keep this car one piece. You got teammates that are relying on you. You're 7 hours into this race. Everybody wants to have a stint. Everybody wants to do it.
Oh, they're having problems on the exit of turn 1 here, and now it's given the opportunity to Dermot Sim Racing down the inside at the International Horseshoe. As long as they can pick up the exit, they'll have this position back, and they do.
Having a hard time actually matting the gas. It just looks like the entry point of the corner is what's really tearing them apart in that machine, in the Simpson Esports machine. Just when it goes into the corner, especially, like I said, on the infield portion of this track is where that car struggles the most. It's got a lot of speed, but the handle is just, it looks like it's off by quite a bit.
It does seem that way. And they can continue on their shenanigans, I think, here. Over the next couple of moments. They are currently not due on towards the pit lane anytime soon, so this one might continue on for a little bit. Let's thank you everyone for getting yourself all tuned into this broadcast on the RaceSpotTV YouTube, on the iRacing Twitch, and of course on the VCO Twitch as well. Hello everyone. Currently getting ourselves towards 17 hours to go in the top split of the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. Part of the VCO Grand Slam, of course, as we see the battle for P10 in GTPs on your screen right now. Simpson Esports not going to capitalize on the run down in towards turn number 1. They've got a couple, they've got the GTD leaders right, well, not excuse me. Not quite the leaders, but they've got a couple of GTDs that are causing a bit of an issue here, perhaps, as away just for a moment. But it looks like they've been able to get themselves through on that relatively okay.
That actually got really scary. I thought for a second they were going to go into the back bumper there. They were going to wreck this group of drivers, and it. We talked about it a while ago, where the best place was to find slower traffic, and then the worst possible place to find traffic. Right there was one of the worst places that you're going to catch a slower car in this infield portion, at least. And now you see we get back to the high bank portion of this race course. What an interesting hour so far for us.
It's been interesting. Very interesting indeed. We have a visitor on towards the pit lane, though. That's Williams Esports Chill Blast, who have finally decided to head their way in. Of course, they are on the off-cycle strategy after having problems early on. But their recovery drive has been pretty stellar for the moment. And they're looking very good heading in towards the sort of middle portion of this race. Alpha P10 still rages on here in GTPs. Are sort of keeping half an eye on the other classes, but they don't really have anything that's as close as what's currently going on in the GTPs here at the moment. And, well, you might say, oh, wait, there's GTD race lead, but no, that is two Apex Racing team cars basically pushing each other, so they're not really going to be fighting in and amongst each other. It's just that this battle for P10 has been the one that, well, has set off a couple of fireworks so far.
Yeah, for that, talking about the Williams Esports Chill Blast off the strategy, they have made a driver swap. It is Matt J. Farrow in that #1 machine at the moment, so he'll enjoy the stint here for a little bit. This battle for P10, you're right, it has been the absolute barn burner so far of what we wanted to see in well, a 24-hour race. They've been going for the entire hour that we've been here live on this broadcast. we haven't seen anything else come close to what we see here as they continuously try to make pass after pass, attempt to save fuel in the process, and catch whatever little bit of slipstream they can get down these long straights, and then try to see if they can maximize every corner possible.
That might just be the plan. A little bit of an update on my team. Not that anyone really cares apart from me. I do. But unfortunately, we had a situation where we have to do 12 minutes of repairs. Okay. Oh. That's unfortunate. Once I'm done here, I'll go back and try to find out what happens. But that's a bit unfortunate. But it is what it is. That's the nature of endurance racing sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and you get caught up in problems. I mean, I caught up in problems myself on my particular stint. But yeah, that's just the way cookie crumbles sometimes. Meanwhile, battle for 8th in GTP has kind of started up here between the Urano Esports Data Group and Pure Sims Esports, and the GTP is getting in the way on the exit of the International Horseshoe. Is not exactly going to help the situation for Urano, and Pure Sims hanging it around the outside of all of them with the kink as well.
Well, it's going to hurt him in the kink here. You see, not really able to keep the power down, but it still gained. 16 to Pure Sims Esports started to gain there. And now you'll see if Urano can actually hold up here, continue this position, and maybe play a little defense here as the 16 continuously might be able to get him in the bus stop here, or maybe peek a little nose to say, hey, maybe move out of the groove a little bit, make a mistake for me so I can get around you.
Might just be the case. Of course, traffic management is an absolutely huge thing when it comes to these sorts of events. You can not quite be the fastest in terms of 1 lap pace or even 5 lap average on a completely clear circuit, but you can still be faster than someone like that if you're faster through the traffic. That's the situation. And a lot of people say, oh, you know, traffic is largely luck, and of course there is certainly an element of it. As we see Geodesic and Williams Esports Chill Blast have their brief wheel-to-wheel moments there through the first couple of corners, and Chill Blast going to go down the inside. It's the Williams #1 car on exit. Oh boy, that could have ended so badly. A tag from the rear from Geodesic Racing, and that could have been Williams into the barrier and completely cut their race short. I'll have to have a look at the replay of that one. My word.
That definitely would have been a race over. It would have been race over real quick. It would have been just as bad as what we saw earlier. As you can see, down in there, ends it. Not clear.
No, definitely not clear. We're going to ride on board here with Geodesic Racing. Oh, yeah, that Williams car was certainly not clear coming off the corner. My word.
I mean, in the words of the great Kenny Rogers, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away when the dealing's done. And at that moment, that shows you one, the level of respect that a lot of these drivers have from each other. Because if that's 30 minutes to go in this race, you're probably not going to lift as much as you saw from that. You're going to keep it flat-footed. And I promise you, in the second special event for iRacing, in the Daytona 500, I will almost put money that if you're coming to the white flag and you make a move like that, what the one machine did, you're not getting lifted on either. You're going to get lifted in the air. You're not going to get a lift out of the person you're trying to make that move on.
Yeah, and well, there was an immediate flash of the lights from Geodesic straight after that incident, saying, "What the bleep are you doing?" So it's yeah, heart in mouth moment, absolutely. Not only for Geodesic, but of course Williams. I think if that incident did become a big incident, then Williams would have come off the worst, that's for sure, because they would have been completely speared into the barrier on the driver's left-hand side there, coming towards the exit of the International Horseshoe. But we've had one actual drama. We've had a couple of near dramas in the just over an hour that we've had this section going on for here on RaceSpotTV. Just gotta breathe for a bit. didn't mean it literally. Terry.
Oh, I thought we were breathing over here. I was over here thinking about when you said speared. I was thinking of maybe the 2020 Royal Rumble when Edge just comes to the ring and just starts spearing everybody. I was like, that would have been pretty cool. And then I just started singing Edge's theme song in my head. Let's get pretty excited here. We're going to catch a slower into one. That normally doesn't end well. Normally you get a little over anxious. You go send it in there, and the slower traffic doesn't help out. It definitely did not help out driver there in the 62 machine. Made check up just a little bit. Have to go a little over under here to get around there and play a little tic-tac-toe there for the Hydro Racing team. I'm not going to try to butcher that middle name.
I'm not going to attempt that. Alrighty then. So it seems like the GTP battles, at least the on-track battles, of course, the drivers and teams are always battling in terms of strategy. But in terms of actual wheel-to-wheel action, things seem to have fizzled out a little bit in GTPs. Sort of matches the current state of the situation going on in LMP2s and in GTDs as well. We're going to give LMP2s a little bit of love here, given that they haven't really had a lot of the broadcast time apart from being traffic for the LMDHs here at the moment. But currently there's a Williams Esports Marla that leads that particular class by 48 seconds over iNet Motorsports Blue. That is a quite healthy margin indeed. And, well, at some point, maybe in a couple of hours' time, they'll be at the point where they're just going to lap the entirety of their class, ideally.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time. I don't believe that would be the first time it's happened.
Definitely not.
Yeah, Williams Esports, I would imagine if they didn't have an issue in the GTP class, that team would be up there with the Chill Blast side, you know, right there fighting it out with the 190 of Urano Esports as well. It just this top split shows you the level of competition. This shows you where everybody wants to strive to be. It takes a lot of pace, takes a lot of talent, takes a lot of people to put this type of level of racing on, or this type of dominance in your class leaders. And then you go to the second split. That also takes a lot of skill, a lot of talent, and a lot of people to put you in that split. The further you go, I mean, across the ranges of iRacing, the fact that 85 splits is a thing here for the iRacing 24 hours, that shows you the passion that comes in this service. It shows you the determination, the dedication that drivers, teams, friends. There's people that are attempting to race this alone for charity. I mean, there's streamers all over Twitch, all over YouTube that are putting down a ton of laps here for good causes. There's a lot of great people and a lot of great teams that have invested their time, effort, and money in here. We take a look here at Sam Michaels in that number 33, the SRC one. A lot of traffic in front.
It is, and diving down one of the Williams Esports cars there in the GTDs. I think it's the Williams Esports NQ, number 2. But the thing is, fortunately for Sam Michaels, the GTD traffic is over and done with, but that was a little bit of a sketchy situation on the way through the infields. That sometimes does happen. You know, there's sometimes these spontaneous trains of traffic that develop just due to the natural fluctuations in the gaps, not only internal to the class, but of course external as well. Sometimes LMDHs might catch LMP1 traffic and GTG traffic at the same time, and it can be a very, very sketchy situation indeed. There's still opportunity for that sort of traffic snake to happen even later on in the race. Usually it happens where, you know, a couple of hours in, when the lapping procedure for all the classes sort of happens at the same time. But there are occasions where it can happen outside of the at the end of the first couple of stints.
Yeah, and that's going to be another key for a lot of these drivers to attempt to manage, is the fact that, one, you actually have to manage the traffic. You can't go in there and make bonsai moves on somebody because they're a slower car than what you are. You have to manage the track conditions. Since we've come on the air, we have dropped 1 degree Celsius. We were at 26 when we took this air an hour ago. The track's picking up speed. So that means the cars around you are picking up speed. You're burning a little bit more fuel with the faster racetracks. And now you have to manage that. And you have to do that for 24 hours. This isn't just, oh, I have to go out here and run it for just a second. If you take a look here for the battle for 6th in the GTP with Williams Esports Chill Blast and Hydro Racing. 62 just got passed there by what is now the much faster car on newer tires with the fuel load there, and most definitely has the speed to go up here and contend for this win.
Indeed, but it's quite a gap still. It's not going to be a very easy. I mean, win might be off the cards. Top 3 maybe, potentially, still possible. I mean, technically anything's possible, but just with varying percentage chances, I suppose. But with their current performance, Williams Esports Chill Blast, I mean, they're climbing the order slowly but steadily. But Geodesic is sort of locked onto the back of them here, on the way down in towards turn number 1. Of course, these guys had a little bit of a history, just a good handful of laps ago, when Williams Esports Chill Blast was trying to squeak their way by through the International Horseshoe, on a near catastrophic incident between the two happened. They were able to gather it up though, and in the end it was nothing, but I imagine the heart rate for both drivers spiked up quite high.
Okay, so somebody in the chat actually is going to help me pronounce this. It's Hydro Race Geodesic. Geodesic Racing. Boom. I'm not going to mess that one up, Michael Josephs. Thanks for helping me on that one. Not much. Obviously, you hear my southern accent, but sweet home Alabama education sure does do right with a lot of these names around here. But I will say, I wouldn't necessarily put it off the table for a lot of these drivers. I mean, yeah, at the moment they're 40, 50 seconds behind, but you know, we sell this race as anything could happen at any moment. Minute to minute, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what strategy is going to play. And for a lot of the fans watching at home, we're fans just like you. We're fans just like you that sit here watching this race and just enjoying this from a level of just pure awe. I mean, it's just I'm in pure amazement of how many teams and drivers came to sign up for this, and in awe of how amazing it looks on iRacing and how great it looks with the production level here on RaceSpotTV. But look at the battle going on here. The slipstream is perfect, but for him, what if the two leaders have an issue, and then bam, 5 minutes later, he could be looking, you know, mighty good, and could be a big contender towards the end of this race.
All things for a little bit later on, but right now, Geodesic, the ones that are making themselves look quite big in Matt Farrow's mirrors at the moment. Of course, hasn't been threatening a move just yet, and in fact, the better bet might just be to stay behind and hit a couple of good fuel numbers. But if they want to try and press on and gain track position, then that's their prerogative as well. A little bit of traffic further down the road that they might have to contend with here in a couple of moments. No, they'll just get themselves around the outside of the banking. That's absolutely the perfect place to be able to get that traffic disposed of. Compromises absolutely no one, and makes the bus stop entry and middle clear, so that they can carry all of the speed and all of the momentum through.
That's such a tough part of the racetrack is going right there in that bus stop. Racing in a GT3 car around here, that was the one spot that I could never figure the braking zone out. I could figure it out going back on to the racing surf, or back up to the oval side of the track. That one was, you know, okay, I have to back it down here. It's such a short zone to actually hit the throttle and be on the gas. But then when you come back around and you go into that bus stop, you're like, okay, 3, 2, 1, all right, let me try to maximize this here. And some of them even go past that marker to attempt to sling it into there just a little bit harder. And then you got to remember to shift. You got to remember to do all these other things around you, changing your brake bias throughout the time, trying to tell everybody, hey, this is what's going on, all in a singular lap. And that braking zone changes real quick when you're 10 or 15 laps on a set of tires and the fuel starts to get a little lower. You're like, all right, I'm going faster. Well, if you're going faster, you got to go slower in the corners.
Brandon Traino heading his way out the pit lane for Apex Racing Academy. Well, the name says the 198, but someone pinched their number, I think. So they're the number 9 in the session. Does happen sometimes, which is not ideal as far as the branding is concerned. In fact, they might not even have just said it in their team because there isn't actually a 198 in the session. So maybe an administrative error there on the part of Apex Racing team. The 9 car here in this particular session. Let's have a look back at GTDs because there's more Apex cars. Apex 98, Apex 99 currently leads, and you got Team BMW Bank. There they are, and well, they've got a pushing partner, haven't they? One of the Audis, ooh, tags the wall actually, did that Audi.
Oh, yeah, he did. You want to maximize the corner. You want to maximize the sweep going there into turn 1. I mean, that was a little bit extra maximizing there. Wanted to see what the wall said.
It's Famkini behind the wheel of the U-Race BR, or U-Race Brazil, I suppose that stands for Red Dragon by Rick. That's a very interesting team name, very complicated, but number 5 car currently getting themselves back out there. Of course, they are currently, let's see, 191 laps down on the overall race leader. They are 125 laps down on the next car that they could theoretically pass for position, and that's the Apex Racing Academy number 97. What makes it not ideal for them, not only are they 125 laps behind the next car, but that the actual next car is still running. So it's yeah, a bit awkward. They can improve positions on PGZ and RHE, but they won't be able to get up to Apex Racing Academy, unfortunately. 125 laps, eh?
I was not driving the car, all right? This is not on me. I wasn't out here in the 24. Yeah, Daytona powered by VCO was not I promise. If it was, I would be 125 laps down as well. This is an amazing form of motorsport, and next year, I'm going to pull a U. I'm going to race in this, so I'll throw my line and reel out there to somebody. If you're in the chat in all forms, you can find me on the Twitter and send me a DM and see if we can get to practice. And I'll spend 364 days practicing for this race to get ready to go. Just looking for a team out there that's willing to coach up a young Tennessean that wears boots and breeches all the time.
Are you just walking stereotypes at this point?
Well, I mean, I got my boots on right now. I wish I was on camera. I got my boots on. I'm in my work clothes. Got my hat on. Pretty much, yeah. Boots, breeches, hat.
There we go. What we've also got is a Battle for P11. Segways better than Linus Tech Tips. Is what I'll say. It's here's Maniti Racing Reds. They're currently bearing down on the number 66 car of Simsa Esports. So it's interesting to see how this battle has developed, because we've, of course, we saw German Sim Racing Blue have a little bit of a fight with Simsa Esports a good couple of moments ago. However, German Sim Racing Blue have been able to now establish a 16.3-second gap over Simsa. Of course, there is a slight difference in terms of the exact pit stop cycle between those two teams. Here comes Maniti Racing Red as well, which is on a much more similar strategy to Simsa. They angle it to the inside, in towards the bus stop, and well, Simsa Esports not going to fight that one. Perhaps the last thing you want to do is go side by side through that.
Yes. We just talked about it. Maybe 2 laps, maybe 10 minutes ago, if you go through that bus stop, with it being as challenging as it is, if you do attempt to go side by side in there, somebody's getting pushed off. And that's how you get your X's. That's how you begin to either A, hit the 100 mark, or B, get your pass-throughs, which nobody wants that pass-through to potentially ruin your opportunity to have a good run. You can be sitting anywhere. No matter where you're at in this field, you can get an off track. You can get an X by touching the car. There's a lot that's going to happen. I mean, we've got 16 and a half hours to go. By the time, I don't know what your next stint is. I'm not looking at the schedule. I know my next stint is way down the road. I mean, I'm going to go back to work, come home, eat supper, be back on the show. And by the time I'm back at 11:40 Eastern Standard Time, it's going to look totally different. Hopefully, hopefully the Urano Esports team or the BMW BS competition doesn't want to hear that. Doesn't want to go, nope, it's going to be the same. We're going to be leading this race. Will be 1-2. But for a lot of people in this field, we might come back and the person who was 3 laps down on our first stint could be in the running for it. Could be up there battling for a podium. I promise you, fans, don't tune out, don't tune away. Tell people, hey, if you're not watching this, come in here and do it, because what it looks like at 16:37 to go on the board may not be what it looks like with an hour to go.
Yeah, well, we'll have another little change of commentary team in about 40 minutes, and we'll get the very lovely couple of commentators come and take over for us, and then I'm back on about 2 hours after that, and then of course we'll swap things around once again a little bit later on. So that's the situation there. At least on track, Williams Esports Chill Blast about 0.7 ahead of Urano Esports Data Group here as things stand. Of course, you'll always have to factor in that they're basically almost exactly halfway off cycle compared to the rest of the teams here, our Williams Esports Chill Blast. And this is all stemming from a second stint incident where they had to come down in early because of a problem that they had trying to negotiate themselves around a GTD car. So that's why they're off cycle, and you can just see how this affects things a little bit later on, because as soon as you put off cycle, you're just going to have to deal with it for the rest of the race. And personally, I don't really like being off cycle, because I like actually having the gaps on track be vaguely representative of what they actually are, rather than having to battle a theoretical gap or a theoretical delta, so to speak. I find that a bit tougher to do.
Are you speaking from the commentary perspective, or are you speaking from the racer's
From the driving perspective, yeah. From the driving perspective, yeah.
From the commentary perspective, I see it from the driver's spot. When I go out and I race, and I know that one of my wins at Charlotte in the truck, I was on a completely different cycle, and everybody's over the radio thinking I'm going to pit. Well, I didn't have to. I brought out a yellow by spinning. Truck was too loose in the open set. I tightened it up, went out, ran the race, and won the race by 13 seconds because I was completely off strategy. I was slower than that. That was off strategy. From a driver's perspective, if I'm the one off strategy, I'm all for it. If somebody else is off strategy, I'm a little angry because I'm like, man, I should have thought about that. But I didn't. From the commentator's perspective, getting up here to watch it and actually talk about this, I love it when somebody does something different. I think it brings a different factor into this. It allows us more storylines to follow. It lets the fans stay tuned in because they're waiting on us to give that update of, oh, here's what this looks like. This is what the Williams Esports Chill Blast team is doing. This is the strategy we're gonna see here. Let's just break down more information. While it makes us sometimes overthink it, in case I quit myself, sitting over here trying to crunch some numbers and do long division, which isn't fun. To see the traffic that driver's having to go through and utilize all the skills and all the tools that they have in their wheelhouse, it's a very impressive run so far.
Just noticed in the iRacing YouTube chat, Automatic Motorsports Weirds that you've already made respect to you after running a stint earlier. Yeah, that's my team. Making themselves known in the Twitch chat there, at least on the iRacing Twitch. Of course, we're on the VCO Twitch as well. This iRacing Daytona 24 is part of the VCO Grand Slam, heading our way through 2023. That's why you see a lot of the top teams taking this very, very seriously indeed. As there are more prizes on offer than there would be at a typical iRacing special event. And of course, we're seeing a couple of pit stops now. So we got ourselves TPS competition down and in. That's BMW TPS competition. They're currently, well, phased through one of the GTDs there, but there's Nathan Lewis in the BS competition car deciding that now is a good time to come off of the pit lane. Fresh tyres, full tank of fuel, ready to go racing once again, and head back out there, and is going to do so in a pretty clear part of the circuit. That's exactly what you want for the first part of a stint, just to try and get yourself your sights set, because maybe for the last couple of moments you've been having to deal with a light fuel load and worn tyres. Now the configuration of the car has changed, and you don't want to be fiddling around with stuff, in-car adjustments, and trying to get used to how the car's running in the middle of traffic.
Yeah, it allows you to heat the tires up, allows you to feel it out. Maybe if you made a driver's switch, per se, you go out there, you let that driver get acclimated to what the track temperatures are. Maybe that's not something that they practice during their stint with practicing, in which, it's kind of crazy to think, but there could have been a different weather dynamic thrown into it. Maybe they didn't see the track temp at 25 degrees Celsius, or the wind speed going in one direction or the other. I mean, it's 3.6 miles or seconds, or how you read that. It's 13 kilometers per hour. So we're not going to use freedom units because our overlays, well, we can change them to freedom units, but that's not what we use here for the iRacing special events. Yes, we are in America. Perhaps there's a reason for it. Well, that's a reason that you could say for changing them, but most people would be familiar with the good old Celsius and kilometers an hour there. This actually became an issue in my team, because they were asking, what's the speed at the end of the straights for like the car ahead, and I quoted in kilometers an hour, and then they were like, that's not useful to me. Well,
they had it in miles an hour.
It's like when I work at my first RaceSpot show, we would put the stuff up, and I'm like, over here on my phone, I Googled it and was like, translate Celsius to Fahrenheit, and then transition this to this. Coming out there in our YouTube chat, we're second split stream. So first 6 hours and the second 6 hours, the final 6 hours are streamed on RaceSpot here. So that stream is over with. You can go, if you have iRacing, you can go to the iRacing session and go find that split and watch it live yourself, or you can tune back in with us for the opening part of the second split, which we believe in 10 hours.
The final 6 hours of the second split. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, that's the situation. You explained it quite well there. We're only doing the first 6 and the last 6 hours of split 2. Because we simply don't have enough people to cover all the 2 entire splits of a 24-hour race. So that's why we're doing it that way around. Of course, a lot of people have asked for a second split stream over the years, and this is the time that we can actually bring it to you. However, not the entirety of it, just the first 6 and the last 6 hours. But here at the top split, though, we are going to we're going to bring you the entire 24, and a little bit more if you include the pre-approach race show. But things have been going along rather well for the vast majority of the drivers. They have different sets of circumstances that they've had to face over the course of the opening portions of this race. I mean, we're watching one of those cars that have had to deal with a lot of stuff happening. That's the Williams Esports Chill Blast, off cycle, but continuing to do a good job in recovering. Currently a P2, at least at this point in their stint. Of course, lots of drivers, lots of teams came down in just on the last lap or last couple of laps, which is why they've been promoted a little bit further up the order than we're used to seeing them. But I can't wait to see what the rest of this race has to hold, because these teams wanting so desperately to have that first round of the VCO Grand Slam, the first special event of 2023 here on iRacing. They want to have it in their trophy cabinet, and for those in podium positions right now, that is certainly going to be a possibility, but still 16.5 hours to go.
We got a long way to wait. I mean, I think for all of us, we got a long way to go. There's a lot of us that are going to work the overnight time. There's a lot of these drivers that are, resting up right now in their time zone, figuring out what people on their team can fit in aces and places is how you could put it there. There was a driver change in our GTP class. Our overall leader, Joop de Lit, is now the driver of that number 190 up there at the top. So a little bit there. If you saw the gap narrow back there to Faro in the Williams Esports Chill Blast machine, there's a driver change over there on that side, and then that compensated back for what the one when they changed the driver here, Faro in that car. But I'm actually impressed with the lap time. The pace did not fall off there for that 190 in the GTP class, but it was able to continuously keep the pace that you saw out of the previous driver that was there.
So we're just watching for a couple of moments there. Outro Melgar setup shop in the number 32 LMP2 efforts. Currently up behind the Apex Racing Team 199. Currently 4th place in class is that car. Owen Carroll behind the wheel of that LMP2 for the moment. Currently, what, they're 14.7 seconds behind P3 at the moment. That is, I mean, in any other type of racing, you think that was a huge gap. In a 24-hour race, not quite, because there's still plenty of time to be able to edge that a little bit more back in. We've got ourselves Apex Racing Team in GTDs. These are 2 race-leading cars. They have this come down towards the pit lane, and now they're off the way once again, stuck together like glue. I think both of these, both the drivers in these teams are going to know each other rather well by the time we have 24 hours done here.
Looks like you used some Flex Seal on the front bumper of that thing. That 98-99 has just stayed together like peanut butter and jelly, and that's what you want out of teammates. I mean, that's absolute team racing at its finest. While it takes a lot of practice and a lot of skill to go up, navigate traffic with that teammate, understand the clarity of what driver does to the other. You have to pick which car is faster getting pushed, which car is faster pushing. When you get to this position, you see a little bit of swap right there. Cheney's going to jump in front of Berryman. Driver swap did happen there for your overall class leaders in the GTP portion. So Daney and Berryman in the 99 and the 98 are going to get passed by a faster machine there. And then they're going to continuously get together and say, okay, the team you followed, they'll come in and watch the last little bit of the stint. So once they wake up or enjoy their snack, maybe a cup of coffee or something, depending on what part of the world they're in to wake up to. Okay, this car was faster in the push portion. Okay, now we want this car to lead. We want to lead every laps in our class. And so far, so good. And even looks like what it was with the drivers there that got out of that machine. Push, let go through that horseshoe, and then reconnect yourself when you get right here to the corner.
Let's see if they're able to lock on. Yeah, just about. Having to do the lightest of taps, of course. Otherwise, we see a very similar sort of situation to, well, what we found out when we saw Beeler and R8G try to do the bump drafting just about an hour or so ago. It did not end well. That is probably an understatement. R8G Esports, of course, out of the race as a result of that. Beeler Racing Team, though, they are still running, by the way. So they were the other car involved in that big incident that we saw sort of towards the start of this part of the broadcast, the second 6 hours. I'm surprised that Beeler is still out there, to be honest.
Oh, you get 24 hours now. That's just
heavy impact, though.
That's just some cosmetic damage. Take some Craftsman tools, maybe a little bare bond. slap something on it real quick. That thing looked pretty. I mean, you got 24 hours. You're sitting 6th. You're not too. I mean, you're not too far off the pace, but I mean, you're not on the pace. But like you said, if anything happens to the drivers in front of them, well, if you stick it out long enough, you can gain a couple positions. You can understand. I mean, you're a minute behind, but if anything, an incident, a bunch of off tracks, you start seeing drivers fall out. You start seeing drivers have mechanical issues with their setups. Something could go wrong. This driver and this team, for sticking it out, might look like an absolute genius at the end of it. Even with this significant body damage, I would go for it.
I mean, you got to keep yourself in it, don't you? If the car's good enough to maintain a line and isn't too slow out there on the circuit, then you're kind of compelled to keep on going, especially at this stage, because there's no next time slot now. We're well past the point of no return a good couple of hours ago, because of course if you this might have happened and people might be familiar with it from splits further down the pecking order here, where if you might have had a bad time in the early portions of your race, then you say, okay, we can back out of this race and we can go into the next time slot. But there's no next time slot anymore. That's slot 4 has already started, so you won't get another opportunity to try and redo your race here.
Well, and I think you bring up an excellent point though on that. So while you look at this machine and you think, oh my gosh, how can this happen? Like, how can this driver still be out here? I'm looking at lap times here for just a split second. The last time by was shockingly enough a 1:44.2. That's on par with what's going on around him in the GTD class. So still doing good.
It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. And that might be race leading pace in any other split. Who knows? But we're currently watching the battle for seconds in LMP2. So this is the Calcer team versus the iNet Motorsports Blue. I think this pass for precision might have already happened, because I certainly remember seeing iNet Motorsports Blue in that second place for the vast majority of this particular stint that we're on. So a little bit of a change in terms of LMP2 running order here. Let's see if they change once again, because they are keeping themselves within the same postcode here. For Calcer team, it's going to be, well, main priority is keeping yourself inside the slipstream of that number 19 car ahead. Some viewers who definitely tune into lots of broadcasts on RaceSpotTV and racing esports in general might recognize that Spanish livery of Calcer team. That was part of the VCO Cup of Nations broadcast that we did last year. They actually asked us for the livery. We were like, okay, not sure why you want it, but here it is, and they're running it here in the 24.
That's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. I will say, I'll go back to the point that I made about me racing next year in the 24. Whatever team I'm on, I only request one thing, well, two things. George Strait will be played the entire time. We'll listen to the 50 greatest hits of George Strait for the entire 24 hours while I'm in the car. And the livery has to be checkerboard for Tennessee. Those are the two requests that I have. You can set the car up, I'll race it, I don't care. I'm here for it. I want to look as good as the Spanish livery right there.
Let's check back in with, well, actually we'll stick with this for a moment, because they are continuing to really keep each other honest. Our Calcer team and iNet Motorsports Blue. Currently 16, 17 laps on their stints respectively, so getting into the latter portions of the run. No traffic immediately around either to be able to influence this battle. It's always a tough choice when you're the car behind in this situation, because does decide to just sit behind and fuel save? Do you think that's going to lose you too much time because you feel like you're faster in terms of actual race pace and clear air? You know, that's quite a hard decision to try and make sometimes. It's not a very clear conclusion.
You could be impatient, like a lot of people, and say, no, I want to be leading this. Or you can think big picture, and we'll continuously say that over the 16 hours that's left, that patience is key to these endurance races. And you could be the 17 machine right here of Leo Rizul in the Intel Motorsports Blue machine and say, no, I want to go out front. I want to lead this train. Or you could think it and you can go, hey, I tell you what I could do. I can sit here in the slipstream. I can understand that I can go further. And I can maybe save a lap, maybe save 2 laps. Set yourself up to potentially leapfrog another competitor if another competitor was to have issues, or if they were to miscalculate their fuel mileage and potentially set themselves back, like we have seen with the one machine up there in the GTP class. They could have an issue, set themselves in a different ballpark, and then we could be seeing the 17 machine stay in this frame and maybe jump a couple drivers that potentially might not have been able to pass on pace, but could then pass on strategy alone.
Always a possibility. This little battle had to deal with a bit of LMDH traffic, trying to squeeze through on it, coming through the infield section. It's good to give a little bit of airtime to these LMP2 cars. They missing out slightly because there's been battles going on elsewhere over the course of the last couple of hours. It's great to see these guys now so close for P2 out there on circuit, but they are not the only battle that's actively going on. There's actually a 3-way fight for 6th place in GTPs here at the moment. So Urano Esports Data Group, we've got Geodesic Racing and Williams Chill Blast. They are all, well, they're all within, you know, covered by 2 seconds. So this one might be the points on the circuit where things may get themselves a little bit spicy, especially with Williams Esports Chill Blast having come down on towards the pit lane on the last 2 laps. They'll want to be trying to charge through on these guys.
You're going to see that. You're going to see that one machine charge up really quick. But for the Hydro, Desu's second racing team in the 62 machine, sitting in the sandwich, it's almost decision time, right? You think about it. Are you going to hold up that one machine? Or are you going to let the one machine by and you're going to use the slipstream to go up and catch the Urano Esports Data Group guys? I mean, the 191's fast. You have a half, 4/10 of a second gap that separates those two. But you could potentially use that one machine. You could, well, yeah, I'll say use. I don't care. You could just use them to get that position to go up and maybe, you lose one. You might stay in the same spot. You're going to stay in 7th regardless. But do you want to get around the Urano Esports Data Group driver in the 191, or do you want to sit there and just lose a spot without even trying to put a fight up on the infield portion here? Slower traffic ahead. Bad spot to catch, and oh, come on. That one machine almost got a little antsy.
Here we go, and he sends it down the inside at the second horseshoe as well. Is able to gain the position over Geodesic Racing. Next car down the road, Urano Esports Data Group, and Geodesic Racing will show their appreciation for the move with the flash of the lights. And in fact, Esports, see how they are on towards the banking here. Thought they were just slightly sluggish there, but that was just a trick of the eye. And now, these 3 drivers, the latter 2 in the slipstream of the cars ahead. Let's see if Geodesic, that's never a move that's going to be on. I saw them show the nose down in towards the bus stop, but it's not going to happen ever, especially as we have GTD traffic sort of imminent on them.
Well, I don't know about that one, Connery. I promise you if we're coming to the white flag in this event, and you're sitting second for the overall win, or the win in your class, you have an opportunity to send it in there. That must not look pretty appealing to me. There we go in traffic, and that's a pit. Oh, got him.
Got him. Yeah, 100%. That was a big, forceful move from Faro. And he's been able to get 2 passes in relatively quick succession there. That's very, very great, good work from the Williams team. Of course, you know, helped by a bit of aggressive driving and a bit of traffic involved as well. But you have to take all the chances that you're able to get here.
Yeah, especially when you put yourself behind the 8 ball, right? We've covered this story with the one machine, in particular with the replay. Just a bit of an aggressive move here. Goes to that outside, sees the car in front, catches the slipstream, and then bam, dives it into one. I mean, just made an absolute bold move and made it stick and made it look kind of flawless too.
Yeah, absolutely no problems whatsoever. You saw Williams actually flash the lights there. There was a LMP2 that just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time on the entry to the bus stop. And look at the run it's given Urano Esports on the outside there. And they were able to catch back up that gap that they lost in the process of losing the position. And now they might be able to challenge on the way down in towards turn number 1. They're going to go for it. They're going to go and get the overlap across the start-finish line. We've got Geodesic Racing third partying in on this as well. Williams Esports going to hold the position for now. But it does just take that one bit of traffic and all of a sudden you're straight back on the defense.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to be that third wheel. I am normally the third wheel when my wife has friends over, so I understand. I feel you teams out there that are looking for to make a pass on somebody, but you know, just sits there third in line, waiting on the one in front of you to make that move. But you're right, catching a driver in a particular portion of this racetrack. We've talked about the potentially catch them in the International Horseshoe. It's an awful place off exit to catch them. Catching them into the bus stop right there, very awful place. Maybe catching them into turn 1, right in the apex of the corner. If you catch them there and have to burp it just a little bit for the exit to potentially change lanes and get around a slower car, you have that opportunity to accordion everybody back up together, which is something we saw on the initial start. Everybody going into 1-3 wide. You saw people having to brake check, having to miss the corner. Somebody missed the exit of it and almost caught the grass, went spinning in the back. There was a lot that happened, which also made this field a little bit more spread out than what it would normally get.
Yeah, there has been a bit of an attrition issue, shall we say. The teams that are running now, of course, have been able to avoid the most of it, and you know, to be able to still be running competitive laps at this stage is still pretty good going, especially considering things that went on a little bit earlier on in the race, which of course were quite aggressive on occasion. Did go back and have a little bit of a look, but of course you know, I was a little preoccupied with running in my own split at the time. But you know, from this point forwards, should be, that's the key word there, should be relatively plain sailing, as long as you keep yourself out of trouble. However, maybe in a couple of hours' time, these drivers will be getting to the stage where they are hitting the fatigue. They'll be starting to get tired. Their muscles will start to ache, especially if they've been in the car for a long time. Maybe their feet might start to cramp a little. Their focus might not be quite there like it was at the very start of the race. This is where having team members from different time zones really help a lot of these teams, because some of these teams might only be from one country in one time zone, and they're going to have to do the entire 24-hour race amongst themselves, and someone's going to have to do the graveyard shift at like 4 a.m. Okay, but however, if you have you know, 2 Europeans, 2 Americans, and maybe an Australian or a driver from the region of Asia, you know, this is, you know, spreading those time zones out is going to be an absolutely massive help, because you can make sure that everyone is racing at a reasonable time when it comes time to do their stints. But if you don't have that option, oh boy, someone's going to have to do it. Someone's going to have to really struggle late at night.
And that's what makes working at RaceSpot fantastic, because we're all over the globe. There is nobody pulling a ship that they didn't ask for. They know what time works best for them, right? I, at one point, was not on this time, and late edition, I come in, I cover this this portion of the split, which is super awesome. It's only 3:33 on my time of the world. But I did make a note at the 16 hour and 11-minute mark to go. Connery Maddox said it'll be relatively clean and smooth sailing for the rest of the way. So I'm going to jot that down, and I'll remind you of it the next time we talk.
You can't call me out on this in case we get like a silly hour, which tends to happen in endurance racing, where people just have really silly incidents. You're gonna call me out when that happens, right?
This is payback for the slow-mo on the PRL IR4 broadcast that's exclusively found here on RaceSpotTV all week, but Fridays and Saturdays. So don't worry, I got you. You know, you little slow-mo me wrecking at a very difficult racetrack. I got you. I got it in my notes. It's in the handy-dandy green notebook here, and I'll make sure that in my 11:40 Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to continuously watch this race throughout the day, and I'll quote this again to make sure that hopefully you're still watching. So that if not, I'll clip it for you. Don't worry, I got you.
I'll probably be sleeping by the time you're next on, so I won't be around to hear it. But.
It'll be clipped. It'll be in our Discord.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. We just saw a little bit of a swap around for P4 in GTP. So this is Race Clutch White and SRZ Movano Corsa. John Bennett and Eduardo Leo, the two drivers involved in this. Of course, a little bit of a difference in terms of the pit stop cycle. Race Clutch White, they are due down on towards the pit lane pretty much any moment now. Meanwhile, SLC Movano Corsa are still pretty much midway through their stint. And, well, just about on cue there, Terry. I do know what I'm talking about. Race Clutch White comes in.
Yeah. I mean, watching everything turn red on your live timing, and which it's pinned in the it's pinned in the YouTube chat, and for the Twitch, it's ! live timing. You could find the same data that we're looking at here and see when these drivers are coming in for their stints. But on par, on cycle of what we've seen so far for a lot of these drivers, they're coming in still on schedule. This is very important. At this part of the race, it's very crucial to actually stay on course. You don't want to deviate from your plan that you have jotted down and sit next to you or sitting on somebody's desk while they're in your ear. As you look at the battle right here between Urano Esports Data Group and Geodesic Racing.
No, you got it wrong.
Geodesic. Yeah. Geodesic Racing. They have continuously put on a battle here for that 6th place position in the GTP class, and they're catching this little bit of slower traffic. They have a ton of traffic in front of them, as we see if maybe the 191 has a bit of a bobble and see if that 62 can get it.
Well, we won't have to wait too long to try and find out, but I think Geodesic had quite the run out of the corner they were expecting, especially with the traffic being involved. They'll have to deal with another little bit of GTD traffic there before they hit the bus stop. Then they've got LMP2s ahead as well. But they're going to catch them at the right place, I think. There we go. Perfect place on the banking. High side they go. Geodesic continuing to close in. Whether or not this will result in a send down towards turn number 1 still remains to be seen. Not expecting it. Always a possibility. Geodesic just weaving in front of the LMP2 there. Not exactly sure what the animosity was between the two there, because the LMP2 flashed the lights as Urano Esports was heading their way through, and then Geodesic decided to weave in front of them. So I'm not sure what the problem has been between these cars.
A lot of shade being thrown so far.
Yeah.
Shade in the booth, shade on the track. There's a lot of shade getting thrown around over here. But this has been absolutely incredible. I believe this is the first time I've got to call a race with you. I've always had you production-wise, but
you still got me production-wise. I'm still running the stream.
well, yeah, I know. But first time I actually call a race with you, and where else do you find this? Where do you find two totally different personalities and two different sides of things when it comes to to language-wise of how we do stuff. But
apparently British English and American English are that different.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Southern English and British English is completely opposite of the spectrum, I promise you that. If somebody told the British like 50, 60 years ago that we would have language like this over here and say y'all and all that, I'm almost positive that somebody would be like, nope, that ain't right.
I don't know what we've gotten ourselves into. Thankfully, we'll have another set of commentators in about 4 minutes' time to rid the viewers of our shenanigans. But just to talk about the racing a little more, there's your Urano Esports Data Group and Geodesic Racing continuing on their, well, it's not quite a fight, but it's being in the same postcode, or the zip code if you want to talk about American English. A little bit of an update on GTDs. There's the two Apex Racing team cars, 99, 98. No matter what configuration they're in, they're still up there. They're still gapping cars behind. Team BMW Bank has absolutely nothing for them here at the moment. 35 seconds behind on the same pit stop cycle as well. So it's going to be a struggle for anyone not called Apex here in the GTDs to come out with the race win at the very end of the day. A little bit of an update further back, there's Williams Esports, the Mercedes-AMG team, Williams Esports, residing in 4th place in GTDs. And you've got Beeler Racing Team Euronics, who is on a, well, again, like I said before, I'm very surprised to see them still out there. They had a very, very big incident with RHG Esports with a bump draft attempt coming down the pit straight, and or the tri-oval, as you would call it, in terms of the oval racing. They continued on despite the major damage. Meanwhile, RHG Esports, the other car involved in the incident, has decided to retire from the race. So two completely different situations resulting from the very same incident. In terms of LMP2s, well, we've got Williams Esports Marla currently leading the way by 15 seconds, and that gap isn't really representative either because we're still waiting for the Apex Racing team 199 to come down on towards the pit lane. Closest battle in this class is the Kelsa team and iNet Motorsports Blue in the number 19 and the number 17 respectively. They are on the same or similar sort of strategy here as well, so this is a representative battle.
Yeah, it is, and take a look here. A little bit on the same strategy, or attempting to be on the same strategy. I think it's going to be very crucial in the next couple hours to see how all of these drivers are able to fit in the same mold, to go back to whatever strategy they was on, and who tries to deviate from it, who saves the most amount of fuel to put themselves in a different box, in a different category, to potentially chunk into a lead that has just grown what seems to be at this moment with 16 hours left insurmountable.
My line, almost 16 hours left. We'll have to go RaceSpotTV on board with one of our teams here. We did a prototype, or rather a GTP the last time around, and I think it might be appropriate to do it with an LMP2 this time around, and well, why not? Let's do it with the iNet Motorsports Blue car, the number 17, who's currently involved in the battle for P3 with Kelsa team, currently in a little bit of traffic as well. We're right on board with these guys, and we'll join you in a little bit.
Welcome back to Daytona. 1/3 of the Daytona 24 hours here on iRacing for 2023 is now complete. The traditional season starter here on the high banks well underway. We're under darkness and still nearly 16 hours remaining. The new GTPs, the new era in IMSA racing, but there's still the same names at the front. Urano Esports currently leading by 3/4 of a minute at the very front of the field. There is Joop de Ligt at the moment doing his job and doing it very well to pull away from the rest of the field. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Cameron Roger for the next couple of hours. It's the traditional season starter, Cam. We're a third in now. We've been commentating a little bit on Split 2 as well. It's one of the most exciting weekends of the year to be involved with iRacing.
Yeah, it certainly is, and with this new era, as you say, with the new the GTPs, new BMW on iRacing, it is just a load of fun, and so many drivers, so many teams coming out for this one. It is a very exciting event to start the year. Start the year with a 24-hour race as well. It's awesome, and it's good to see that obviously the top teams coming out and putting on such a good show for us already in the first 8 hours of this race.
Williams Esports are also putting on a good show here in LMP2. Previously the top category, of course, it was last season anyway. Last year, for the last 2 years, in fact, this car has won the overall race. This is part of the LMP2's Williams Esports, who have never won this race before in any category, currently leading there by nearly a minute. You were on board with that battle for second place between the Kelsey team and iNet Motorsport Blue, Jose Soria and Lea Russell at the wheel of those two, and having a fantastic fight, I have to say. The number 19 has gotten back in front again after Russell briefly got in front last lap. So those two changing around with every lap as well as Apex Racing Team 1 and 2 in GTD, the only category that has really maintained throughout its now 9 editions of the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. Apex Racing Team have never won this category. They've won overall last year, but they've never won this one. They dearly love to. They're 1 and 2 right now. And I have to say, Cam, we're 8 hours in, and I've never seen a race run quite like this before. Safety in numbers, teamwork to the absolute nth degree. Apex Racing Team are tackling this race almost in an unprecedented fashion.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous what they're doing right now, 1 and 2, but also they have 30 plus seconds behind them as well, just absolutely controlling and dominating this field. And as you see, they're doing some just amazing team play. We've got the 98 there pushing the 99 along, and since I've been watching this broadcast for the last hour or so after coming off Split 2, they've been in this exact formation. They have just been sat there pushing each other along and just helping each other push that little bit further forward. When you do that, you go those extra couple of tenths a lap quicker, and of course over hours adding up, that would be seconds and seconds that they are adding to, or taking off, I should say, their race time. So really it's impressive stuff from them.
And 30 seconds may not look very close, but first of all, it's a long race. But also, I'd like to draw your attention to the class of the field we have in GT Daytona this year. Not that it's any different any other years, but it's a really, really stacked field. Team BMW Bank are currently in third with Rainer Talvar at the wheel. They won back in 2021. Talvar wasn't on the team then, but they did win in the team won back in 2021. Williams Esports have got themselves into 4th place right now, ahead of Urano Esports, rounding up the top 5. So Belt Esports are 6th, ahead of Biela in 7th. Then it's Dore Esports, another Williams car and another Urano car to round out the top 10. That's an outrageously stacked ETD field. Not that we expect anything different. Not only is Daytona one of the most exciting weekends of the year for iRacing, but it's also one of the most competitive, Cam, and this year is no different. You could make a case for GT Daytona being the most competitive. We've won some of the biggest names in iRacing in here once again this season.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, the levels of competition that are coming out. And just before we came on, you were saying about how we're looking back at the history of this race, and just how, especially in the last couple of years since COVID, the amount of drivers that come and take part in this event is getting pretty serious, to be honest. And it's just, yeah, genuinely, in terms of the numbers of people who sign up to a single event, it's definitely the biggest of the year, and that is why it's just so special. So you get all of the top drivers coming out. And even in this situation, you see BMW Bank there, he was pushing along Govan Keeney, who's a few laps down, quite a few laps down actually, but he's still fast enough to just obviously pull the BMW Bank car along, just showing you that even drivers who are now laps down have so much skill that they can keep it up with the top guys. It's pretty incredible.
On board with Race Clutch, Aurelien Talmont at the wheel of the number 11 right now. We're on board for some mesmerising GTP action. This car has not been in iRacing for very long, and at the start it was a bit messy with these teams and drivers getting used to quite what a challenge that this BMW presented to them, but now they very much have it, I don't want to say under control, but they know what they're doing around here now. They've got the setup down and driving very, very strongly indeed. This is the battle for 4th place with SLC Movano Corsa just up in front. At the wheel there is Sasha Gore for them. Battle for 4th place going on right now, and they're not all that far away from the overall race lead, and that is because Urano Esports have pitted from the lead. Jupp de Ligt has now dropped down quite a long way, I have to say. He's now a lap down on the leader. I wonder if that was a long stop for them, because you wouldn't normally see them losing a lap in that fashion. We didn't see any particular problem for them on that last stint. 3-minute stop though. The face of this race has changed, Cam, under our noses. Jupp de Ligt has had a 3-minute pit stop, and all of a sudden it is wide open. We've got 5 cars separated by half a minute.
Yeah, we certainly do. Is this going to be a replay? This is the 190. Yeah, so this is the car coming through turn 5. He's got one of the SRC Movano cars, so he's going to go straight there into the Western Horseshoe, go way too deep, go onto the grass, and is that going to be just a silly slide? That is heartbreaking. The slowest crash you've ever seen has taken him now a lap down from being almost a minute in the lead.
And let's not forget, the new iRacing damage model is way more costly in terms of making contact with other things than it used to be. That kind of contact was barely noticeable really in previous years with previous cars, but this BMW is very, very sensitive, as it would be in real life, quite frankly. The aerodynamics so important. Takes a long time to repair them as well. As you said, the slowest crash in history, but one of the most costly that Jupp de Ligt has made. This is the view on board. He's going down the inside of the LMP2. He just misses his braking point by a small margin, and you see the way the road kind of cambers away there when you're on the grass. You're over onto when you're over the white line there, you're onto the grass. You're obviously sliding because you're on the grass, but also the camber and gravity kind of takes you towards the wall as well. And I don't think there would have been drastic suspension damage here, but any sort of aero damage in this BMW cam is really, really costly, because these cars are so dependent on aero. Prototypes always have been.
Yeah, we've heard of teams being up to 10 kph or even more slow on the straight, and at that point you might as well just pit, because you're going to be losing so much time from staying out. And I'm actually surprised at the amount of risk that he took there coming into the Western Horseshoe. There was a lot of things going on there. There was a lot of cars. There was all sorts of things to look out for. And he was sort of diving it down the inside. I'm not sure if that was really the right move to play when they were in the position that they were. As we mentioned, they're about 40-odd seconds in the lead at that point. So, yeah, sometimes you just have to balance that risk versus reward. And in that case, I think it was a little bit too much risk taken when you're in such a comfortable position.
To be honest, I don't even think he was trying to take that much risk. He just missed his braking point on the inside line. But certainly, I see what you mean. It's too early for ludicrous dive bombs. As we see this battle for second in LMP2 again, down the inside for Cussy. Team trying to, anyway, on the Urano Mercedes. Couldn't quite, and now they've got one of the GTPs trying to filter its way through here as well. I believe that's the 6th car of Obsidian Racing and Pablo Lazar, actually. Trying to go through. It is indeed on the high side through NASCAR turns 1 and 2. They'll make their way through before the bus stop chicane. You were referencing this, though, before we came to air as well, Ken, when we were chatting off air. The LMP2s, I've had a newfound respect, actually, for how quick these LMP2s really were. We didn't really appreciate it when it was them versus the GT3s, GTD, as it was last year. they're really, really quick, the LMP2s. We speak all the time about GTP being a stratospheric category that's just outrageously quick, but the LMP2s are not slow at all.
Yeah, they're certainly not. They're about 4 seconds a lap slower, give or take. And if you work that out sort of per meter of the lap, it's a very long lap around here. And considering the amount of straights as well, it really isn't that much time actually. And there's a lot of places where the GTPs can't actually get past the LMP2s, especially in this mid part of the lap, because they are just so similar. It's really when we get to obviously the main straights that a little bit extra power comes, and the high speed corners like the Le Mans chicane as well. So yeah, definitely a very fast car is this LMP2, and that makes it that little bit more tricky for the GTPs, because when you have two classes that are very close together, it just sometimes gets these little awkward moments where you're not quite fast enough to overtake, but you're also too fast that you kind of just get held up and tread on each other's toes.
Absolutely, the hybrid system, of course, helping in that BMW. Wonderful car, and absolutely delighted to have it in iRacing here for the 2023 edition. Out on the back straight for this battle for second place. Not the only battle going out on the circuit, of course, but it is the highest position that's being battled over in any category, but also in LMP2. They're about 53 seconds behind the Williams Esports leaders. Mike Partington at the wheel of that Dallara for the moment, and very much in control of this race. We see a small mistake for Yannick Kahn, just allowing a little bit of a gap to open as the overall race leader comes into the pit lane. Matt Farrow for Williams Esports Dual Blast is into pit lane, comes to a stop now, and Pablo Lazar will take the race lead. Prior to that though, Cam, the top five were separated by less than half a minute. That is unbelievable really, considering we're over 8 hours in. We really have a race on in GTP now.
Certainly do. The gaps are staying a lot closer than I think some of us were expecting, especially with the, as you mentioned, the chaos in the opening few races that we saw with this car, also around this track as well in other championships. So it's definitely sort of a case where the teams are starting to learn. They're starting to get hold of it. They're starting to get confidence in the car. And when you put so many top-level teams, top-level drivers together in a spec chassis, at the end of the day, they're going to work out to be very close on lap time. But here comes Farrow out of the pit lane, down into 5th place as it stands. And of course, there'll be some other pit stops coming around for the teams ahead of them.
And awkwardly comes out behind 4 slower cars as we go on board with the Williams Esports driver right now. Try and follow this LMP2 around the outside of the Porsche. They're going to have to try and duck down the inside of somebody into the West Horseshoe. Tentative on the brakes. Make sure you don't go too deep in, and Apex Racing Team won't want to be split apart either. This kind of thing makes their drive, by the way, so far today so much more impressive. The fact that traffic can split you up, but they haven't been split apart by traffic. They've got safety in numbers, and they're running nose to tail throughout the entirety of the day. See them getting passed by a few more in the background. That's very close. Just saw to the right hand side there. My goodness, very wide as one of the GTPs a bit further down had to go through the middle of everybody there. These kind of moments, very, very common indeed. In fact, it looked like it might have been an LMP2 actually. Oh no, it was Urano going through the middle of absolutely everybody there. Dylan Scrivens who's trying to catch Matt Farrow for the moment, but Sumo Esports have got themselves onto the back of Apex Racing Team's train here, and that might not be the worst idea at all, given the way that these two have managed to drive so far. We've got half a minute over Rainer Talvar and Team BMW back there. Realistically, their nearest challengers.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're just Apex going to be continuing this on, but how long can they do this for? Because when things like pit stops come into it, when traffic comes into it, as you're just mentioning, if they get split up, I wonder how that changes potentially the course of this race, because I'm sure they're saving fuel this way and overall being faster. So it's really a top strategy that they're doing at this moment, and it's just crazy to see that the team has the ability to have all the top-level drivers to do this. But surely at some point it's going to stop working. I don't know if they can do this for the next 15.5 hours.
Well, if we were on the start of the race together, I would have agreed with you there, but since they've gone a third of the distance, they've shown that it's sustainable over a long period of time. We're 8 hours 20 into this race. This is a sustainable strategy over a long period of time, and it's still working It's really crucial, though, for them both to qualify really well. They ideally need to lock out the front row of GTD, and we often talk about qualifying in 24-hour races being really not that important, but if you're trying to execute a strategy like this, then it really is important. We always talk as well about teamwork being so important in terms of having multiple cars in a category. I didn't quite expect a team to ever take it quite this far, but Apex Racing team really have, and they have got the 1 and 2 at the moment in GT Daytona. In GTP, SLC, Movado Corsa and Race Clutch are still battling it out. It is Sacha Gull and Aurelien Talmont still battling it out, and they will do until they get out the cars, probably. These two have stayed pretty glued together so far as they try to pass the Apex Racing team LMP2. By the looks of things here, another onboard shot with Talmont, who's I think tried to go through on Movado, but not desperately. He's just kind of taking in the extra fuel that he's getting from sitting behind the car in front of him, which is sensible.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a few times so far in the opening parts of the race, in the opening third of the race. Sometimes when you're in this position, it can be beneficial to sit behind, even if it's just for maybe a few laps, 5 laps of your stint, just to save that extra little bit of fuel, just to not sort of have too much risk in your driving, just have a nice few laps and then go for the attack at some point. It looks like, though, getting closer and closer through NASCAR 3 and 4, but putting out of the slipstream, not wanting to get too close. As we, actually coming back into it, I don't know, it's a bit difficult, maybe trying to work out what they're trying to do now, going to the outside. As we come across the start-finish line, is this going to be some sort of attacking move around the outside for Race Clutch? Yes, it is, just about at least making Movado think about that one.
Very late on the brakes from Gall. Now, won't have to defend here because they're going past 2 of the Mercedes right now. There's 2 of the Williams cars, actually. I don't think they're for position right now. They're not. They're laps apart, but I think they are helping each other, bump drafting in a similar way that Apex are at this stage. So yeah, it does seem that Race Clutch do want to go through here, but it's difficult on the outside line at turn number 1. And it was very interesting to see Talmont use the banking in the way they did. We don't often see that in motorsport, really. Unless NASCAR ovals, but not on Daytona particularly. You don't see the ovals, the banking being used, and not in road racing really. You don't see the banking being used in that way. But Talmont did seem to want to kind of slingshot off of NASCAR turn 4 there, and have a go into turn 1. He just had the traffic in front of him, which really prevented him from making any move.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused what he was trying to do, because initially I thought he was pulling out of it, but sometimes it can just be to make sure you're not too close too early, because with the slipstream, you kind of want the slipstream for a long period of time. So by the time you get to them, you have a lot of overspeed. If you have it for a short period of time, even though you're in the same position, your overspeed is a lot less, and it's a lot harder to overtake. But this time around, just sitting there nicely, coming in towards turn 1 and not trying to do anything. So maybe he was just a little bit too close on the last lap and wanted to just use the extra room. The reason why is because keeping it, the cars have so much grip now that the NASCAR 3 and 4 is not a corner to them, it's a straight. So therefore you want to take the shortest line possible, because therefore that's how you're going to get the extra speed, the extra time I should say. So that's why you want to hug the inside as close as you can, but always, it's not always easier to do that with traffic.
There's the mistake. There's the mistake from Movado Corsa, and Race Clutch are not going to pass up that opportunity to go up into third place. It was just a little bit too late on the brakes going into the West Horseshoe there, and now it's going to be Gall's turn to get onto the back of Aurelien Talmont and try and do the same, although judging by those last few laps, it looked like Race Clutch were the ones with a slight pace advantage at this stage. Running down towards the bus stop chicane. A couple of prototypes just up in front right now. They'll probably be able to slipstream off, running down towards turn 1. And so Race Clutch may well be through for good here. We'll see over the next few moments whether they are actually quicker or whether Movado Corsa can grab the slipstream and stay with them right now. But early signs are that Aurelien Talmont was the one who was stuck, and now he's been freed. He'll be able to get away.
He certainly is getting past those P2s, trying to drop in between as well. That's our battle for P2, I believe, actually, in the LMP2s. And just managing to get past them nicely, putting some traffic in the way as Mavana there diving down the inside of turn 1. That's always a bit of a sketchy move, but manages to make it work into turn 2 as well. And just breaking up that battle for P2 in the LMP2s as Calche hold on to that one as it stands, with iNet having to sit behind in that third place. And interesting how they got past, then they went back again into third, and then they haven't been able to really attack again. So maybe they are actually just a little bit slower and being pulled around.
Yes, it's difficult to tell. This is the problem with watching races at Daytona. It's difficult to get a real handle on quite who is quick and who is not out there on the circuit. We know what the score is in this battle, really. Second place in LMP2. Calce team versus iNet Motorsport Blue. Jose Soria versus Lea Russell, and not much doing really. Russell can't really get close enough to overtake, and/or doesn't want to overtake anyway, and he's just ducking in the slipstream, and they're waiting for the next pit stop. Racing at Daytona always very, very difficult to be a part of sometimes, because some stints you can't be behind someone that's roughly a similar pace to you. There's absolutely no point in overtaking, but it is frustrating just staying behind someone you're ever so marginally quicker than, but you won't be able to get away from, because Daytona does provide that little bit of a safety net for those who are slightly slower. You can use a bit of the slipstream to catch back up and stay with someone who's theoretically quicker than you. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, for sure. It's not ideal. Sometimes you just want to be alone on the track. You want to just have your own space, do your laps. But unfortunately, in multi-class racing, when you've got 40-plus cars on track, you definitely have to try and find your space. And sometimes, just with the way it works, you end up spending a portion of your race next to the same car, and especially if the same driver stays in the other car as well. They don't do any sort of driver swaps, then your pace is so consistent, you just have to sit there for a couple of hours. But that isn't necessarily the worst thing. And look at these Apex guys, even in the pit lane, pushing each other.
Well, these two give it a rest. Goodness me. This is absolutely ridiculous. Apex Racing Team are taking teamwork to a whole new degree. 98 leads out the 99. Peter Berryman leads out Michael Janey at the moment. And what a bizarre situation. I have honestly never seen this to this degree in a large, big-scale endurance race, whether real or virtual. I have never seen this before. It's absolutely remarkable. And if Apex Racing Team can take this the whole way through, it will be remembered for a very, very long time. Absolutely astonishing stuff. They can't even resist pushing each other in the pit lane. They've just pitted, as you've seen. They're now down to third and fourth, by the way. But Rainer Talver and Daniel Pastor will have to make pit stops pretty soon, you would imagine. It's quite unbelievable. The battle for second goes down towards turn 1. Nothing doing quite there. But now these two are at least on the same team. There's at least a chance of something happening between these two. So there's at least a chance of an overtake here. Absolutely no chance of an overtake for the lead in GTD.
Well, we did see the overtake in the pit stops, though. They did swap around their place, although actually I think on the live timing they've gone back. Janne is back into the lead of that little battle, as Rainer Talver has come into the pit lane as well for the team BMW Bank entry. And yeah, just interesting to see the slightly different pit stop laps that we are seeing. And as the race goes on, obviously the discrepancy between some teams is getting bigger and bigger. When we get towards the end of the race, that is going to be an important factor. But also is the traffic, and there goes iNet back up into second place after one of the GTPs there definitely didn't help Calche anymore. But iNet there trying to hold on to this second place now, side by side through NASCAR 3 and 4 and past one of the Williams Mercedes as well, up towards the Le Mans chicane, still side by side. Who's going to break later? iNet have to back out of that one.
Well, it seems then that Calce are maybe quicker in a straight line in that case, because it was pretty much a good race between the two, and in the end Calce's team won it. So second place again. I think iNet do want to get through here and get on with this, but they're just finding it difficult to get through at all, and then very difficult to hold on to a lead as well, if ever they do get there. Let's see again over the line and towards turn 1. They're not quite going to be able to get alongside. This has got to be really frustrating. I think, though, we've got our answers a little bit there, Cam, based on what we saw into the bus stop there. Calcio team look quicker in a straight line. Maybe they've got a little bit less wing on their LMP2.
Yeah, that would make sense, because what we saw when Inet got past, got through a few laps ago, they straight away swapped back places on the next lap. So that would make sense that they don't have enough top speed to hold on to that place. But in some ways, it's actually working out quite well, because now with the slipstream, they've got more downforce in the corners, but then they're also being pulled along in the straights. So it's not necessarily a worse position, but unless some sort of gap comes due to the pit stops, it is going to be difficult for them to hold on to that place. But the 19 there just sliding a little bit, coming through 6 and 7, so definitely pushing each other along. But let's see what Inet can do this time along the back straightaway.
Yeah, let's see. A lot closer this time is Leo Russell. But there, even in the slipstream, he's not quite gaining. As is Soraya with a little bit more, and now he just gained a bit. Maybe there's a bit of lifting off happening there. Certainly, if I was in that Inet car behind, I would be lifting off a little bit and saving fuel, because it just seems that any efforts to go through here are coming to nothing right now. Falling on deaf ears, if you like. And Soraya not really staying in third place for very long. See, up towards the line this time. Soraya's going to come in, and Russell's going to follow him in. These two can't leave each other alone either. They're going to pit together as well. Soraya skating on the brakes. Let's hope he got it stopped in time.
Yeah, we have seen a few speeding penalties up and down the grid, and multiple splits as well. Is that the race clutch car? Yeah, Talman also into the pit lane. Those definitely some pit stop times as we've gone into the final 15.5 hours, so 8.5 hours done in this race. As we've seen Perez get in the car there as well, so a couple of driver swaps going on around here, as looks like Roussel is staying in the Inet car.
There he is. Either shares the name with the 2017 Le Mans, European Le Mans Series champion, or he is. I don't know. I can't work out if it actually is him or not. Either way, he has now gotten through. Inet Motorsport Blue will be in a second place when it all shakes out. They've managed to jump Calcio team in the pit lane. Ivan Mercedes Perez now at the wheel there. And I'd imagine that is as a result of the slight fuel saving that has been done by Inet Motorsport behind. It didn't look like they were doing an awful lot of fuel saving, because it looked like they were trying to overtake for most of that. However, clearly there had been at least some done.
Yeah, as long as you save even half a lap compared to your opponent, that might be that extra second of fill-up time, and therefore you've already got it in your tank, because you don't have enough fuel left in the tank to do a whole lap, but you still have those couple of litres in there, so that could certainly be a factor. And also exactly where you stop in your box and things like that, that can always have a little bit of a factor. But either way, Inet are through. Let's see how long they can hold on to it, though. If we are correct in our suspicions that they have a bit more wing, they might not be able to hold on. But the gap as it stands is, I'd say, big enough that they can definitely hold on to this for a little bit. Just depends how the traffic works out as well.
I think the draft from the Harvu LMP2 as well might just tow them along and might help them enough here. Let's see, into the bus stop chicane. There goes Russell. Oh, he's pushing as well on the exit there. Really had his arms and elbows all over the place, trying to hold on to that car. He's going to get a bit of a draft. He's going to get the hints of it, but so's Ivan Mercedes Perez here. Around NASCAR 3 and 4. He's going to continue into turn 1 as well. The advantage, and this is really saving Russell, I feel. The advantage they've also got, if we're correct, Inet have got that little bit on the infield to gain some time as well. Use that extra wing. And Mercedes Perez there has just had the Harvu car pull up in front of them as well. They're going to be slowed up by the lap car, flashing the lights. Now they're going to go down the inside at the International Horseshoe. And will they be able to stick with Inet? It's going to be difficult with that Lamborghini in front as well.
Also, Perez has only just jumped into this car. He's got to get up to speed straight away in quite an important battle for second place in class. Diving it down the inside there, of maybe one of the Byler cars there, actually, and really making it work, staying with the Inet car. And I think, to be honest, he's actually now well in the slipstream, and Perez should be able to get him. So that was quite a crucial few corners there to not lose too much time. And let's see how much the slipstream pulls him along this lap.
Yeah, very crucial for the Calcio team to stay with Inet Motorsport there. So around NASCAR turns 1 and 2. I think Arnett Motorsport know, Leo Russell knows, that is an important one, and a lap car in between in the form of BS Competitions GTP. Adrian Landa, the overall race leader, going through the middle of these two. And he will go through, but it will create a bit more of a gap. And once again, it will also create a bit of slipstream for Arnett Motorsport. It's not quite like having an LMP2 in front of you like he had last time. But Leo Russell is going to be helped by that GTP, although the Kelsey team at Dallara is coming over the line. Are they going to be able to just duck down the inside? Not quite. I think he decided against diving and decided to lift off instead.
Yeah, that was an insane slipstream that he got there. I mean, so many car lengths back, and definitely has a massive advantage there. So I wonder how long this Arnett car is going to be able to hold on. Probably not very long, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because the Arnett car can still save a bit of fuel then again behind, and try and do something a little bit later on. It just seems the next part of their race is going to be surrounded by this Kelsey car, and there isn't really too much they can do about that unless a mistake or some sort of difference in the pit stop comes around.
Yeah. It's difficult to see that changing. See though, out of turn 6 they go, and onto the banking. Kelsey team certainly close enough here to really benefit from this. Although we're talking about this like it is the battle for second, it's not. It's the battle for third right now, because Michele Costantini, for Apex Racing Team is still yet to pit. The reigning champions in the LMP2. Daytona 24 hours, which they took with 2 cars on the podium, of course, against Commander. Pretty sure they had 2 cars on the podium. They certainly won the race. This Kelsey team just swing high now onto the banking, and that now they use that speed they'll get from the banking, helping with gravity helping them, and go down to the inside. Well, that's going to be a controversial one. And Arnett Motorsport didn't want any part of that at all, as Ivan Martina Perez goes down to the inside below the double yellows and takes the position in that fashion. Well, I don't think Arnett Motorsport are going to be best pleased about the way that happened.
Yeah, that's dangerous, and also not really what they are supposed to do. So certainly, as you say, slightly on the controversial side, even as one of those things, it is kind of academic, but still, the car's got to be in certain places of the racetrack, and below the double yellow is obviously not one of those. So I now need to try and follow and try and make it come back, as we have one of the cars in there, the geodesic car in there, 1 lap down with Graham Sanders there in the number 62.
Yeah, that is Geodesic, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. So a new title sponsor for them in this race. This is a long stop. There may be an incident for us to show you in a few moments' time. Just in behind you see Michele Costantini pulling into his box. And this is why Graham Sanders is still down on pit lane right now. He looks like he's going quite slowly already here. I think he could have damage already in this clip here. Although I could be wrong. Let's not forget. Out of turn 6. Just looks below speed to me, Cam. We haven't seen the incident, but yeah, something definitely wrong here. Pulling onto the apron. Geodesic have had some sort of problem. It sounds like they've had some sort of problem there.
Is it hardware?
Yeah, is it hardware? Is it gears? Because he's already going kind of slowly here. I wonder whether he's got a problem shifting gears in his setup, actually. Let's see. Second gear here. Just listen in here as well.
There's
well,
definitely some sort of issue there, because he had sort of a failed upshift. Again, stuck in second gear there, so there's potentially an issue with his steering wheel, which would be quite a big shame. That is certainly one way to go out, but if he has got back to the pit lane, at least they could do a driver swap.
Sounds like fuel, that does to me, Cam. You see now, it sounds like it's out. And there it is, yeah, Sanders, they were out of fuel. They were out of fuel. Well, he was off throttle there, so maybe not. It sounds to me, though, like it was sputtering already. It's fine here now. He's already short shifting, he's realised. And out of the West Horseshoe, it starts to just cough and splutter a little bit. have a listen. There it just starts to cut out a little bit. Starts to not work. It sounds to me fuel related, that does.
Long time since I've seen someone run out of fuel. It is easier said than done in some ways, but often you've got so many teammates, and even teams have strategy engineers with them as well, reminding them when to pit. So such a tough one. They are back out into the race. It says they're 1 lap down, so they haven't lost too much, but of course that is just enough to really take them out of the major points and prizes towards the front of the field. So that's going to be a bit of a difficult one to come back from.
Yeah, I've actually got them 2 laps down actually on the timing screens right now, but they're definitely in 9th place with a minute to the car in front and a lap to the car behind. They're quite lonely out there on the circuit right now. Still plenty of time remaining in this one. Just around 15 hours and 18 minutes and change to go in this race. Still a long night ahead, the longest of the big 4 24-hour endurance races. This is by far the one that contains the most darkness. I think this year in real life, the real life Daytona 24 is tying with the Dubai 24 that just happened last weekend for longest periods of darkness in a 24-hour endurance race, a global 24-hour endurance race so far. Well, in 2023, it's always close between the two. And to the exact minute, they've got the same amount of darkness this year. I think it's... I don't know if it's... It must be more than 10 hours, I suppose. Is it around 14 hours at this race? I think it could be.
I mean, it must be, close to 12, to be honest, with what the darkness is. Don't know exactly where it is in terms of north and south, how far north and south is, but definitely in Europe, yes. It's close to sort of 12 hours, which is quite, obviously quite long, and that is quite important for things like the track temperatures and how that affects the car during the night as well. And obviously just in general, driving at night is a completely different experience, and some drivers actually prefer it.
Yeah, I can't see why, but yeah, some people do. You see these 2 Apex Racing Team cars working their way through the bus stop chicane. We've got just 10 seconds to Urano and Nicholas Laubis. They tend to pit a little bit early in the cycle compared to the likes of BMW Bank and the ART cars themselves. Williams Esports tend to run a little bit longer than Urano do for whatever reason. Sebelt Esports, that is, trying to get involved with Apex, and that's never going to work out for them. Although they are going to dive to the inside now. This is a risky one, and I don't think the Apex Racing team cars will be very much enjoying this, because now they're slow on the exit and they've created a real big mess for the GTP, especially in behind trying to get through. They'll be absolutely hating this.
And they better be fast enough to pull away, otherwise this is a bit of a waste of tension and energy for everyone. But the 22 there gets past, but certainly not in the nicest way, having a big slide there, way too tight. Coming in towards turn 1, and I understand why they would have wanted to get past, but don't really want to be messing around with the leaders, especially when they're in such a formation like that. But just look at this slide that he's going to get out there in the braking zone.
Wow, good save from Jakub Maszewski there, but did cost them all quite a bit of time, you'd imagine. The gap now down to 8 seconds to Urano Esports. So point proven there really, but they are quick enough to pull away, as you can see there, so justified I think, just about, in their move. Race leader Valtteri Alander now into the pit lane and back out again in 5th place for BS competition. We're not far away from Team Movado Corsa also make their way down pit lane, but not so sure that wasn't a slightly longer stop for Valtteri Alander there, because he has come out behind Scrivens and Pablo. Well, maybe it's actually all right. He's absolutely probably fine. He's ahead of Race Clutch. So I don't think that was out of the ordinary at all. But there is Valtteri Alander, new recruit for BS competition, who have been recruiting in the off-season, as have everybody, to be honest. Been one of the craziest silly seasons we've ever seen in sim racing, probably the craziest since it became so professional in the last few years. been absolutely madness. Unfortunately, Alanda's previous team, Cova, came to an end in the latter portion of 2022. Their drivers now have been snapped up. Valtteri Alanda, one of them, who's gone to BS Competition. He's gone with Ascari Rene. And I think that's a couple of great signings for BS Competition, to be honest, Cam, because Cova was such a tight-knit bunch, so mainly Finnish drivers, and drove very well together, of course, in various competitions throughout iRacing and throughout sim racing. And it's a good idea to keep them together a little bit as much as you can, as much as they can't, because the team's not there anymore, but keep some of them together at least. And BS Competition, I think, have made a couple of very smart signings there, signing both Alanda and Rene together, so keeping them together, but also getting two very good drivers for themselves.
Yeah, this is what we see in other esports, where you see drivers move around in sort of pairs or trios to different teams. And we haven't really had that so much before, as you're saying. This year, the silly season has been a little bit more crazy. And I think this is something going forward that we're probably going to see a lot more. You are going to see these pairs or trios sort of move around to different teams, because at the end of the day, especially in endurance racing, that a lot of leagues are nowadays, and a lot of competitions, you need to have the trust and the I guess the drivers of similar ability together. So if you find 2 or 3 drivers that work really well together, it is good to try and snap them up as a pair, because you know straight away coming into your organization, they're going to be on it straight away, they're going to be comfortable working together, and they're going to start giving you results.
Yep, and Alanda hoping to provide one for them in 15 hours time. We'll see how that pans out for for BS Competition in their quest to win this race, which they have never done before. In fact, in none of the categories that have gone before. Currently looking at Pablo Lazar, by the way, in the Obsidian Racing GTP. This is going to become important because he's only 4.5 seconds away from Matt Farrow, only 2 seconds ahead of Dylan Scrivens. Farrow's going to become the overall race leader again very soon, and so the gap for the race lead is going to get very, very small very, very soon. And I think you alluded to it earlier, Cam. It's remarkable that this distance in, we've got such a tight leading battle. I thought that it was going to be a lot more spread out than this by the time we got into the commentary box.
Yeah, we've seen this so many times over the course of some races last year as well. I remember, I think it was the Sebring 12 maybe. I did the final 4 of that, and they were already so spread out, and we're into that time range, but compared to obviously to this, it's so much closer. You know, the fact that we have literally seconds between and not laps between some of these top positions is pretty crazy, and just showing you how well these teams are getting on top of these machinery, and just how, I guess, professional these teams are nowadays. They are able to be so consistently good towards the front. And here is Sasha Gole for the SRC Movana Corsa in the number 369, coming through the midpoint of this lap. They do have a car right behind them, but don't be alarmed just yet. That is not a car they're fighting for position, as Farrow behind is 15 seconds. As we said, we are still waiting for Gole to make the pit stop in this sequence.
Yeah, about 25 laps on a stint roughly for these GTPs, well, for all the prototypes, it seems. I think that's Simsbury Sports who are just behind them, by the way. Currently in 12th position, 4 laps down on the overall race leaders, although I can't be sure at this stage. It's a good 16 seconds that Gole has right now. Movano Corsa have been around for a very, very long time in iRacing. Prototype team back long time. I remember them winning things good 8 years ago in iRacing. They know how to win a race like this, no doubt about that, although they haven't previously. They've not won the Daytona 24. Scrivens back on his way again. It's for Urano Esports. The team have things fall apart for them just a little bit over the last hour or so. Joop de Ligt was leading this race by about 50 seconds earlier on at the 1/3 distance. There's Joop de Ligt. He's dropped back to 8th. Dylan Scrivens in 6th place. So they've got 2 bullets in the gun cam, but neither of them are really challenging for that top spot anymore, like Joop de Ligt was earlier. He had control of the race not so long ago.
He certainly did, and if any of you watched the Raw last weekend, Urano were absolutely dominating that. They got a 1-2-3, if I'm not mistaken, and they even had the top 5 at one stage. Scrivens eventually winning that one with his teammate Luca Kita, pushing him to victory that time around, I think, from Nicholas Laubush, if I remember rightly. So certainly they've put a lot of effort into this Daytona, and they obviously wanted to come out fighting, and they were, as you say, they were leading by about 40 or 50 seconds, but it's difficult to keep that going when you have some little issues, and it does look like they might be able to come back to fight for that podium, but they definitely need to put in some good laps, and just how good these top drivers are in the GTP, it's going to be difficult to do that. But we've seen in the last hour or so a lot of little issues starting to creep in.
Yep. It's the kind of thing that happens. I mean, we're not... It feels like we're quite far into the night by watching what's happening on the screen, but I guess that's just winter, isn't it, really? It's, you know, only 10:30 in Western Europe, 9:30 here in the UK. It's middle of the day still in America, and in Australia and the Far East, it's, you know, sort of time where some drivers will be starting to wake up now. So this is kind of the point in the race where most people are awake at this stage. But tiredness might not quite be setting in just yet, unless you have driven literally the first 9 hours on your own. Tiredness, I don't think, will be setting in quite just yet in this race. That's when the real night shift and the real graveyard shifts will come in. That's where things really do get fatigued, or people do get fatigued a little bit later on. Sassigol has managed to get his outlap over and done with. He is 5th position, a good 4 seconds behind Aurelien Taubman, who looks quite considerably quicker than him right now. And I have to say, Pablo Lazar looks a little bit quicker than Matt Farrow right now as well. 3.3 seconds, the gap for the race lead. It's not out of the possibility that we could get a leading battle happen very soon.
We certainly could. Last lap around, they had the same time to the 10th of a second as well. So very close laps. Obsidian are definitely very much within a shout. Williams haven't got this one completely covered off just yet. And of course, there's quite a few cars sort of in the region behind as well, should any issues happen to these guys. So definitely a very exciting middle part of this race coming up for this Daytona 24. And Obsidian there just 3.5 seconds behind, as you say, and trying to work their way up to the Williams car. So what we also need to see as well is, I guess we've seen it a little bit by now in this race, but when the teams put different drivers into the car and how that potentially affects the speed, and maybe, as you say, when the fatigue comes in, that can always be a big factor when a couple of mistakes start coming in here and there.
Yeah, it's a good point, but then again, these two were in the car for the last stints, and the gap was holding very similar. Now it just seems that Lazar has been able to just close down a little bit. Seems that traffic may be affecting this battle. Speaking of traffic, we still have 38 cars out there running, maybe 37 out there right now. That would give us 13 retirements. Yeah, 13 retirements at most in this race so far. Some of them happening not even that long ago. But we started this race with 50, and we always see in these endurance races the track finally reaches a comfortable limit for the amount of cars that it wants on it, and it seems that in the high 30s it's pretty comfortable right now. As you can see, track temperature, ambient temperature, pretty comfortable for these teams as well. But not too many. It's not a really busy race circuit out there anymore, Cam. We started with 50. It's quite a lot for this circuit. The high 30s seems very comfortable now for all of these. It's maybe the speed at which we've reached the comfortable number of cars is maybe a bit quicker than we've seen in recent years and in recent events.
Absolutely, for a track that's, you know, knocking on the door of 6 kilometers long as well, it's certainly a very large track, so the cars naturally have a lot more space. If you put all of these cars onto, say, Laguna Seca, you're obviously going to have a lot less average distance between the cars, and that can always make it that little bit more chaotic. And also, you just lap the cars are much quicker, so you just come around to the next car, the next car, the next car so quickly, whereas here, obviously, the lap's a lot longer. It takes a lot longer to see the same car again. So it is a really nice race for the traffic in many ways, actually. It's not so bad, just because of the amount of space and the amount of time on the straights that you have as well. So yeah, good to see that. Obviously, that's been translated into the sort of enormity of this event and just how many drivers sign up. There's definitely reasons for it.
Absolutely. Really, really highly participated in event. Let's not forget that back in 2017, only 13 splits of this race were actually put in one go. And over the 6 years now, after that, it has just absolutely boomed. One of the an absolutely huge event in the sim racing calendar, and once again delivering a very good race indeed. Coming up towards the end of another hour, and right on cue, Matt Farrow comes into the pit lane of Williams Esports. I have to say, these GCPs pit with such frequency, it's quite hard to get a hand on who might actually be leading, because I think we've had about 4 different leaders in the last half an hour. Yeah, they seem to be quite a lot off strategy. It's almost like half a stint now, and that is obviously going to be a big factor for when we get to the final pit stops, but we won't talk about that just yet. Plenty of racing to go before then, but certainly it is interesting just how much the offset has become over the course of the race. I did see that, yeah, was it the car number 1? So is that the Williams car? They had I've just seen on the notes, they had a shorter stint way back many hours ago now. So that is one reason why they obviously got there having an incident with a GTD. So it's certainly obviously opened the door, but they still, despite that, they're still sort of potentially leading the race. So I don't think it's actually worked out too badly for them. Oh, new fastest lap of the race. Entirely Dylan Scrivens on an absolute mission at the moment. He wasn't quite able to jump Matt Farrow there, who's come out in 5th place, but in 6th is Dylan Scrivens, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. To be doing that this far in, to be doing that with this many cars out there on the circuit at the same time is absolutely unbelievable, but a testament to Urano Esports and how they are not out of this race by any means. And that also probably indicates that the track is coming to the drivers as well, because I noticed, well, quite a few laps ago, but Costatini in the LMP2's also set his personal best and almost the fastest lap of that category as well. Way faster than what everyone was doing. Sort of similar at the time. So the track is definitely coming there, and as the cars DNF, there's more space on the track. You can definitely get more clear laps to be setting these fast times. But specifically, as we're saying to Urano, they definitely haven't given up, and they're under a minute off the lead. That could very easily come in their favour if they start putting in some really good laps. Absolutely. Not out of it whatsoever. I mean, Urano Esports, such a strong team, of course, but there's some very strong ones in front of them. Williams, Movado, of course, Race Clutch, BS Competition and Obsidian ascending order in front of them. And once again, another fastest lap there, is it? Oh no, it's not another for Dennis Scrivens. He's second down there, but still quick. 31.8. He went very quickly at the moment in this race. And catching, well, staying at the same distance, really, to Matt Farrow. Hard to compare, because Farrow is on an out lap. But anyway, they'll be staying relatively close for the moment. So top 6 in GTP, top 7 we'll say, covered by just over a minute, with Pure Sims Esports currently in 7th place. Daniel Civisabo at the wheel of the Pure Sims car right now, and that rounds out the top 7. In LMP2, Mike Partington is leading there. 15 hours to go. He's got 47 seconds now ahead of Ivan Michele Perez. The Kelsey team have picked up the pace just a little bit, and they're starting to make some inroads into this Williams Esports Marla car. And we've got the iNet Motorsport Blue near ourselves driven car. And it's Apex Racing team, Michele Costantini, looking to defend their LMP2 victory in the Daytona 24 hours. Apex Racing Academy rounding up the top 5. SLC Movado Corsa are also splitting their efforts into a couple of different classes. They're in 6th place. And in GTD, just to complete the set, we've got the 2 Apex Racing team cars leading there, of course, out of Team BMW Bank, then Williams Esports and Urano, rounding out the top 5 in that category there. So that's still almost as you were when we came to you about an hour ago. We'll be with you for another hour before handing back the microphones and so on. But in LMP2, not that much has changed. The gap was just over 50 seconds an hour ago for Mike Podgington. It's now down below that to 45.5. But I don't think it's anything Williams Esports are going to be particularly worried about at this stage. It's later on where they've got to be worried. And after all, Kelsey team have to keep up this pace for quite some time before they actually catch Williams Esports.
Yeah, that's a rather large gap for Williams, considering there's no cars in between it as well. Very comfortable, and of course a very strong team. So Williams have there as well. So Perez has done a good job though to pull away from the iNet car and not have them right on his tail. You just see them just in the background of the shot there coming into turn 1. We did see that. We thought that maybe iNet were sort of being held up a little bit, but since Perez has got in the car, that entry, the number 19, has just sort of increased their speed over the iNet and have been able to hold on to that 2nd place. But it just depends if they are going to have enough speed to do anything about that 45-second gap. It's going to take some hours to get it back, but they need to do something about it. Otherwise, they'll just be here for the rest of the race.
Yeah, hard to see that staying the same. Although, saying that, the LMP2 race last year had a battle with Apex Racing Team and Coanda involved. It was Apex Racing Team with 2 cars, Coanda with just the 1. 3 of them were split by less than 30 seconds at the line. It would have been less than 20 seconds at the line, actually. But it was just one of those races that just never got too far apart. The 3 teams just never got that far apart. I understand it's a different situation this time around, but the LMP2s do seem to be encouraging that kind of racing. They have been, or this Dallara anyway, has been involved in the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours on 3 occasions now. This is its 3rd occasion. Coanda Simsport winning the first in 2021, Apex Racing Team last year. Who knows this year, but Michele Costantini was one of those involved in the winning team last year. Peter Berryman, who's 2nd in line here, was part of that winning team overall last year as well. I don't believe anybody has won in more than one category in the Daytona 24 Hours. Obviously, Richard de Jong's won 6 times, so we've had multiple winners. We've not had anybody win in 2 different categories. Peter Berryman would dearly love to be the first, but he's weirdly going to have to topple his own teammates to manage that at this rate.
That is an interesting stat. You are right. I don't think someone has won in different categories, which is a bit of an interesting one, because we see so many drivers now cross category. They're so versatile. So it's just a bit of a weird one. But I guess when you have the likes of Coanda winning so often with such a stable lineup like they had for years, it obviously becomes a lot more difficult for other people to then get the victories at all, let alone in multiple categories. So yeah, that would be a nice one to tick off the list, because this Daytona 24 is slowly but surely turning into a staple of the sim racing calendar, no matter what sort of platform or anything that you follow.
Yeah, it's been a staple for a long time. It's been fantastic to watch in previous years, fantastic to be a part of now as well. I have to say, from a personal level, it's one of the best events in the sim racing calendar on every year. This is now the 9th edition, by the way. We started all the way back in 2015, and you guessed it, Coanda Simsport won overall. That was back in the HPD days. And somewhat remarkably, Mitchell de Jong won back then in 2015, and he'll still be taking wins in 2023. High-level wins as well. I have no doubt about that. Keep your eyes peeled to see where he next pops up, but I bet he'll be up the front whatever he's doing. Seems to be competitive in almost anything he's ever driven, but not at this race. Unfortunately, the 6-time winner. That'll be a record very, very difficult to beat. in terms of overall wins. Bump drafting again through NASCAR 1 and 2 here for the two Apex Racing Team Audis. There's Yanni leading Berryman right now. And it's Audi at the front of a major endurance race in iRacing. It's a little while since that happened as well. I'll have to do some digging and find out how many times, if this car has ever won this race, because it has been out for a while now. But it's not been that competitive in iRacing somewhat in recent years, but seemingly at Daytona, Apex Racing Team have found a way to make it work.
Absolutely, then they're doing a very good job. It was the same in the Split 2 stream earlier as well. We were mentioning how the Audi is certainly seemingly quite good around here. Obviously, it just depends on characteristics of the track and the BOP, how it sits for each event. But certainly, there seems that the Audi is working, and that's good to see. We saw it quite a lot as well yesterday in the IMSA iRacing series on the Friday night prime time on RaceSpotTV as well. So certainly suiting it around here. As we come back to the front of the GTPs, Pablo Laser here for the Obsidian Racing has the lead as it stands, 13.5 seconds. And certainly looking to be in a rather nice position as it stands. But we do know that the pit stops are a little bit all over the place, and it's going to swing and flow different ways when the different pit stop cycles come around.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to remain like this for a very long time, I would imagine, in terms of not knowing who's really at the front of the GTP field. We said this, I guess, a little bit for the other two categories, but it really does apply here, because even if one of them falls away, you've still got a number of other teams who are right up there and, you know, ready to pounce. And I wonder if this is a little bit of the effect of the fact that Coanda aren't here. We normally have those, you know, really dominant teams really pushing the race on and you know, taking control of the race from very early on. But the fact that we don't have necessarily a one defined big favourite going into this race, it's meant that it's really, really wide open, and that's being reflected at this race right now.
Yeah, no Coanda, no Red Line either, who definitely took control of quite a lot of the special events last year from memory as well. So definitely there's those extra sort of handful of teams that would have been here, but they're not. And as you say, that opens up the opportunities for the other teams to take advantage of that and really use their opportunity to get themselves known and known more. I guess they're all popular teams here on iRacing, of course, but to win a special event and to get the VSO Grand Slam underway is certainly a very major point for some of these teams.
It is. Round on the NASCAR banking again, picking up the 32 LMP2 right now. This is Arturo Melga setup shop, trying to catch SLC, Movano, Corsa and Scott Michaels, who I believe has not long made a pit stop there, possibly. I think he has. Oh no, maybe not, to be fair. He could well be in the middle of a stint, exactly where he was before, certainly behind the two Apex cars, Apex Racing Team and Apex Racing Academy, but they are both over a lap in front of him. He's embedded right in a bit of traffic. You can just see in front of the 32 here. Can't quite see it from this angle, but there it is. A real clump of traffic, and we're going to see this a little bit more as we get towards the dark hours of this race. Traffic seems to clump together for whatever reason. If you're a prototype driver, it always seems to just happen all at once. You have to overtake 6 cars in one corner and then no cars for a lap. It never seems to space itself out nicely.
And sometimes the traffic, as you say, just clumps up because, I guess it's just the maths of probability and all that of where the teams end up on the track at the same time, and that is where it gets very difficult. Actually, when you have one car to pick apart, it becomes a lot easier to read the situation. When there's a lot of cars, there's a lot of different people making decisions, where they're braking, where they're turning in, what mirrors they're looking at certain times, and that's how you end up with these interesting situations. But as soon as the prototypes go past, they just explode out once again, and all of a sudden the track looks empty. It's quite a weird phenomenon.
Yeah, very weird. Yeah, slightly unsettling as well, I guess. Looks like he's made a bit of progress here in the 32. Now the gap below 2 seconds for the first time, as we have a pit stop for Daniel Civisalvo there from 7th place in GTP. But he will probably stay there, given the gap he has behind him. The top 7 very much getting away from the rest. There he is, making his way out in the number 16 BMW. Quite a long way ahead of the Urano Esports car driven by Jupp de Ligt right now. So will stay in that position. He still has a minute ahead. And Aurelien Tarmon also into the pit lane, up on the jacks as well. Looks like a tyre change here. Generally, we've seen, I think, 3 stints on a set of tyres for these GTP teams here, which normally equates to a driver stint, but it looks like Tarmon is changing tyres and carrying on here. We'll see if the Calce team indeed do either of those things, as even Macedo Perez makes his way into the pit lane as well. These prototype pit stops do roll around very quickly.
Yeah, they do. The laps go by very quickly indeed, as we're seeing that battle there for what was the battle for P2, at least in the LMP2s also coming in. But I do believe we've pretty much been seeing actually is it single stints though throughout the race so far. I just seem to remember almost every time we look at the cars, they're up on the jack. So certainly enjoying that, but maybe there are some double stints and stuff like that coming the way as the track is getting cooler. Maybe the tyres are coming into the window for that, as you say, for Talman there. Definitely was new tyres and going again. We did see some interesting strategies, as you say, in terms of the amount of stints that people do. Often you end up doing sort of an even amount of stints. It might be 2 or 4, but we've seen a lot of maybe 3s and even 5s go around. It's quite interesting how some of the teams are approaching this race.
Yeah, I sort of meant the triple stint in the drivers, to be honest, in terms of that. But I think what was going on in my head was different to what came out of my mouth there. So sorry about that. But yes, lots of tyre changes being made, and I'll ask you your opinion on this as well, Cam, before we get much further, because I want to go back to GTD just a little bit. We've seen a lot of changes in iRacing with the GT3s now with the new season. You're now allowed to change tyres and do fuel at the same time, more in line to what the IMSA series does with its championship, having fuel and tyres done at the same time. Do you like that as well? As a driver, obviously, you always want new tyres, so I think I know the answer there. But as a spectator, when you're looking for a strategy option, you think that is really a good idea or not?
Look, there's different ways of doing it. When you have it like this, as you say, that's one of the major reasons why we're seeing the single stints, because they are simultaneous. So you might as well take the tyres during the time that you're filling up the car, like you would have to anyway. Whereas if you have to take them afterwards, then we will obviously have to you have to calculate if it's worth taking the extra time or if it's worth then having the older tyres. As we're seeing, Simsa there, potentially they're having a long stop, so they might have had some sort of issue a little moment ago. Let's have a look.
I thought it might have been. I think it's with the LMP2 race leaders here. Let's have a look. Down towards the International Horseshoe, because Mike Parchington has had a long stop here as well. He's lost a bit of time. So let's see here. Is there any issue? Side by side into the kink. The LMP2s are so quick nowadays. The GTP spins in front of the LMP2 race leader and loses its rear wing, actually, for Simsa. That's why. Oh, it's back on again. That's why they lost so much time. But I'm convinced that Partington had a long stop there. Apex also had problems. Now, I did spot this in GTD, but wanted to talk about tyres first. Michael Jenny, the leader, I think it's going to go off somewhere here, surely. 8 seconds between the two now. The bump drafting has gone away, and its teammates clashing at the West Horseshoe. Apex Racing team have been running the picture-perfect race so far, but it all unravelled a little bit there Peter Berryman getting into the back of his teammate. An Apex Racing team have collided. Here it is on board. Push to the rear. And that is going to be a very awkward conversation down there.
They had that covered for literally hours now. They were in formation for so long. And that just shows you one little lapse of concentration. So easy to do as well. Spins the teammate. And Michael Ajane there going for a spin. Not the nicest way that Apex would be wanting to do that. There's nothing that the 98 can do now than just push and try and lead the race themselves. The issue is they are obviously now not going to be able to save as much fuel. They're going to be slightly slower from the lack of the bump drafting as well. So this could change the complexion of the next part of the race. And no doubt a little bit of damage potentially on those cars as well.
Well, that is something I wasn't expecting today. I thought they would get split apart through natural causes, through traffic or pit stops or something like that. I never expected them to make contact. Peter Berryman, race winner overall of this one back last year, reigning champion, I suppose, of this race, if you want to call it that. Getting into the back of his teammate, splitting apart the Apex Racing team cars, possibly splitting them apart for good. BMW Bank are now pushing somebody else in their quest to try and catch them at this stage. 7 seconds, nearly 8 seconds is the gap to Michael Ajane. It looks as if, and it still does look as if, Apex Racing Team have such a monopoly over the GTD field, but realistically, BMW Bank are not really that far away.
Yeah, they're certainly not, and that is Govan Keeney in the car, in that red Audi just ahead for the U-Race BR entry, and he's obviously doing a good job there, doing some good speed, and the BMW Bank car is deciding just to push along. We did see this a little bit earlier as well. They slightly split up, potentially because of the pit cycles, but they're now back together and just trying to use each other to go faster and faster. And I guess for BMW Bank, they are happy to sit there because even though they're in a good place, in third in GTD, only 8 seconds off Apex now. They want to just be pulled along there if Keeney's got some good speed.
Certainly. And Govan Keeney, not a slow driver by any stretch of the imagination. It is weird to see them back out there though, because they're 14th in that category and miles down, 200 laps down on the race leader in that category. So, oh, sorry, not quite 200. It's quite a long way though. It's about 160 laps down. It's a long way. Either way, yeah, 160. There it is. I was doing the maths, didn't need to. Team BMW Bank though, very happy to work with them now, as you can see, over the line, down towards turn number 1. And it probably is quicker, to be honest, to stay behind Govan Keeney through the corners and push him around the banking. I mean, as I said, not a slow driver. Team BMW Bank will be thankful for the slipstream on the straights as well.
It's certainly a weird situation. I hadn't quite actually read how far down they were. I didn't realise there was that many laps. So interesting that they are continuing from that position, because it's literally going to take them hours, even just to get back ahead of loads of the cars that have DNF'd in the meantime. I mean, they're 90 laps behind an Eric Andre for Race Clutch, who DNF'd as well. So yeah, that is pretty crazy, but it's obviously working out for BMW Bank as it stands, getting those extra few tenths every lap with the slipstream.
And yeah, very much benefiting from it as well. Things have gone back to normal in LMP2, by the way. I was worrying a little bit about a slow pit stop from Mike Partington, but that didn't really happen. I guess he only had to slow down just a little bit for the spinning Simsa GTP that happened in front of him. 41 seconds is still the gap, so he did lose a bit of time, but then again, even Majeda Perez has been bringing down most of that gap. An Apex Racing team, after making that last stop, Michele Costantini, now inside the top 3. He's also a reigning champion of that category, winning the race last year in 2022. Now back there again in contention here in 2023 as Govan Keeney makes his way down towards pit lane, and Team BMW Bank will be left on their own now, but to say that was one of the more bizarre situations. I mean, I don't understand maybe if they were teammates and they were working together like that, but Bikini to be so many laps behind and working together with a front runner like that is really odd, to be honest. But BMW Bank won't be complaining.
Yeah, they certainly won't. It's working out well for them as it stands. As you mentioned, I believe it's about 8 seconds. Yeah, we're now 7.3 seconds even behind Michael Yanni there for the 99 Apex Racing team. So they are catching up. And with that inter-team issue for Apex, that's certainly going to be quite an interesting point of the race for them to get that race back under control. But here is a battle. We got Carbon versus Havu there, coming out onto the back straights once again, getting very close, in fact almost touching there on the exit.
It's kind of quick in the wrong area there, was Havu. Not the Havu car was. At the wheel right now is Matthias Vittikainen, and he's just behind Owen Lucas Liskovitz right now for Carbon Simsport, who've been racing elsewhere in sim racing today, and a very busy weekend in the sim racing world, not least because of this event that has pretty much taken over well, the internet, or this corner of it anyway. A huge event as always. In the slipstream for Havu, having their sights set on 8th position through NASCAR turns 3 and 4. And is it going to be a bump draft? Is it going to be a pass? Well, nearly neither there. I think Havu just lifting off, going over the line there now, and they will break it towards turn 1. Absolutely fine. I think Havu there weren't particularly interested in going through. They weren't even interested in bump drafting, and I have to say I don't blame them based on the fact they're in the LMP2.
Eden, I was just talking about LMP2s actually, just seeing Costatini setting the fastest lap of the race for the LMP2s. Purple across the board with a 34.730 and is certainly showing some really nice pace there. Third place as they sit right now in the 199 entry for Apex Racing Team, and they are currently 10 seconds behind Kelsey and 3 seconds ahead of Inet as well. So they're bringing themselves back into it. And I was mentioning a few laps ago, Costatini was also doing pretty much the fastest lap of the race at that time. He's now consolidated that, so certainly showing some really good pace and maybe bring themselves back into contention, because realistically they're not too far off the lead if further things were to happen to Williams.
Yeah, you never know as well. That was Valtteri Alander up on the jacks, back down again. He'll be on his way soon. After about 30 seconds in the box. Chigole with not a big lead over Matt Farrow at all here right now, and Pedro Sanchez Albert is not too far away from Matt Farrow either. Dylan Scriver's not far away as Valtteri Alander gets back going again. We have the top 4 separated by 11 seconds, more than 9 hours into an endurance race. This is getting quite honestly ridiculous. It's absolutely fantastic though. The iRacing Daytona 24 hours delivering again. Less than 2 seconds for the race lead right now. I know that Sossi Movano, of course, are due a pit stop fairly soon, and that will allow Williams Esports Dual Blast into the race lead. But you can't say this is not interesting. It's an absolutely fascinating race situation we find ourselves in right now.
There's an immense fight between a lot of these drivers, and that is exactly what we want to see. And it's just pretty crazy how you add in another class of racing, and all of a sudden the race just becomes even more alive as well. So much action, so many overtakes that we've seen, so many strategy calls as well. It's been certainly a great addition. Great addition to the service, and we're going to very much enjoy it over the course of 2023, how this IMSA style racing is going to continue.
It certainly is, and a new era of prototype racing in real life to enjoy as well. I'm sure we will. Into the pit lane for Simza, who are still not out of the pit lane, so it's not a new entry to the pit lane, but still there. I can't do the maths of how many minutes that is, but it's 750 seconds for those of you with a lot of fingers. That's 12 minutes. Thank you. Long long time, and many laps as well, I'm afraid, for Simsa Esports. So I'm afraid not the result they'll be or they were hoping for at the end of this race. There's Matt Farrow, who's very much in contention for a top result. Still second place, 2 seconds away from Gullet in the lead, and a lot of traffic to negotiate just up in front as well. I'd have to say, Cam, having not raced in a 24-hour myself, and certainly having not been involved in the race win in a 24-hour either, obviously, I don't know how leading teams really feel about leading gaps like this at this distance in the race. I don't know whether it's an excitement or whether they're just kind of getting on with the race and just doing the laps, and it doesn't really matter how close it is right now. I wonder if they're getting as worked up as we are about this kind of gap.
It is an interesting one. I've done quite a few 24 hours over my driving career, won a couple of them, but the gaps are never this close, and the fighting was never this intense as they are getting closer and closer now. A second between Williams and SRC Movano there. Of course, these are more professional drivers as well, so they're used to handling this pressure. They are used to being in these situations where every 10th of a second counts, and it's certainly a different experience racing here and say racing down in split 50 today, where the driving level and the gaps are going to be so much more spread out. It's going to be less intense, and the top drivers being able to cope under those pressures and intensities is certainly going to be, I'd say, one of the biggest reasons why they are able to fight like this for so long, because they're a lot more calculated than your average driver.
Now then, how have these two managed to fight each other again? Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Hart are together again. But yeah, the question is how, really? Has there been a long stop for one or a short stop for the other? I have a feeling... okay, long for the 98, I'm hearing. I would have suggested that they went short on the car that was behind, just to catch them up and then just sit them in the slipstream of the other car and just save them, fuel for stint after stint until they're back on cycle again. But that's clearly not happened for whatever reason, and they've gone for a long shot. I think that's quite a risky call, though, to be fair, Cam, because the leading car will have had to drop back 8 seconds, and everybody is caught up 8 seconds as a result of that. So, it's kind of a risky call, really.
I think... oh, that's a huge send down the inside by the Williams, and that is the Williams car there of Farrow, who is obviously second in the race, chasing down SRC Movano and taking some risks there into turn number 1, split up the Apex cars just a little bit, and that's why you see the flashes there on the exit as well. But I think for Apex, this is probably, in my opinion, the smartest thing to do, though, because there's probably a little bit of damage. Maybe they had some optional repairs, and they did it for the exact time that they needed to for both cars to exit the pit lane at the same time, is going to be my guess. And I think that's probably the best. Yes, they overall lost time, but they did anyway because of that spin. And in this case, when you have a pair like this, you can only go as fast as the slowest driver. So they've had to basically eat up that time, and then now they're coming back into formation where they have more control over the race, and they can they can just continue as they were rather than being 2 individual cars.
Yep, very much so. And they clearly think that it will go quicker in this way as well. They are going to have to be careful that they don't let the likes of Urano and Team BMW Bank any closer. Admittedly, Team BMW Bank have seemingly fallen further back anyway, for whatever reason. They're now 18 seconds behind at this stage. New fastest lap for the overall race again. This time Jupp de Ligt in the other Urano car, so not Dylan Scrivens, who's in the higher running of the two. It's Jupp de Ligt, who previous race leader, with the fastest lap this time. It's Dylan Scrivens, speaking of him, just come down pit lane as well. Pace at the front of this race, absolutely remarkable. Top 3 overall, currently separated by 3 seconds. Movano Corsa leading Williams, who are leading Obsidian at this stage in the race. Still 14.5 hours remaining, but I can't remember being this excited about a 24-hour race with this distance to go. It's really remarkable. I know we keep saying it, I keep saying it, to be fair. It's very entertaining though. Normally we're talking about hash browns or something. But we're talking about the racing with this amount of time gone and still this amount to go, because it really is still so exciting.
Yeah, it is, and it's great to see it's not just in one category as well. It's in all the categories. They have some fights for top places, which is just insane considering we've had, 9.5 hours of this race so far. So there's been so much potential. We're coming up to almost like Petit Le Mans time. Look back at a lot of Petit Le Mans and how spread out they can be at the end of the race as well. Certainly a very good race we've had so far here at the Daytona 24 for 2023, as we're seeing someone in the pit lane. That's Sasha Gore for SRC Movano, so they go away from the race lead. Williams go back to the front. Of course, they are sort of split on their strategy.
They certainly are. It's kind of all over the place, GTP. You just have to tune in for the next 14.5 hours to find out quite what happens here, because it's not quite set in stone just yet. These two are catching the race leader in GTD, though. Lewis Nasser is currently leading there for Williams. About 13.5 seconds now, below 13 seconds now. You can see that it's definitely a good idea for these two to get together and work together, because they are starting to pull away from the rest. Two cars always better than one at Daytona, and Apex Racing Team have certainly proven that with this. They've shown that, you know, despite having to cost one car 8 seconds, it is much quicker, and they'll gain that time back probably in the next few moments. Really, it won't take them very long to gain that time back once again. We see very different racing in the GTP category, although just as close. Pedro Sanchez Albert 2 seconds away from Matt Farrow right now, and questionable whether he'll get this LMP2 into turn 1. I think he will just about.
Yeah, should do. Going on the high line, will have enough overspeed, but that's just an example there that the GTPs are quicker, but they're not just absolutely freight training the LMP2. So you do have to think about it a little bit. And of course, as we get towards the morning, when some tiredness comes in, hopefully everyone is still judging those things to perfection. But we've seen a lot of these drivers actually, a lot of the teams swap around the drivers very well. So hopefully they're giving them a lot of rest, as Yoptalik there, after setting the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, is coming in for another set of boots, as one of the Williams cars there shares the pit box.
Yes, we do often see that in the larger fields, of course, of which this is one. Looking for words now. Out of the pit lane goes the Urano Esports car driven by Jupp de Ligt right now, and it'll be over a minute to the car in front. Long day ahead for them, but I think they can take some comfort in the fact that, and this is going to sound weird, they can take comfort in the fact that their incident cost them 3 minutes, because it doesn't take a big mistake for someone else to lose minutes just like they have. So by no means are they out of this race just yet, even at 1 lap down.
Oh no, there's no cautions, but that doesn't mean too much. You can definitely come back when other people start having issues. You saw how easy a couple of these mistakes happened. The slowest spin of the century can happen to anyone, to be honest. It was such an easy mistake to make at that point, that with so many cars going around that point of the track. So there is definitely an opportunity, but with how competitive we've seen this field so far, in fact, on the last lap, the top 3 drivers plus Dylan Scrivens as well, all doing a 31.2, and then even you had other people like Talma doing a 30.4 as well. So literally tenths of a second between these drivers, and even some of them on the same tenth of a second. The consistency and the pace is just absolutely ridiculous.
It certainly is. Talman was the quickest of the top 4, as you say, with 32.1, but the top 3 all within a tenth of a second of each other on that previous lap. And you mentioned there about the cautions and the fact that they're 1 lap down, and people might be wondering why on earth that matters. In a real life IMSA race, I think you really would be sunk if you went 1 lap down because of the cautions, but we don't have those in iRacing, and I think iRacing special events can be often criticised for not having those caution periods, especially in this race cam, because the Daytona 24 in real life stays so close because of those cautions. But I think races like these and other races we've seen down the years, I remember one year the Nürburgring 24 hours coming down to the final lap in iRacing. I don't remember what year it was, but don't kill me. 2017? I don't know, somewhere around there. You know, it shows sometimes, and time and again in these special events, that actually sometimes it's nice to have a race where there's you know, a guarantee of no caution periods coming into play, because you know, strategies can pad out properly, and once in a while we like to see that.
We certainly do. I do in many ways still prefer the potential for cautions, but at the same time, when it's just going like this, it still ends up being all about the teams that end up being fast, as we're seeing Arthur Lehouk there going into the Williams car. So certainly some good driving from Barrett, and he's going to now have a bit of a rest, maybe a little bit of a nap before he gets in the car a little bit later on.
Well, we've had a re-emergence of one of the LMP2s. We're seeing the leading gap come down to 40 seconds, but Corentin Guinez of SimRC is back out there on the circuit once again. He's 170 laps down at 106. I don't need to do the maths, do I? Connery's got a graphic. 168 laps down, 14th place. Absolutely miles until they get to the next car. At 60 odd laps, I think 62 laps until the next car. It does beg the question quite why, but personally, Cam, I think it's absolutely fantastic to see those teams and drivers who are so far down soldiering on nevertheless, even after hours in the pit lane.
I'm trying to do the maths on just how many hours that is. I mean, it's got to be something like 4 or 5 hours, something like that. Quite a lot of hours being sat there. So I wonder why, as you say, they're coming back. Maybe they just want to have a bit of fun. Maybe they want to do some stints, and because at the end of the day, this race only happens once a year. So if you want to get involved, then of course you need to keep racing, and maybe it's to do with availability. It's a 67, doesn't have a front wheel.
We were hearing reports of German sim racing taking a tow. I didn't quite realise it was quite that serious. It clearly is for German sim racing. It's going to be at the kink here. Such a fast corner, of course. Adam Bukovic's at the wheel of the 67. It's not going to be at the kink. It's going to be at the West Horseshoe. Probably even be after that. Let's wait and see before I speak too early again. Have to negotiate a little bit of lap traffic. A couple of GTDs. The outside line of the number 4 Williams, and oh, that's a clumsy one from Adam Bukovic. But once again, the new damage model on show. You don't get away with that kind of contact in real life, so you can't get away with it in iRacing any longer either.
I mean, that's awesome, to be honest. That was
not for them.
I know, that was a really nice looking crash, actually, for what it was, with the wheel going off. Just a clumsy mistake there, getting off into, obviously, the dirty part of the track, and I guess just no grip. Didn't see any lock-up or anything, but I guess just not the grip to be able to turn in. To be fair, the Williams car there, the Razor Williams, gave him the space, but yeah, interesting that he's straightened the wheel. Maybe he's trying to help with what part of the car got damaged, but yeah, just not enough grip, it looks like.
Absolutely. A new damage model looking fantastic as always. Sorry to German sim racing, by the way, we're not celebrating your crash, but yeah, wide at turn 6 into the barriers. Unfortunately for them, that's going to be a bit of a repair over the next few moments. We'll see how long, just how long that takes. New race leader is Pedro Sanchez Albert then, as Williams Esports have come in. Matt Farrow out of the car, Arthur Lehouk in, as you mentioned earlier, Cam. Valtteri Landa now trying to close in second place. That's the BS competition car we just saw. There is the overall race leader, just under 9 seconds up the road. But for fourth place, Williams Esports and SLC Movado Corsa are now pretty close on the road. It's going to be a weird battle because one's fresh out the pit lane and one is midway through a stint. But there they are, for fourth place. And a new driver, quite a situation to throw a new driver into this, I have to say.
Yeah, the driver swaps, there's been a couple of interesting ones. We saw Perez as well for Calce in the LMP2, but I guess the drivers, they just have the ability to switch on. They would have been doing some testing, which is, of course, one of the benefits of sim racing in general. You can basically drive and test the car literally just before you get into driving it in real, in reality in the race, which obviously you can't do in real life because there's a race going on. So they definitely can get up to speed as such, but then to turn on and get used to the battles and the mental side of that is definitely a skill that the drivers need to learn. But it's working out so far for the Williams car, as they have got ahead of this SRC Movana car, which they were net behind, I believe, at an earlier point, a stint or so ago. So definitely working the way of Williams. But Gourlay's still in this car, as he has been for quite a while.
Yeah, has been for the entirety of the time we've been here. And that's not unexpected, really. We've been here for an hour and 40. It's not unreasonable to expect of a driver. One thing I have really noticed here, though, throughout this race, and this is where things certainly differ to some of the previous events that we've seen this car used in. For example, the Pro Sim Infinity event in December, also the GSI Endurance Series that used this car at this circuit for a 12-hour race. The way these drivers and these teams use the brakes now on this car is very, very much more controlled, I would say. I mean, a lot of the moments came when cars were just being lost under braking more often than not, and it seemed like a really nervous, really awkward car to drive. And I have to say, Cam, I feared that the GTP was just going to be like that in iRacing, and it was going to be and it was not going to be that enjoyable for a lot of the teams, and it would quickly fade away. But thankfully, these teams have got a handle of it. It seems a lot more friendly now. Once you've got the right setup on it, this car seems like it won't kill you at every opportunity like it might have done previously.
Yeah, obviously when the car first came out, and there were some fairly high-level competitions as well straight away using the car, obviously teams start maybe taking some risks, start pushing the boundaries before they really knew where the boundaries were. Whereas now they've had a couple of months to learn it, and especially for this Daytona race, they would have been doing so much practice over the last week or so, doing so many of the other races in the IMSA series, just in general, to get used to the car on this track. So they'll have the setup absolutely dialed, and everyone would have done hundreds of laps coming into this, I'm sure. So definitely feeling more comfortable. And when you do that, as you say, you can just have that little bit more control, a little bit more precision with your pedal inputs, which can be so critical and crucial in a car like this, because it's a more aero-based platform, so you need to be keeping the aero stable and not having the ride heights and the weights moving all over the place and making the car just not really in control.
It's all very complicated stuff that I've never been able to quite get a handle on, I have to be honest.
We need to get you driving, Ewan. We need to get you...
I say I'm not very good at driving. I'm even worse at making setups. Just absolutely awful. It's a right conundrum. If somebody does it for me, then I'll use it, of course. But otherwise, in pretty much every sim I've ever used, I just go with the standard setup. Maybe tweak one or two things if it's really horrendous. But I'm by no means anywhere near the level of these guys. Nicholas Laubich currently third place right now in the GTDs. Ryan Barneveld about 6 seconds behind, but more importantly, 16 seconds off the leading two for Apex Racing Team. I think Laubich would like someone to help him at this stage, someone to push or someone to push him. That's not happening, and the gap is only growing to the leading two.
What he needs is Barneveld to catch up and then have the pair work together, or even maybe just the Audi behind him as well, to push along, because that 16-second gap will come down fairly quickly. We've already seen how Apex can mess up their strategy of basically spinning each other out. So it's definitely a very interesting section of the race to see if Apex can continue with that one. But as you say, Laubich a little bit in no man's land as it stands.
Yeah, they are. The problem with them joining up with Team BMW Bank is the fact that they're not quite on the same strategy. The reason why the Apex Racing Team one works is because they pit on the same lap every time. This car won't. And to be fair, they've got Govan Keeney, so they're not bothered. Brad Barneveld is at the wheel, as you say. Is it still Govan Keeney? It is at the wheel of that one. So, yeah, they're still out there, still running in tandem, and they're still pushing one another as well. I do wonder whether Barneveld could actually catch Laubis in that way, but it is still 6.5 seconds. Time last time around, Laubis did a 43.7. Barneveld only a 44.1, so it was actually 4 tenths slower, despite having the draft and being able to push the Audi.
Eni is one of those drivers as well who will literally drive for hours and hours and hours. So I wouldn't be surprised if, considering how many laps down, I think he might just be in the car himself just to drive, basically. So he might just keep going for however long until he gets bored doing this. So this might actually work out pretty well. Although I'm talking about the different pit stop cycles, these two cars are off strategy, but they seem to always come back together though. So I don't think that is necessarily the biggest issue, but you are right. The way that Apex are doing it is absolutely perfect, literally pitting right next to each other.
Yeah, Govan Keeney, by the way, was still coming towards the end, admittedly, but he was still in the first stint of his mammoth run in the Daytona 24 Hours last year, and he was leading as well, I think, or he was nearly leading. He was right up there in the GTD category, which of course we had a little bit more focus on last year because we didn't have 3 categories to try and keep across and only 2. But even so, Govan Keeney had an absolutely monumental opening stint, which was still ongoing at this time last year. Still out there right now. Unfortunately, this year's race has not quite gone the same way. Barneveld going to get to the back, though, of the Audi and going to push all the way along the front straight, but the gap only growing to Nicholas Laubis, and the gap growing even larger. The Apex Racing Team out in front of them. Well, pretty much matching Laubis there, really, but not making any inroads by any means at this stage. But it is a couple of the closest cars out there on the circuit. Another one of the closest ones is Farah Academy and Harvu as well. That's in LMP2, really for 8th position out on the road. But other than that, cars spread out just a little bit. Let's not forget that it was Farah Simsport Green that took the win in GTD last year. That was in, I believe, in a BMW. Oh, I don't quite remember fully. I may be wrong. It was certainly Lasse Bach's second win though in the Daytona 24 Hours. And became the the third driver to win it 2 times, but hasn't quite won the most. That goes to Max Benecke in the GT. In terms of GT wins so far in the history of the Daytona 24 Hours. Still 14 hours 11 minutes to go though, and Cam, we're not long, it feels weird, but not long from stepping out of the commentary booth. It feels like this has flown by, to be honest, our 2 hours, but it's been thoroughly enjoyable to jump on this broadcast for a little bit of time. Hopefully people have enjoyed it. I know I certainly have from this side of things. It's shaping up to be a phenomenal race.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, just a couple of hours here, and you and me both doing other hours elsewhere today. So 2 hours definitely flies by in that case. But yeah, been awesome opportunity to jump on the top split of the Daytona 24, as you mentioned, one of, if not the biggest race, especially on iRacing this year. And yeah, great to be a part of that and just see how good this race has been, because it has been a very, very entertaining race so far. And the only real gap that is opening up, sort of unfortunately for us, is this battle for first place in the LMP2s. Williams Esports Marla and Mike Partington, they've been in that. He's been in that car for quite a while. They've just opened up that gap and kept it at a really nice around 40 seconds from the Kawasaki team there. And when it gets to that sort of gap, it's certainly quite difficult to come back from.
It is, however, Ivan Machado Perez is doing a good job at bringing it down. It was below 40 seconds there briefly. Michele Costantini, I have to say, is catching them both as well, the Italian. Reeling them both in. Previous winner of this race, as I mentioned. The Apex Racing Team, there he is. What's the gap at the moment? 8 seconds between him and Perez right now. And 47 to the overall leader. So LMP2 was looking fairly safe for Williams Esports, but over this last hour or so, maybe some fingernails starting to be chewed, although it is a little bit early for that kind of business, with more than 14 hours to go. But nevertheless, never want to see a lead coming down like that, as the Kansei team do now come into pit lane, and imagine that iNet Motorsport Blue are going to do the same as well. They often did when they were battling, but with Michael Capizzi at the wheel, not quite able to maintain the same pace. Up on the jacks goes the number 19, and Perez is going to stay at the wheel. Capizzi also comes in. You can see his Dallara in the background, and the overall race leader comes in as well. Obsidian Racing pitting from the lead. There is Pedro Sanchez Albert. Valtteri Alander will retake the race lead in GTP. It's almost metronomic with the amount of lead changes we're having in GTP. It's yeah, there's so many cars in contention. We really haven't seen this at Daytona before, with the dominance of Coanda. We've now got so many teams willing to fill that void.
Yeah, I wonder what it would be like if we had Coanda here. Obviously, we'll never know as such, but it would be quite interesting, I think, as to see how that would have been. But it's good that the race has been the way it is, and yeah, just how competitive it is. There's so many different teams as well. It's not like, especially in GTPs, it's not like we've got sort of 2 or 3 teams or entries from the same team, such as we see in GTD, 2 apexes right at the front. It's not that way in GTP, as we're seeing the Williams there come out, and continue, I should say, as the other drivers come out of the pit lane, and Obsidian are going to be behind by about 2.5 seconds, and a further 2.5 seconds to Sasha Goulet as well. So that SRC Movana car slowly losing more time to Williams, as Williams are definitely bridging that gap.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, last time BS Competition came in, Movano Corsa went to the lead of the race.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if Alander came in now, he'd be third, we'd call it, and that's as long as BS Competition came up behind them. So it's clear that either Williams and Obsidian have picked it up, and Movano have just slipped away here, because it certainly seems that on the net positions they would actually lose out. I mean, it's 2 seconds here or there, so it's nothing major, I suppose, but it is quite symbolic, really, that they will have lost those 2 positions in this last half an hour or so.
It just shows you how close it is, to be honest, because even behind Sasha Goulet is Dylan Scrivens, although I'm not sure if he's slightly off kilter with his stock, because I know he was a little bit earlier, as that getting very close there, coming out the Le Mans chicane.
That was all arms and elbows from Dylan Scrivens, just as we were talking about him. 7 seconds away, he was 6, but I'd imagine that moment let him back a little bit. The most awkward part about this is it's with a Urano teammate, I guess. We've seen Apex Racing team come together in the last hour. Urano Esports nearly doing the same inter-category. This was very, very slidey from Scrivens. He grabbed that curb and tried to get the exit as much as possible and maximise that exit, really. But I'd imagine it's always nervy overtaking a teammate when you know, lapping a teammate. If there's any lap car you don't want to hit, that is the one.
Yeah, the number 1 rule of don't hit your teammate is also in play when it's not even in the same category, of course. But yeah, it's actually looking at it from the angle, the onboard angle, I would say it's pretty much perfect from Scrivens. He used up exactly all of the space that he had available so that he could get on the throttle as early as possible and not lose too much time. So definitely, I think, a good job there. And yeah, I've known Dylan for quite a few years now. I think 2016 I first started speaking to Dylan, and he's certainly a bit of a character and a good guy to speak to. And he's one of those guys in traffic that he's a bit of a menace, but not necessarily in a bad way. But he just goes for everything, like in a good way. Yeah, definitely do like old Dylan there, and doing a good job to try and recover that car from where they were. They were over a minute behind the lead, and as it works out, they're now about 52, 53 seconds. They are slowly clawing back.
They are. As I mentioned earlier, Urano not out of this just yet at all. Do not count Urano out. But yeah, Scrivens has certainly been around the block, knows what he's doing in the top-level endurance race in the top category. No doubt about that. I love how you described it as a menace in traffic. That's hilarious, that.
I don't know how to describe his personality, but he's got that, like, I don't give one attitude, but in a not overly aggressive way. It's quite a skill, really, that he's got.
I think GT drivers around the world will disagree with the fact that there's a way to do that, but maybe not. I don't know. Depends how many people have come across Scrimmage before. As I said, he has had his fair time in sim racing, to be fair. I'd imagine many watching this or driving in this will have come across him in the past. So, yeah, I think they'll understand what you mean, even if I don't quite.
Controlled aggression, I guess, is the phrase I was looking for. Yeah. He'll certainly make a move if it's there. And, I mean, obviously, that's why he's... and to be honest, Urano in general, up the front so much these days, they've got a really good group of guys there, and it's really allowing drivers such as Dylan to perform at this highest level in the top split. Is really good to see.
Yeah, Urano have really impressed me actually over the course of 2022. I know we're into a new year now, but the teams that really impressed me, alongside the likes of Apex Racing Team, who won so much as well, including this race. And they never really stopped winning after this one. It's a great way to start your season, great way to kickstart a campaign with a win in this race. For some, it will be the first major endurance race, first major race of any kind that they will do. See, some drivers will have raced in major events before this, even though it is only mid to late January. Even so, there's so much going on in sim racing these days that it's almost never has an off season these days. Pure Sims Esports looking over their shoulder a little bit to Urano right now. This is not Dylan Scrimmins, this is Jupp de Ligt, previous race leader before his incident. Now it's Adam Blocker. I bet you can guess what pun I'm about to use there for Pure Sims Esports, so I won't do it. This is the battle for 7th place though, and judging by the way Urano Esports have been driving, judging by the fact they led earlier, Pure Sims Esports might have their work cut out holding on here.
Yeah, they might do. It's getting closer and closer there for the Urano car, and they're going down the inside and just making a rather nice move. That not much defending indeed. So the ex-race leader now getting up another position there, and will certainly be enjoying that one. The next car is a race clutch and 48 seconds, so a lot of work for Dick to do, but he's been setting some really good times. He's got the fastest lap of the race and just needs to keep that one going.
Oh, that's very scary for Team BMW Bank. And oh, the Komankini's off. Oh, goodness, nearly collects the Kelsey Team LMP2 as well. That's a big incident, I'm afraid, for Komankini at the West Horseshoe. He's back to the pit lane now. That will be damage. He's towed back to pit lane. It will be a long repair as well. They may not return from it. We'll hope they do. But this is what happens. Prototypes down the inside at the kink, and the GTs just can't cope with it there.
Yeah, we've seen so many incidents into this corner, and was that, actually, I didn't really say any contact, but certainly making Keeney go offline, and really actually just not able to save that. A little bit awkward with the almost the Skittles moment, but yeah, you're going to see here, he just basically didn't have anywhere to go on the outside. Certainly, yeah, a bit late to be honest. Yeah, a bit late, and unfortunately, once it gets on the grass, just not much you can do.
Yeah, that was a late one. And Govankini is back to pit lane for quite a sizable repair. Well, that is quite a way to end out hour 10 of this iRacing Daytona 24 hours. That was, yeah, quite a moment for him. For the next couple of moments, though, we're going to go on board with one of the GTs. I think it's about their turn to go on board with them. So we will try. Let's try one of the Urano Esports cars, shall we? They're running in tandem right now. One pushing the other. This is 91. Alexei Nezov in 5th position. pushing the other Urano. Konstantin Scharf currently at the wheel. He's currently 10th, but they're working together right now, much in the same way that Apex Racing Team have been doing all day. Just less than 14 hours to go in the iRacing Daytona, 24 hours. I've been Ian O'Leary alongside Cam Roger. We're going to step aside now from the commentary and hand over to Conor Malik and Joey Tebben in a few moments' time. But first, a little bit of RaceSpotTV on board.
Bump drafting, bump drafting, bump drafting. More and more bump drafting amongst the Urano GTD cars, and the same thing's going on with the Apex Racing team as well. Welcome back, everyone, to the iRacing VCO 24 Hours of Daytona. My name's Connery Maddock. I'll be joined by the ever-wonderful Joey Tebben for the next portion of this broadcast. It's been a very interesting time so far. A couple of incidents, actually, over the last 2 hours infecting major runners. In particular, it's blown the GTP class lead completely wide open. There are multiple teams in contention for the race win here now. They're in a little bit of a pit stop cycle, so things are not necessarily sort of representative on track in terms of the times. But this will all come to a head inside the final hours once those strategies all sort themselves out and everything gets itself back on cycle. But Joey, this is getting towards the midway point of this race now, everyone in their rhythm. But as we saw over those last 2 hours that we've had, there's still so much chance for things to go oh so wrong.
It's almost impossible to predict. We are not even to halfway in this race yet. So I'm sure some teams are thinking about, you know, we can start counting back reasonably soon. We can do the math, but everything can fall apart. As you said, the Urano Esports GTP out from the lead, a 40-second lead. The two Apex Racing GTDs, the 98 and the 99, coming together from the lead in GTD about an hour ago. They still hold the lead for the moment, or they will hold the lead once this pit cycle cycles itself out. But they've already had a little bit of drama together, and I'm sure they're playing with each other a little bit nicer now to make sure they don't come together again.
Yeah, they can't really afford to have a repeat of what happens. Yes, they've been able to establish a healthy gap once again back to the cars behind them. Again, GTDs are in a little bit of a pit stop cycle here as well. So again, the gaps in the positions are not necessarily representative of what's going on. But the 98 and the 99 Apex cars stuck together like glue, and perhaps a little literally through 95% of this lap, as they have a couple of prototypes head their way around the outside. We're going to see actually a bit of a battle on track between Urano Esports Data Group and BS Competition, this BMW M Team BS Competition, as they go 3 wide with the GTDs on the inside there. There's a little bit of a strategy difference between these two, by the way. BS Competition just came in about 3 laps ago. Meanwhile, Urano, they are coming towards the very end of the stint, so I think this battle's going to be short-lived.
Yeah, it's pretty much over the second it started, but Valtteri Allander there making quick work of traffic, going for an aggressive move, but made it work. Dylan Scrivens in the draft now. Is he going to fight back, or is he going to elect to bring it down pit lane this time? Not quite this time. I think he's got a little bit longer to go in this stint before he can finally let go of these tires and potentially finally let go of this car. Scrivens has been behind the wheel for quite a while now, but you can see the effect of the fresh rubber already through turn 1. Valtteri Allander, he's already running away.
Yep, he has got the gap already, and going to be coming up on a little bit of traffic, and, well, it just so happens the traffic's the leaders in GTD. Is the Apex duo who have been working their round together around the outside at just before the kink they go. Personally, that's the way I preferred to do it in a prototype. That's what I had been doing in my particular splits. I took the second driver stint off, and I'll have to go back in the morning to do another couple of stints. But in the P2s, I prefer to go around the outside there. It's just a little bit safer, as long as the GTDs haven't fully committed to the corner and they've seen you coming.
Yeah, 6 hours of production, hours of commentary, that's not enough for you. You got to race too.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's side by side into the bus stop, though. That's one place where you do not want to be able to have the lapping procedure happen, as SRC Movano, of course, really living life on the edge there, sending it down the inside of the GTDs in a very, very tricky portion of the track to go 2 wide through. So that was a little sketchy, but they got through that unscathed. These drivers much better than the average driver here on iRacing, because of course these guys are in the top split. These guys are drivers with the highest I rating that signed up for the session. So you can understand that they might be capable of a few things that maybe some other splits can't, or aren't able to manage. Although saying that, singing their praises and all, Joey, we have seen some very interesting incidents.
We just saw a heck of a dive there, though, from Matti Kaidasoya into turn 1. I don't even think that Luke Reimer behind the wheel of that Fire Academy car intended to open the door there, but he did. And Kaidasoya said, "Thank you very much. I will take that position." And that was right ahead of some GTP traffic. I think that might have actually been what Reimer was doing there in that number 14. Yeah. He was trying to get out of the way for the lapping GTP car of the Simsa Esports entry. He just opened the door. That's one position gone, and now Kaidasoya has to keep that GTP behind him for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and let's see if this pass will be negotiated onto the banking here. It's very the lap time deltas between the GTPs and the LMP2s, is only on the order of a handful of seconds. So the GTPs aren't actually that much faster than the LMP2s over the course of the lap. So it sometimes can be a bit of a struggle for the GTPs to try and get a lap on the LMP2s. Usually, you'd like it to be done in the same places as where it happens with GTDs. However, it can be a bit sketchy at some other portions of the racetrack. As we see SRC Movano Corsa head their way in, the 369. That's Sasha Gola behind the wheel at the moment. Let's see if Sasha remains in the car or he goes for the driver change and gets a fresh set of hands behind the wheel of the 369. But it looks like, actually, he is going to go for a driver change. It's going to be Marcus Hamilton getting inside the SRC Movano 369. So driver change for that particular team. This is getting prepared now. If you're, if the drivers are European, you're starting to get into the very late hours of the day. We're about 5 minutes to 11 here in the UK. So it is starting to get a little late now. So for those teams with primarily European drivers, this is where it starts perhaps to get a little bit interesting with regards to driver fatigue.
I don't know what you're talking about. 11 p.m. There's still plenty of good hours in the night after that, but they are starting to get into the hours of the night, especially once we get into those like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. hours when it really gets into the hours of why the heck is anyone awake at this hour right now? That's when things start to get really tough. That is definitely when we start to see those mistakes start to come into favor. So definitely in 3 or 4 hours, and especially as the sun starts to rise here in virtual Daytona, you definitely start seeing the fatigue then.
Yep, you do, and those are the times where drivers are more prone to errors. Just before sunrise, usually, or around that sunrise time, is typically when we start to see, silly hour sort of shenanigans happen. It might end up not quite being sunrise here because, of course, we have we're still technically in the winter here at Daytona, so the actual daylight hours that we get is going to be relatively short. So that's what makes this race slightly interesting as well. Like, so much of it is run at the night, and that can have a slight psychological effect on the drivers. Of course, some of these drivers actually like to race in completely dark rooms, like the vast majority of the eNASCAR grid, it feels like.
Maybe that's why the Finnish drivers are so good, because they're spending so much time up north in latitude. It's always darker for them, so maybe that's some uncharted territory. We need to start getting sim racing popular in Alaska. It'll be good for them.
Yeah, that's the next up-and-coming region, Alaska, apparently, according to Joey Tabin, here in sim racing. But Obsidian Racing, around the outside of a couple of LMP2s here, getting disposed of that lap traffic in quite comfortable fashion, and continuing on their way. In terms of GTDs, they're still in the middle of a pit stop cycle. We're getting to the kind of stage now, Joey, in this race where there isn't really a pit stop window, so to speak. It's just drivers coming down as and when, because the strategies have diverged so much that there's not really a pit party every single lap for each of every single pit stop phase for each of these classes, because there's not really a pit stop phase anymore.
Yeah, occasionally we see the two Apex Racing teammates come in together, and other than that, it is just a mystery. It's a party, depending on when anybody wants to come in. But that tends to be how these races go, and about the middle stint of this race. Once we get into the last maybe hour or two, you will kind of be able to do the math in your head and think who's going to be able to make it to the end from here, who's going to need to do a lot of saving, who's going to have to go for an extra splash by the end of the race. Then you can start thinking about it. But right now, you'd need one of those like supercomputers that they use to model black holes to count back like that.
Yeah, I wish I had one of those. That sounds pretty cool, to be honest. It has to run my race strategy numbers because I just can't do maths. But
imagine the production that you could do on that thing.
Yeah, just imagine. We've got still this slight battle that the previous commentary team just touched on before we swapped over here. This is Havu versus Fire Academy. Of course, Havu, the team from Finland. They're not just involved in sim racing, they're involved in a couple of other esports as well. And Fire Academy. Fire, of course, primarily from Denmark. So that's the situation with them. So we've got a little bit of not Scandinavian, because Finland's not part of Scandinavia. It's Nordic battling going on here.
Thank you for saying that. And of course, Havu, sponsored by who else but Koti Pizza. It's been a new sponsor for them, I believe, in the last year. But I have not stopped thinking about Koti Pizza. Ever since I was introduced to them, when we saw Havu at the iRacing Spa 24 a couple of months ago, I have never stopped thinking about that Finnish pizza. I'm still waiting for Ossian Puhakka to send me some Finnish pizza, but I think he's got to get the dry ice first.
Yeah, that seems to be the case as these guys head their way on to yet another lap here. We are on LMP2, at least at this part with Havu and Fire. They're on lap 175 here at the moment. A lot of laps logged, and we're not even halfway through this race just yet. That feels really weird to say, Joey. It feels like this race has been going on for 15 years, and yet we're not halfway through yet.
Just imagine some of the people who have signed up in the other splits, who have started at an earlier hour. Maybe they crashed out in an earlier split. They've gone for another shot at another split. They've gone for another shot at another split. For some drivers, this ends up being like the 36 hours of Daytona, because you can go for extra attempts. Ooh. That's what the extra time slots gives you if you want to.
What's happened to Maniti Racing Red? Because they're over a minute on pit lane now. If you're unfamiliar, LMDH stops usually take just over 30 seconds. And they're off the way in 1 minute and 11 seconds. So that is a very, very long stop there for Maniti Racing Red. I'll try to find exactly what happens. Nothing's coming up immediately on my sort of incident tracker. We have technology that we can use to try and find incidents here at RaceSpotTV, but nothing's come up on that. So that is a very interesting long stop for Maniti.
It might just be a case of they don't necessarily have any damage in the short term, but over the course of the first 10 and a half hours of this race, they've slowly accumulated little bits of damage, and they said, you know what, we're going to come down this time. We're finally going to get all those optional repairs fixed and just get those 40 seconds out of the way instead of slowly pecking at it, or even not fixing it at all. They're just going to get it all out at once.
Yeah, that's sometimes the issue. At least I can only speak from experience in the LMP2s, but sometimes, even if you get, a minute or so of optionals, you know, it's not affecting the car a massive amount, and you can actually get some of it fixed while the fuel goes in. Only a good, couple of seconds each time, but smothered out across the entire race, you can actually get a decent amount done. Or, like you said, you just take maybe 10 seconds on each stop and just gradually get it repaired that way, instead of taking it all at the same time. It depends on the exact set of circumstances that each team finds themselves in. That's what I'll say on that one. So, right, GTDs, we are expecting Team BMW Bank to come down in imminently. They are 31 laps on the stint here at the moment. Then a couple of laps after that, we'll see Williams come down in. They're the drivers in the team in P2 here at the moment in that class. And then finally, we'll see Apex Racing Team get themselves back up into the race lead. So, again, the pit stop cycle has been spread out in GTDs. It's been relatively spread out in LMP2s, and also in the LMDHs and GTP. It's kind of a similar story there as well. So all of that will come back together, though, in the final hours of this race, where we'll get to see actual representative gaps out there, instead of the ones that we hold in our minds and might be in the timing computers of the teams out there.
That was Michael Capizzi in the iNet Motorsport Blue LMP2 getting by our two Williams Esports friends here. One Williams Esports Chill Blast, one Williams Esports BenQ, but they are working together. They're on completely different strategies. They're on completely different stages of the race. One of them is multiple laps down. One of them is 10 laps down compared to the other, if my math is correct. Louis Nasser in second in line there is on the lead lap, so to speak, in GTD. His teammate is 10 laps down, so Louis saving a little bit of fuel behind his teammate, not getting too aggressive, just extending this for as long as he can, and more importantly, making sure that stops as short as it can possibly be once he finally comes down again.
Yeah, that should be the plan. But, at this stage, with 13 hours and 40 minutes left to go, not even at the halfway point. Still lots of time for this race to develop and for things to change, potentially quite a bit. I mean, we already saw it in GTPs for the race lead with Urano having their issues. They were in a relatively commanding lead in that instance, and then all of a sudden, bam, you know, they have a problem and they get themselves cycled towards the mid-pack, and now we've got what? We've got the front two covered by 10 seconds, of course. We've got Williams Esports Chillblass, who will be in that once the pit stops happen for Obsidian and BS competition. So we're talking, what, 3 teams at the moment in GTPs that are still on race-winning pace and potentially in a race-winning situation. That's pretty good going as far as I'm concerned. We're very, very lucky that we have so many teams so close in GTPs after so many hours of racing.
I'd say that anybody who's even just 1 lap down is still in contention right now, maybe even 2 laps down. If you go back to the Geodesic GTP entry, they're absolutely still in it. It's an endurance race. Anything can happen, and it's a cliche, but it probably will. Places like this, places like Le Mans, it's such... The long straights, I think, are really what triggers some issues sometimes, because you do actually get the chance to take a break for a millisecond at Daytona. When you're on the banking, when you're on the NASCAR oval, you can just rest for a moment. The problem is there's always lap traffic. There's always GTD cars coming out. There's always somebody to lap. There's always a moving chicane. So those times you think you can rest, you usually don't actually get to take advantage of.
Yeah, it's pretty constant. Although the discussion with Ewan and Cameron on that previous commentary stint, they had an interesting one, which was basically the fact that around the high 30s of cars on circuit here at Daytona seems to be a comfortable spot where the traffic and the lapping is not necessarily constant. So you do get yourself a little bit of a break, as we see the side-by-side for P3 there. That's just Williams Esports Chill Blast heading their way through on race clutch white. There's a quite significant strategy difference between the two here at the moment, so that wasn't entirely surprising, the fact that Florian Kruger for race clutch just decided to let the Williams Esports car by. But I completely forgot what I was talking about there. That's not good as a commentator, was it? But yeah, this race continues to intrigue, and it continues to grow, perhaps in quite suitable directions and quite exciting directions a little bit later on. By the way, of course, we are live across multiple channels here on RaceSpotTV. So we're on the RaceSpotTV YouTube, we're on the VCO YouTube as well, we're on the iRacing Twitch, where we have a good amount of viewers. We're also on the VCO esports Twitch as well. So thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in to this part of the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, part of the VCO Grand Slam. So that's going to be starting up once again with this event in 2023. That's why you see quite high participation from a lot of the top teams here on in iRacing esports. But speaking of channels that we're on, Joey, I'm going to ask you a question. Shall we open up for perhaps a little bit of Q&A?
I was just about to say the same exact thing. We're in the middle of the night here. We need some things to talk about. We've already started talking about black hole physics computers. I've got all the chats open. If you're on iRacing on Twitch, VCO on YouTube, VCO on Twitch, RaceSpot on YouTube, toss us some questions about anything, black holes, racing. It'll be anything. We'll answer it. I'll force Connery to.
So yeah, there's a couple of topics that we won't be able to discuss, unfortunately. One of them, other sims. One of them, life events that might be going on in the world right now, political events, things like that. So things that are related to the racing, or things related to us, you know. Or if you... I hate to bring this up because Lorenzo isn't even here, but the whole pineapple and pizza sort of situation. But...
well, I was already talking about Coty Pizza. They know my opinions about that.
Pizza's already made the broadcast, so I guess
it
we're
always
past the point of no return. But yeah, if you have a question for us, a question about the racing, a question about iRacing, and then feel free to drop it in any of the respective chats, and we might get around to it.
I gotta make sure I've got my multi-stream up here. I've got a race spot on YouTube over here. Last comment coming in from one Cameron Rogers. Hopefully we can improve upon that.
Someone in the YouTube chat immediately says no team redline ? That's more of a statement than the question. But no, Team Redline are not taking part in this event. Of course, teams get to decide whether or not they take part, and it just so happens that Redline aren't taking part at the moment. YouTube. So we've not YouTube, sorry, Twitch. We've got Twitch on the iRacing Twitch. We've got, do you think live stewarding top split is necessary to grow sim racing esports? That is a very interesting question. Personally, this is a personal opinion. So this is not the opinion of RaceSpotTV or anyone else, or iRacing themselves. We just handle their broadcast. This is a personal opinion. I think it would be pretty beneficial. That is my personal opinion. But, of course, I don't really have any influence in how things are actually done. So, in the end, my opinion is probably pretty worthless.
Put it in the headlines tomorrow. Connery Maddock personally endorses live stewarding at Top Split Daytona. I mean, I'm always a fan. There's always events that are put on over the course of the year on iRacing where they do have live stewards. But I just think about it in sort of a practical sense. It is a 24-hour event. That's people you have to hire. That's people you have to pay. That's people who have to be online. And that's people who are fallible. The iRacing penalty system, it's fallible. Sometimes it makes mistakes. Sometimes you complain that you got a penalty for something you shouldn't have got a penalty for. But at the same time, it is the same for everybody. It's not a human aspect. So I can definitely see both sides of the equation.
Someone in our Twitch chat says, in our racing Twitch chat, why not show the top split? Isn't that the one that Casey Kerwin's racing? No, this is the top split. This is time slot 3, which tends to be the primary time slot, and this is the highest strength of field amongst all 3 classes that we're going to have this weekend. So this is the top split. So Casey Kerwin's not in the top split. He's a very good driver, but he's not in this top split. He might be in the top split at his time slot. I'm not sure which time slot he's running in, but yeah, this is the quote-unquote top split.
Daniel Sibishabo in the YouTube chat, one of the drivers in this very split, by the way. He's out of the car right now. He's resting. He's absorbing our coverage. He says, if he takes the black hole in the bus stop, will you teleport to the pit stop? That's a very good question. I'm no particle physics, but I did listen to an episode of a podcast with the Professor Brian Cox a couple of days ago, and he was talking about how if you get sucked into a black hole, you're like instantly teleported to the end of time. So maybe it teleports you to the end of the race and you win if you take the black hole in the bus stop. I don't know. Can we get a physicist on here? Is Brian Cox watching?
I was going to do an impression, but I can't do impressions, so I'm going to leave that there. We've got no Team Redline. We've got in the YouTube chat. We've got what would you be interested in seeing as an iRacing special event? Real, excluding the obvious one, or fictional? So is there a race that happens in real life that's not currently a iRacing special event, but should be? And we're including things that iRacing currently doesn't have the track for. Joey, you'll go first.
I think because we've covered so many things with iRacing that there's not a lot of open space, but I guess you can think about disciplines that we don't necessarily have. We don't have drag racing. We don't have rally raid racing. We don't have go-karts. We know there's been a lot of problems with go-karts. That might never happen, but those are all sort of unexplored avenues that I'd be happy to see. I don't know how drag racing would work with the latency of the internet. That's probably why we don't have it, but there's some good drag strips over at Charlotte, the 4-lane dragway. You could do a tournament style event there. I think that would be the next thing I want to see.
I mean, there's not really apart from the ones that have current license agreements. I will say no more. There's not really a race that I would actually like. I think is completely missing in terms of an endurance special event, I suppose. Maybe 24 hours in Dubai.
Yeah, that would definitely be a big one. Maybe like, well, we did see there was a hint on Twitter a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago that a Formula Ford style car has been scanned. So that may be our ticket to the Formula Ford Trophy at Brands Hatch, finally for real on iRacing.
Yeah. Interesting. Right, so Justin Rim says Portimao would be great to have on the service. It would be great.
I always knew I liked you, Justin Ream.
We had... Am I missing any questions? Someone asked, does it cost anything to join one of these events? No. Let's see. Which team is performing above your expectations? Ooh, this is a very interesting one. And we have one we haven't actually touched on yet. Who is performing above expectations? Okay. Well, at the front of most of these classes at the moment, they're kind of the team names that I expect to see, or at least I'm not entirely surprised by. So, DS Competition leading is not a surprise. Williams, Obsidian, Obsidian maybe. Obsidian being up there is good to see. In terms of LMP2s, I mean, LMP2 is always the interesting one because that's the lowest strength of field, and it's probably the least popular one with like the quote-unquote top teams. So seeing Kelsa here, for example, is quite good to see. I personally have not seen them involved, at least over the course of me broadcasting iRacing. At least I don't think I've been familiar with them. I'm not sure whether they're an actual team or whether they're just a group of drivers running together. I think the latter probably is more accurate given their livery. And of course, we've got iRacing Blue in P4 here, which are going very well, which I hadn't previously had experience with either. So I guess if we're looking for drivers and teams performing above expectations, you have to look into LMP2 and looking at P3 and 4. That's for me, at least.
On our Twitch chat, MTNZ Music asks, is Latifi racing, or did I read something wrong? I hate to break it to you, but I think you did read something wrong. No Nicholas Latifi here, but if Mr. Latifi is listening, we've got another seat in the booth here. If Latifi's listening, if Brian Cox is listening, we're happy to take a guest.
I'm primarily looking at the iRacing Twitch chat, so sorry everyone that's in the other chats. But do you think there should be an F1 series? In what sense? Because we already have the Mercedes F1 cars on iRacing. I'm not sure whether that means moving F1 esports to iRacing, which I don't see happening ever. As much as I would want to see that happen. We've got... Is this pro? Yes, the vast majority of these teams and drivers are pro drivers. Let's see. Which team is performing below expectations? This is perhaps the more loaded. This is where I get DM'd by teams being very angry about what I said to them, which has happened before, by the way.
We can just say the commentary team. That's what we can say.
Oh, who is performing below? It's hard to say because a lot of these teams have had incidents that are beyond their control. So it would be quite unfair to throw them under the bus. I'm not brave enough to say that. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to say, because they've made up for it, I'm going to say it's the Apex duo in GTD, because they did come together early. They did make a clumsy mistake that you don't often see, but they have come back for that. So they have made up for that. They're still basically leading overall in class.
That's as much of a cop-out as my answer.
Yes.
Because... yes, Apex Racing team are underperforming because they're not leading by a minute; they're leading by 27 seconds.
Correct.
Yeah, it's hard to say because we've had such a rate of attrition here that everything's jumbled up. So I'm not necessarily in a good position to say who's underperforming or not. Again, iRacing YouTube chat. Actually, we'll go to the YouTube chat, see if anyone said anything in there.
Yeah, Neil Ferrier has a good question. How long do you think until we see the rest of the GTP cars? Of course, that's a question we can't really answer. We don't know, but I would. Okay. I'm going to adjust that question and say which one of the new GTP or LMH cars do you want to see the most? Because you've got the Acura, you've got the Cadillac, you've got the Porsche, you've got the Van Wall, you've got the Ferrari, you've got everything, the Peugeot. You got everything you could ever want. Which one?
That's a very interesting pronunciation there, Joey. But,
I refuse to go Peugeot because that's just that's inaccurate to my accent. So Peugeot, it's nice.
It makes it sound weird. Anyway, battle for E2 and GTP, by the way. It's Williams Esports Chill Blast versus Obsidian Racing this time around. As Williams Esports Chill Blast continue on. Well, have they basically completed their recovery drive at this point? Because, you know, they had an issue in the second stint of the race, which feels like years ago now. And they're back in, you know, top running positions. Yes, there's strategy to factor in with being off cycle, but pretty much everyone's off cycle now. So I would say they're pretty much roughly back to where they were. Of course, they were leading, so second place at the moment is not too far off, even with the slight differences on the strategy.
Yeah, Artur Lahauk has been kind of on a tear recently. We can't really tell that much into lap times because you might run into lap traffic at a different time. You might have to stop for something at a different time. But overall, he has been very, very quick. He's been faster than Valtteri Allander in the lead of the race. There is just now that big gap that has to get overcome. It's a big gap right now. It's a 43-second gap. They are on two different pit strategies. They're separated by about 8 laps. But you see the big number in the top left of your screen, 13 hours left. A 43-second gap is basically nothing at that point. There's so much time to bring that down.
Okay, so we have in the YouTube chat Pete Pearson. That is an amazing name, by the way. In our YouTube chat on RaceSpotTV, saying, how are some teams out? Is there non-repairable damage? Yes and no. All damage is repairable unless you completely trash the car, in which case it says we're done. But there are drivers and teams that have decided that they do have damage, and it's a lot of damage, say 20, 30 minutes plus, and they decided that they're not going to continue on. So the drivers are out: Race Clutch Black, Team PGZ, RHG Esports, SimRC, Zenith Esports, Ronin Esports, Race Clutch Reds, Vivano Corsa 3, BS Turner, Altus Esports, and Wave Italy, the number 12, all retired from this event. So those are the teams that have decided not to come back. Although they might decide to come back towards the end if they just want to get a couple of laps in. But
get a couple screenshots in there
that are out. Yeah,
that happened to me one time. The one time I've actually run this race as a driver, it ended catastrophically because the first lap out of the pits, my pedals had an issue. They went to complete 100% pressure while I was exiting the pits, and I completely wrecked the car. We already had damage before then, so we were out. But then at about 6 hours later, I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna get back behind the wheel of the car. I'm gonna take it out for a spin. We had 30 minutes of repairs when we had to retire the car. The engine was dead, but somehow we got an engine swap done. They put a miraculous new engine in the car, and it ran good as new. But we were already out for 4 hours. There was no point continuing again. But whoever came by in that Dallara LMP2 team, they did a miracle. They fixed that car up pretty good.
More from the Twitch chats on iRacing. So. Opinion on electric cars? Well, they're the future, and they kind of have to be. Motorsport has to adapt to that, and is doing a decent job in doing so. That's my opinion on that. You know, it's inevitable. So an opinion on it is not necessarily a thing that you could really possibly have. They're quite fun, I suppose, especially with the amount of torque that they have. I think it'll be a different kind of racing, yes, when we apply it to motorsports. However, it will be still, you know, motorsports has gone through so many major changes over the years anyway, so it'll take some time to adapt, but it's fine once we start to see electric cars in things like this, for example, in IMSA and in the WEC as well. Is there a Nürburgring 24 hours on iRacing? Yes, there is. Let's have a look. Porsche or Cadillac?
Before we ditch the electric car thing, though, there is, okay. You do have the opportunity to race an electric vehicle on iRacing with the Porsche Mission R. We do have our first electric car on iRacing. It's a very, very fun car to drive. It's so powerful, as always with electric cars. The amount of torque, it absolutely explodes off the line. It gets up to ridiculous speeds. Electric racing is very, very fun. And maybe in the future, electric racing series coming to iRacing. Don't know when that's going to happen, but electric cars are very fun to drive. Anybody who's ever driven one in real life or on the sim knows that it's a whole different driving experience. It's nothing like driving a car with an internal combustion engine, just because of that torque.
that Porsche or Cadillac was to do with the LMP with the LMDHs. What would you say is the best race that you've been able to commentate on? Ooh. Yep.
Well, it's one that we don't get to commentate anymore.
Ah, okay. That solves that then for Joey. But for me, well, I've been doing sim racing commentary since 2016, so it's been a hot minute. There's been so many great races. There's been so many amazing moments over the years that I'm very privileged to be in this position to be able to call races of this magnitude, for example. I can't really pick up one. I'm really sorry. Like they all go into a bit of a blur in a lot of cases. There's some memorable moments that I'll remember for not even necessarily the racing. Like when I got to commentate at the Sim Racing Expo to an arena. Well, not a massive arena, but a good amount of spectators, especially for the final race. That's something that I'll never forget. Hearing my voice go out over the PA to a venue. Not sure about, well, I mean, Joey, you've already answered with the race that we can't commentate or broadcast anymore. But yeah, I'm sorry I can't give a solid answer, but that's just the way it is with me.
Your favorite race you've ever commentated is the one you're commentating right now. There's your cop-out answer. There you go.
I mean, it also wouldn't really entirely be accurate. If I'm being honest, but there we go. What's your favorite iRacing special event? Spa. I'm just going to straight up say that.
I'm going to repeat my same answer from the last question. Refer
to our previous answer.
Yep. This is fitting, though, because on screen right now are Apex Racing GTD cars. Neil Ferrier asks, or he says, rather, that he's given them a compliment. He says they're unreal together. I completely agree. They've done a great job of working together. It is still Johan Harth and Kevin Ellis Jr. behind the wheel of both of those Apex Racing GTD Audis. And you're exactly right, Neil Ferrier. They've been doing a great job of working together. They haven't tripped over each other like Peter Berryman and his teammate did in those two cars a little bit earlier. They've been back to typical Apex Racing team things and just extending their lead over the rest of the field, basically pretending that any error before didn't even happen.
Are you happy with the current amount of cars per class in a single split? Feel like we need more GT3. Well, we've got 50 cars. Or at least we started with 50 cars. It's possible to push it to 55. Once you get towards 60, though, even though it's not been as much of an issue in recent times, that's when you start to get into a couple of performance issues sometimes, especially here on broadcast. So I think we're in a good spot. If ideally maybe 55, maybe a couple more cars per class, but I think we're in a decent spot. Maybe it's track dependent. Maybe you would like to see like way more on the Nürburgring, for example. Where they have over 100 cars in the real world racing on that circuit with many more classes. But in the end, not everyone has a supercomputer to run iRacing, so I'm not exactly sure how that's going to happen without crazy optimizations and some miracle by the iRacing team.
Justin Reams decided to be cute, and he says, "Isn't iRacing all electric cars technically?" Well, look at you, Justin Reams. Some of us have steam-powered computers. Some of us have diesel-powered computers. They're not all electric.
Look at this for the race lead, though. This has crept up on us a little bit. But Williams Esports Chill Blast, well, actually, it's not crept us a little bit because the previous race leader pitted. That was BS competition. So we've gotten to the point now where the battle for the race lead in GTPs is down less than a second. Even though we are trading the race lead between 3-4 different teams at the moment. Either way, this is still impressive.
Yeah, some might say because the race leader pitted, this is now a BS competition for the lead because it's not actually going to be for the lead, but there it is. Artur Lehau continues his drive forward, and he's made the move. Easy as that, into the race lead, at least for now.
Yeah, fantastic. Awesome stuff for Williams Esports Chill Blast, especially considering their trials and tribulations earlier on in the event. Right, let's see. We've got no other questions in the iRacing Twitch chat. Let's see in YouTube. Nearly half the field DNF. Nah, it's not half the field. It's probably about a third, if even that. No, it's not, actually not even a third. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cars out at the moment, out of 50. So, yeah. 1/5 if you have to be pedantic. What event has commented? Sorry.
I was going to say, I'm just a big fan of the usernames we're seeing coming out here. Little Lizard Boy, You Serious Bruh, Dazza Bazza, Dopamine EU. These are some great names.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's kind of interesting seeing that coming from iRacing, where everyone uses or everyone should use their real name. And because obviously in other esports you have, say in Counter-Strike, you have usernames, you have gamer tags and things like that. So you don't get someone in iRacing just called Twists, which is a famous Counter-Strike player, or Simple, or Nico. Well, you might get Nico if it's their first name, but
and occasionally you get like Williams Esports Lounge 27, Charlotte Motor Speedway, and it's like, oh, I'm racing against an inanimate object. How about that?
Yeah. But another question. What would you say is better to watch, IRL or Sim? I personally don't think they're really directly comparable, or whatever you want to say. What we do in sim racing is, in concept, identical to what's going on in the real world. Of course, it's a race. Whoever gets to the checkered flag first wins the race. If you boil it down to that foundation, it's basically the same thing. However, someone might enjoy sim racing and real-life racing, perhaps for some different reasons. Okay, because they might enjoy the thrill of real-life racing and the athleticism of the drivers to be able to deal with these G-forces for hours on end, especially in an endurance race like this. However, they also might respect sim racing because being this consistent over the course of a stint, being at home, is also very, very difficult. So I wouldn't say I really enjoy one over the other, but I enjoy both just for different reasons. That's my cop-out answer.
I think if you look throughout the entirety of this field, there's not a single driver who isn't also a fan of real-life motorsports or would enjoy being involved in real-life motorsports. So there's a lot of crossover. There's very, very few people who are just sim racing people who have no interest in real-life motorsports, but that's kind of par for the course. One came before the other.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean this has any less value. This is far more attainable for most people. It's far less expensive, and it's easier to just hop in and do a race. It's easier to hop in and do an official race on iRacing than it is to go out, buy a go-kart or an autocross car or whatever and get involved in actual racing. Of course, it's great to do that, but this is a far more attainable first step for a lot of people.
What are the commentators most looking forward to this year? I mean, we've kind of answered it with the special events.
Yep.
Me is Spa. Joey is the one that can't exist at the moment on iRacing. So
I've almost answered it 500 times.
Yeah. Great production. Just wish the YouTube stream was 4K. Interesting point on that one. We usually stream in 2K to YouTube. However, because of the amount of destinations we're going to at the moment, it was simpler for us to just do 1080p to everything else, because otherwise we'd have to have separate encoding and stream forwarding and things like that, which gets a little complicated because we want to have the stream as stable as possible, and I'm touching wood right now, because I know when I say things like that, immediately it's going to die. But that's the reason. I apologize you can't watch in its full glory on TV, for example, on YouTube, but that's just the situation and the compromise that we've had to make here to be able to do so many platforms. But we'll work on the solution for next time, perhaps. Let's see. We've got. What's the? Okay, I almost said the race that I can't mention was scheduled to do that from the 24 Hours of Daytona. People schedule wherever they want to schedule. It's yeah, no other opinion. It would be nice if organizers sort of kept themselves aware of other things that might be going on. You know, to be able to give drivers the opportunity to do both, all / whatever. But sometimes that doesn't happen, and we have to deal with it. They're not required to be able to make sure that drivers can attend everything.
We did just have a little bit of a scary moment on screen there. This is one of the worst moments you can have when you're in the car. When all 3 classes finally cycle around again, they've reached the same orbit, they've lined up. So you're a GTP car, you have to pass an LMP2, and you have to pass a GTD car, and they all meet up at the same time. You can go 3 wide on the banking at Daytona. Of course, you see the NASCAR drivers do it all the time. They even go 4 wide sometimes, but it is always terrifying when you have to go 3 wide like that. But Patrick Verbovi in the Carbon SimSport LMP2, the Obsidian Racing GTP, and that GTD. They all made it work, but it never stops being dicey.
Yeah, it can be very, very sketchy indeed. We've got a good couple of cars on towards pit lane at the moment. So SRC Movano, of course, the 369 is in. We've also got the Urano Data Group car in. We had a couple in the other classes as well. Decided that now is a good time to pit. That was Mercedes AMG Urano, the number 91 down in GTD. So a little bit of a flurry of pit stops here as Movano head their way out. So do Urano. Hopefully not back out into a lot of traffic, but I think they might not have a choice here in this situation as they cut through and into the first couple of corners through pit exits. So a little bit of a task to do with that amount of traffic ahead. We've got ourselves a bit of a traffic snake going, I suppose, which is what Ewan and Cameron were mentioning in the previous stint of commentary. Sometimes you just have these spontaneous trains of traffic that develop in a race like this.
Jonas Wallmeyer is very, very lucky, though, because he came out right next to one of his teammates who very kindly got out of the way. And who's that a little bit further ahead? Well, it's his other teammate in the GTD entry for Urano. Alexei Nezov is going to get right out of the way. He's not gonna cause any trouble for his teammate in the faster class. And that's going to make things so much easier for Jonas Wallmeyer. And now you look back to the second-place driver in that train, Marcus Hamilton for Movano. He's still going to reach the Urano GTD car on the banking. He's going to be able to make it an easy move, but he didn't have the same easy journey through the 2 horseshoes, and you can see how big the gap has expanded already. You can't even see him in the same shot.
Yeah, gapped 2.5 already. Well, actually reducing to 2 because we see Urano just lift out slightly just so they can catch Apex Academy Audi in the right place. That's the presence of mind that we talk about when we talk about the skill of these high-level iRacing drivers. You know, they see a problem before it's an actual problem. That's the presence of mind that you need. So Urano knew that it would be better for them to catch the GTD on exit, so they compromised their entry themselves just to make sure that they didn't lose time in the long run by getting caught up in behind that GTD car in the second Apex, say.
And that just comes with the experience that a lot of these drivers have. It's not something that you can pick up instantly. It's a mistake that you're guaranteed to make whenever you're doing this for the first time, especially as the fatigue starts to set in. But all of these drivers have done multiple of these events at Daytona. They've done multiple endurance events. They know, like you said, when to expect things before they even start to happen. Yeah. They can predict when there's a little bit of trouble coming in ahead, and you can avoid it.
So Williams Esports Chill Blast down and in for their stops. It does mean that Obsidian Racing get themselves to the race leads. This is going to be chopping and changing for probably the next couple of hours, to be honest, because the front of the field in GTPs are very close and all off-cycle compared to each other. So they're going to be basically sharing the duties of getting the leading laps logged, which is interesting. I'm very thankful that we just don't have one car running away with things at the front of GTP here at the moment. So it's remaining very, very competitive for them for that particular class. So it's great to see. There's Williams Esports Chill Blast. They're exiting the pit lane now. Arthur LeHook will go and do yet another stint behind the wheel of the number 1 car. Back out onto circuit they go. So returning to the iRacing Twitch chat, we've got wider graphics on the stream look better than on driver streams. It's because we push the settings as high as they can go without dropping much below 60 FPS. That's the reason. The PC that's currently running the iRacing at the moment, at least, is a it's a PC with a 10700K and a 3080. And we're just pushing that as hard as possible and just to bring up the quality by as much as we can. Of course, things get compressed once they go to stream. That's not that's something we really can't avoid. But working on the garbage in, garbage out principle, if you got to put in the best input to try and make sure you get the best output. Right, let's see. Higher motors, higher graphics settings. Sometimes you can customize that in iRacing. We've run out of questions. Wow, Joey.
There's one more. It's what's your favorite car to drive in iRacing? But again, I got to go back to my same answer from the last 3 questions. I'm just getting shut out here.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. It's you can't say it, but it's for because it's a different reason. Anyway, so yeah, Apex Racing Team there. They've got their duo. They've got 26 seconds over Team BMW Bank. Let's hope they don't have the same awkward situation that happened to them an hour or so ago, it feels like, a couple of hours ago, where they tagged each other in the infield. So I'm surprised it happened there rather than on the bankings when they're doing this bump drafting. I mean, if there's a place they want it to happen, it's in the infield, because the banking's such high speed and it will at least cause one of the cars to retire.
It's hard to really turn somebody when you're doing bump drafting like this. When you get the bumper to the back of your teammate, unless you're really, really bad at holding the wheel straight, unless you're all over the place, you're not going to turn them. You're simply not really going fast enough, and you've got such a high level of downforce that the cars are stuck to the ground. You're essentially going in a straight line, even though you are turning. So you're not going to have any trouble with bump drafting. But when you are doing that, when you are so close to each other, the reason the issues happen when you're under braking is because you're not just pushing them in a straight line anymore. If you push somebody into a braking zone, that's not a push anymore. That's a bump, and that's when you start to lose control.
Yeah, it's that initial contact, locking onto the back. That's the trickiest thing to get right in these GT cars, because they're not like NASCARs. They don't have a flat rear bumper to be able to push. You know, you've got all sorts of geometry going on back there, and you know the contact front to rear is not going to be flush in a lot of cases. So if you get it slightly wrong, if you hit the slight wrong bit of the car ahead in your initial contact to bump draft, you're just going to cause the car in front all sorts of problems. So it seems
like Billy Joel said, it's a matter of trust, because you need to know that your teammate's braking at exactly the same point every single lap. Your teammate needs to know that you're going to brake at the same exact point every single lap. You need to know that you're synced up like that, because any difference, any change in your braking point when you're this close together, that leads to contact, and that leads to what happened about an hour and 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, and so Apex must have worked out how to do this properly, like in an effective way, because we've seen other teams attempt it. I mean, we've seen Team BMW Bank try it with, I forgot the team name, but with Go Vankini. Over the last couple of hours, they've been doing it. They haven't been doing it as effective as what Apex have been doing. Okay, so they must have figured something out here with the bump drafting to make it as effective as it is. So, I mean, I'm not judging it. It's a fantastic little ace up their sleeve that they've been able to put out there, and it's gotten themselves the P1, P2 at the moment. So, potential 1-2 finish for Apex Racing Team. Early to say, considering we're still less than halfway through, but you know, that is, you know, you got to do what you need to do to be able to get yourself the best positions in these sorts of races. Back to the Twitch chats. Well, Twitch chat kind of stopped a little bit there.
We got an embarrassing question from Pete Peterson again. He says, "What's your guys' I rating?"
No comment.
No comment.
No comment.
Well, both of us don't have time half the time to do actual races because we're too busy commentating, you're too busy producing. So I do far less iRacing than I really want to do.
Can I say my oval iRating? Because it's much higher than my road.
Me too.
I used to be super into oval racing. I didn't come into iRacing to do oval racing. I just kind of fell into it a couple of years ago. I haven't really raced over the last probably 3 years much at all, especially in terms of oval. But my oval I rating currently is 3,900. I am not currently a 3,900 skilled driver in oval. If I go into like a C-Fix truck race, I'm going to get completely demolished by top split. So even though that's what my number is in oval, I am not that anymore, probably.
Yeah, I'm about an even 3,000 on oval and an even 2,000 on road, which is about where I should be. But when I started on iRacing a couple of years ago, I crashed out so much from road races that my iRating just tanked. I never really worried about it. And then after that, I did most of my racing in a league setting. Then I started commentating, and I never really had any time to get it up. But in the break, especially with the new edition of the IR04 and the GR86, been taking them out a lot, been harvesting some road iRating when I do have time recently, and I am above 2,000 for the first time. So I'm not going to be driving for Williams Esports anytime soon, but I can at least finish in the middle of the field in 4th split.
I wish I was at the lofty heights of 2,000 iRating. Although that's, you know, given that I was running not in this split, of course, like I would never even be able to touch this split. I would bring down, like if I was registered as a driver for one of these teams, I'd probably bring them down to like 6th split. Like that's in terms of average iRating. So, you know, I was still running quite well, and I was running with people with 2,000 iRating in the split in the stints I was doing earlier. So maybe my road iRating is not necessarily representative of my pace, just in the opposite way as my oval iRating.
Yeah, my absolute best when I'm getting like coached by people, when I do 3 hours of practice before a 45-minute race, then maybe I'm at my absolute highest 2,500 iRating. But the level of practice you have to do, the level of commitment you have to have, it is essentially full-time for all these drivers. It's probably in the thousands, the amount of laps they've done around Daytona in the last weeks or the last month. You need that level of commitment, or else you're not even going to come close to being competitive.
Yeah. It's, yeah, I mean, I do so much broadcasting, and I also have stuff aside from broadcasting in my life that I need to do to get on with. There's not a lot of time left for practicing very seriously for races.
At least we both still race more than you and O'Leary.
That's true. That's true.
And Hugo.
Well, actually, Hugo Luis, our co-owner of RaceSpotTV and creative director, amazing producer, if people aren't aware, Hugo Luis is an iRacing world champion from years ago. I think it's more than 10 years ago now. But if there's anyone that's going to be spicy quick on RaceSpotTV, it's going to be Hugo Luis, because he has joined a couple of mess around fun sessions in week 13s and things like that, and he's still really quick. So what I'm waiting for is the return of Hugo Luis to competitive iRacing, because he can hang with these guys, surely.
Of course. Next time we have the commentator extravaganza race that we did on RaceSpot a couple of months ago, I was the highest commentator who wasn't one of the Australians from SimSpeed. So
SimSpeed
I guess I
OP in their driving though, so it's
Australians in general. It's just unbeatable. But next time we come around, we need Hugo on the RaceSpot team.
Yeah, absolutely. Timing 71 works again. Yeah, Timing 71 does work. I'll have to pin the message on Twitch again because I think it broke. Manual unpinned or end of stream. Thank you very much for mentioning that, by the way. So that is pinned on the Twitch, on the iRacing Twitch. How is the team with? I'm not sure what YouTube and the YouTube comments on about necessarily.
I think he means Spets. He means Alex Spets.
Oh, okay. I think some nicknames going on there. Which one was that? It was one of the Urano cars, wasn't it? Was it the Data Group or the Hanking Media? I think it might have been this one.
Spets was Williams Esports Chill Blast. He was our he was our pole sitter.
Yeah, so this is what having done a couple of stints in an LMP2 and a couple of hours of broadcasting does to my brain. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, Williams Esports Chill Blast, you are right. Sorry, I've just embarrassed myself in front of 1,000 people. Arthur the Hook. So we got Williams Esports Chill Blast. They're currently in 3rd place. So that the recovery has been exemplary. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if by the end of the next 12 hours they'll be within the race lead picture. So they are going on very, very well, and they are setting some of the fastest times in LMDH right now. So yes, they're going well.
The gap is about 45 seconds now, I think, up to Obsidian. So I'm trying to think. A little bit earlier, it was around 41, 42 seconds. So it's basically stayed equal. But right now, that's kind of exactly what you need to do. You might want to bring the gap down. You might want to start seeing progress there. But it is still very early days. As long as you're still holding that gap, as long as you're not losing a lap, as long as there's no more mistakes, Williams Esports Chill Blast are going to be in a good position. Their recovery is already good enough to put them on the podium overall for the moment. Still 13 hours to go. We're just now into hour number 12.
Indeed we are, and there's a battle continuing to develop. This is P5 in GTPs. So this is Urano Esports Data Group versus SLC Movano Corsa. And that's not a question, that's just my weird inflection there at the very end. There we go. Out on towards the banking they go. About 0.6 of a second between Urano and Movano here. Absolutely equal in terms of strategy. Both of them 9 laps on the stint. So this should be a representative battle.
This is one of the few representative battles on track. There's a few of them still around with drivers on the same strategy, on the same lap, and critically actually close to each other on track. This is interesting because these are two drivers who have recently gotten the car. Marcus Hamilton is about halfway through a stint here. Took the car from Sasha Gourlay a couple of over an hour ago, I think, at this point. And then the newer of the two drivers, Jonas Wallmeyer in the Urano GTP. He's just recently gotten the car. He's got his footing again. He's been out there for not even a full fuel stint yet, so he's still getting his bearings. Actually, he has been out for a full fuel stint. He has been in for fuel once, so he's in his second stint right now. He's back in the groove already.
What sort of, someone says in the YouTube chat, in our RaceSpotTV YouTube chat, where we've got what sort of lap times are the leaders doing at night? Is it 29s? Not 29s at the moment. It's 130s. So the leading LMDHs, so the leading GTPs, shall I say, are doing 1 minute 30s. No, actually not 1 minute 30s. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong column. They're doing 1 minute 31s at this point in the stint. Best laps have been in the 1 minute 30s, though. So I was talking about best laps, but at least in terms of the laps that happened last time around, it's sort of 31s, mid 131s.
We have a track temp graphic we can pull up here in the midnight sun of Florida. There, that's the wrong units for Florida. Floridians can't read that. Let me break out my my number translator here. 75 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is pretty cool.
Yeah, freedom units.
Yes.
We use more civilized units. So 24 degrees Celsius on track at the moment. Still a pretty warm night. 22 degrees in the air. Especially compared to Europe at the moment in the middle of winter, where it is relatively cold outside. But yeah, that's probably one of the warmest that I've seen it in terms of nighttime racing, at least in terms of the practice sessions and particularly the IMSA sessions that be going on this week. So yeah, that's very, very interesting to see. Still room for it to drop a little bit more as we get even deeper into the night, but probably not going to be all that much, to be honest.
That's the interesting cultural shift between the two geographical locations. Connery goes 75 degrees Fahrenheit at night. That's pretty warm. And if somebody in Florida saw that, they would be in 14 layers. They'd be like, "Oh my God, I'm going to die of hypothermia at 75 degrees Fahrenheit at night."
Well, there was an occasion here in the UK where we broke 40 degrees Celsius for the first time. You can convert that, Joey. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable.
That is very uncomfortable. The temperatures should not be 3 digits. That should not be allowed.
Well, if it's 3 digits in Celsius, I think we have bigger problems. But because we're past the boiling point of water. But yeah, it's uncomfortable, especially when you in somewhere like the UK and a lot of Europe where we don't have air conditioning in residential homes a lot of the time. We get it in like office buildings and supermarkets and things like that, but homes just don't have air conditioning, and it's a struggle when it's above 30.
Stick your head in the Tesco cabbage bin.
Yeah. I had this huge industrial fan that I was able to get from a hardware store, and I just plonked that on the floor, and I was in a hurricane of wind for the entire time. Williams Esports Marla in. That's your race leader in LMP2s. Off and away they go. They might just lose the race lead slightly here to Apex Racing Team, but of course Apex Racing Team, they are due on towards the pit lane imminently. So this race lead for them in LMP2s would be short-lived.
That is the most fun name to say in sim racing, who takes over the lead of LMP2. Atte Kauppinen never gets old. Most fun name to say in sim racing. The Finnish people, they know how to put together their names.
Not Marco Acidicono, who is someone I've commentated on years ago, and I still remember his name.
There's so many great names, but the Finnish ones, the Finnish people, they have such a way of speaking. Atte Kauppinen, and who else could be right ahead of Atte Kauppinen other than another Finn? Matti Kaidesoja. It's rhythmic. I love it.
Yeah, Finnish names are very rhythmic, aren't they? It's nice. There we go. There they are, heading their way on towards the banking. Arvu just parked ahead of the Williams Esports Marla team here for the moment. We've got in our Twitch chat, someone said we have 32 plus Celsius in Finland. I was dying. Yes, I imagine 32 plus in Finland is the equivalent to 40 plus here in the UK. Yeah, it's grim. It is really grim. It's the entire Top Graphic BMW GTPs. Yes, because that's the only GTP we have on iRacing. Yeah, the only one.
That's a good username too, by the way. Obladi, Oblada, Obladeric. Good name. Life goes on.
Lovely. Pete Peterson, which is again another amazing name on the topic of names. Imagine there would be rain.
Imagine.
Soon. Coming soon. I know it's an iRacing meme / trademark, but soon. It would change the complexion of races like this, though. Imagine that.
I hope that guy who mentioned the 32 degrees Celsius in Finland is happy with my Finnish pronunciations.
I once. Oh, should I tell this story? I'll make it PG rated.
I'm scared.
There was a race I was commentating on a few years ago, which had a Finnish driver. In the race, and I apparently completely butchered his name. Okay, I butchered it so badly that it meant something different in Finnish. What I was saying, it was a different word in Finnish. So I managed to butcher the pronunciation so much that it turned into a different word, and that word, it was something that I can't say directly on broadcast, but yeah.
I mean, I never mispronounce names. But,
yeah.
You know, Cannery Maddow, he pronounces names wrong sometimes.
I will just leave it at that. But yeah, so that's my claim to fame in terms of names. I once got it so bad that it meant a rude word in Finnish.
I haven't gotten there yet. One day. That's going to happen one day. You can never escape it.
So, yeah. Hopefully nothing like that really happens again, because otherwise I won't be able to live with myself. Someone said Into the Barriers. Is that the YouTuber Into the Barrier, or have you just stolen Into Barrier's name and just put an S on the end of it? By soon do you mean 20 minutes? No. I know it's a big meme that people were saying, oh, iRacing are going to turn on rain like in the middle of the Daytona broadcast without telling anyone. No. It's not. It would be fun, don't get me wrong. It would be hilarious. However, I don't think they would be that daring with it. I mean, iRacing have been quite daring before. They announced Dirt Oval racing on April Fool's Day with an actual humorous video.
Apparently, he stole his username from Murray Walker, Mr. Into the Barriers. So I don't know if he was the only person to ever say that phrase, "Into the Barriers," but I can hear it in his voice. Into the barriers.
Oh, don't you? I'm gonna cry. Yeah, he says he's not the YouTube man, so not the YouTuber Into the Barrier. Should we recap the race?
Yeah,
in terms of what's going on at the moment. Yeah, it sounds about time. So in GTPs, let's get their standings up on the screen, shall we? Currently, it is BMW M Team BS competition, currently leading the way. However, this race lead has been chopping and changing amongst three teams as the pit stop cycles interact with each other. So currently, it's BS competition leading. However, sometimes Williams Esports Chill Blast lead, and sometimes Obsidian Racing lead. So that's P1 through 3 in GTPs. We have Urano Esports Data Group in fourth place. They're currently the last names of the current drivers on the left-hand side of your screen there. Then you've got the 3869 Mivano in fifth place. You've got Race Clutch White, the number 11 car, in sixth place. Then you've got Urano Hiking Media. That's the 190 in seventh, with Core Sims Esports in eighth. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing in P9, the 62. And we got the 23, Maniti Racing Red, in P10. TC Corsa Esports W, the 24 car, in 11th place. We have German Sim Racing Blue in 12th. We've got Simsa Esports rounding out the top 13. Everyone else in the GTP field, they have retired. In terms of LMP2s, let's have a look at those drivers now. So we've got Kauppinen from Williams Esports Marla leading the way in the number 15 car. Then we've got Kelsa team in the 19 in second place. Apex Racing team 199, they are in third, with iNet Motorsports Blue in fourth. Apex Racing Academy in P5 with Mivano Corsa, SLC Mivano Corsa 33 in P6. Harvu in 7th in the number 79. Chit Chat Racing P8. Fire Academy in P9 with Outro Malgar Setup Shop in P10. Carbon Civ Sport in P11. And Boston Vids by Undercut Black are in P12. SimRC are still running in the number 178. However, they are 100 laps down, if not more, on their class leader back there. Because I say 100 laps or more because I can't actually read that with how small it is on our graphics. But SimRC, they're down in P13. Everyone else in LMP2s has retired from the event. Now looking at GTDs, well, there's a pit stop due for Team BMW Bank. They currently lead by about 39 seconds, but that'll be gobbled up by the pit stop. Then you've got Apex Racing Team, their duo, who have been completely inseparable over the course of this race. The 98 and the 99. Kevin Ellis Jr. Johan Half in P2, P3. Then you've got Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports in P4 with their fellow Mercedes AMG team of Urano Esports in P5 in the number 91 car. Then we've got Bila Racing Team Euronics 450 in 6th place with Sabalt Esports 22 in 7th. Der Esports number 20 in 8th place with Williams Esports BenQ in 9th. We've got Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports number 90 because there's two Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports cars, the 90 and the 91. Someone's around there. Sorry, I got very distracted. Someone's around.
I just noticed that too. There was just a nose there.
Is it? Oh, it's a 62. Oh, they're beached. They're beached.
Oh, no.
Geodesic Racing got beached on the curb in the bus stop, and they've lost a wheel. They weren't beached, they lost a wheel. How has that happened? Oh. My word.
That was a massive hit for them. I did just look back and see it. We do have the replay here. It was just a little... We see the aftermath there, and you can already see it's a massive impact for Austin Young behind the wheel of the number 62 for Geodesic here. It's just a little bit of a moment of oversteer. He turns in, clips the curb, he's already lost it by the time he turns in, and then at that point, there's no saving it. There's a wall there, and that is a destroyed BMW M Hybrid V8.
That is a massive impact with the tire barrier. This is the luxury of sim racing, folks. No one gets hurt in crashes like these.
It's a weird crash. He loses it mid-braking. I have to imagine there was an awkward downshift or something that unsettled the car, and it just absolutely killed him. Owen Carroll, did he get a...
No, it's a bug.
I was about to say, did he get a bite out of that? But we're right on board here. We can actually see the downshifts. Late braking, as always. He just loses it. Completely unexpected.
We'll get one more look at it. And Austin will probably be kicking himself so much. If that's a solo car error and it wasn't a hardware issue or anything, this is certainly a spectacular way to go out of the race. That's why we didn't call it an incident straight off, because we didn't see the damage to the driver's right-hand side of the car. And I don't
full
expect
course yellows here, so that's not going to adjust anything strategy-wise, but that is going to be one bullet out of the chamber, one less GTP to compete for this win.
That's a very big shunt. A very big shunt indeed. That has come out of left field. Because we were sitting here chilling. We were sitting here just having a great conversation amongst ourselves and with the various stream chats, and all of a sudden, someone has an absolutely catastrophic incident, and that car's not going to come out of pit lane. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely not for quite a while. I think if they do come back out, they have put another driver behind the wheel. Jaden Munoz was waiting anyway, but that's going to be at the very least half an hour of repairs. They're not going to be competing for this win anymore.
I mean, they had a very outside shot, but I mean, that seals it now.
Yeah, so far outside, they're in the black hole now.
It all comes back to black holes, doesn't it?
Always does. Always has been.
Someone make that use the actual meme format for that. Wait, it's all black holes? Always has been. You got criticized for your Murray Walker impression, by the way.
That's very well deserved.
I was going to do one myself there. I thought, better not. You know me and impressions. I can't do them. Maybe that's the difference between me and you.
I mean, we have a similarity. We both can't do them, but one of us realizes that, and one of us just goes ahead with them anyway.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I won't do my David Haynes impression until he comes in here for in 36 minutes.
I don't know what phrase I would use to do a David Haynes impression.
I mean, he broke out the jungle skog, the IKEA bear earlier. Might have to talk about that.
Generic Australian accent.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the best I could do. Like, and I won't, because again, I don't want to embarrass myself. Well, we've got a total of more than 1,000 across all the different stream platforms. So, yeah, I won't embarrass myself in front of that many people.
1,000 viewers. Those are some big numbers. That's not David Haynes.
Oh,
that's just every Australian.
These are not the views of RaceSpotTV or iRacing. But these are the views of Joey Tebben exclusively. Please don't take this
Waltzing
as the
Matilda.
opinions of any of the companies. Fire Academy down and in.
And Havu as well. So these two have been linked together for the past, 2 hours. They've just been constantly riding in line. They're in together. Malte Rumer, I believe that is a Danish driver getting behind the wheel of the number 14. So even more Scandinavian representation. And Havu, not Scandinavian, still Finland. Matti Kaitasoja still behind the wheel there. He's going to go out for another stint.
Yeah. And if there's one thing that Finnish people like to do is pointing out that they're not Scandinavia. They're Nordic.
They're Nordic, not Scandinavian.
Yes. Even though Finland is part of some organizations, like intergovernmental organizations that call themselves something of Scandinavia and things like that. So, yeah. I'll leave it.
Australia's in Eurovision. It means nothing.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That is very, very true. Someone says, I love the cameras on the broadcast. Very nicely done. Yes, we have custom camera sets. These are not the ones that you find by default in iRacing. These are the ones that have been developed by, well, I'll shout him out, Dougie Baird. He makes the TV cameras for the vast majority of the tracks for us, and is quite good at doing so. So, yeah, it is fantastic. Some of the views that we can get. The new BMWs look like, someone on our YouTube chat says, the new BMWs look like the old school Batmobile. I mean, if you squint, hang on, let me get one on screen. If you squint really hard, it looks like a Batmobile.
I don't have enough comic reading experience to tell you specifically, but I squint my eyes, sing the theme in my head, BMW. I can believe it.
Don't get us copyright strike now, okay? I'm amazed if Content ID would be able to pick that up.
Just be like, that's some weird engine noise.
The fun fact, though, something that majority of our viewers won't be aware, we had an issue previously here on RaceSpot where our cameras were so similar to the ones used in F1 at Suzuka that we got content ID'd for real life F1 on Suzuka races that we did on our channel, multiple occasions. Even though it was just sim racing, we weren't using any F1 content whatsoever. I'll take your stun silence as stun silence.
I'm thankful for the platforms that allow us to broadcast our media.
That's a very PR answer.
Of course.
So we've got about 32 minutes before we head into the part 3 of our broadcast. So for those on YouTube, on our RaceSpotTV YouTube, once we get closer to the top of the hour here, we will be switching over to a different stream link. The reason being, if you are interested, is that YouTube tends to not want to do full race or full replays past the 6-hour mark. So that's the reason why. So YouTube will have to switch over. Twitch won't, though. Twitch, you can remain on the same links, and you won't have to refresh or do anything for the rest of the time that we have remaining here. But we will give a reminder to the YouTube folks once that time rolls around.
We just had another internet issue, another packet loss issue for one of our drivers. Luckily, for the second time, it wasn't a driver who was actually in the car. It was just a driver who was outside of the session, but that's always something that I worry about, especially with my shoddy level of internet. It's endurance racing, it's virtual racing, but technical difficulties do sometimes still bite, and for Reese Carroll, I'll shout him out, his internet's kicked him out. Our old buddy on RaceSpot, Sean Campbell, had some issues earlier, so make sure you get those out of the way before you're in the car.
Sorry to interrupt, we just saw the pass for P2, that's BS Competition and Obsidian Racing. They're having a little bit of a fight here for this position. They're about 6 laps different in terms of strategy. They're going to get caught up a little bit behind a couple of GTDs coming out onto the banking, so this might give an opportunity for Obsidian to try and come back at BS Competition on the way down in towards the bus stop. Of course, they have to time it right so they don't go side by side through there. But are they going to be close enough? That's going to be a no. They're going to lift out of it, maybe save a little bit of fuel behind BS Competition, get that good run through the bus stop if they do want to go for the overtake in towards turn 1. So through NASCAR turn 3 and 4 we go. They're not really getting making all that much ground on BS Competition here. I have to wonder if they're really leaning heavily on the fuel numbers.
And Pablo Espes didn't get the best run out of the bus stop, so didn't really have much of a run to use coming down here into turn 1. They're going to get by some GTD traffic here. These two have been pretty equal on pace. Now that Pablo Espes has gotten behind the wheel, Kei Kashube is also behind the wheel of the BS Competition BMW now. They've been pretty equal on pace. Kashube thought he was getting held up by Espes in the Obsidian entry, so he said, you know what, I'm going to go for the move here. And Espes says, I might not be faster, but I can stick with him. I can keep pace, and I can save a little bit of fuel without holding us both up.
Indeed. Indeed. Someone on Twitch chat says, curious as to why there are no replay highlights of the race so far. Feels like you missed some action as a late viewer. Part of the reason is that sometimes we're just a single producer. We don't have an entire team of people working behind the scenes that can compile replays and things like that. Sometimes it's an equipment issue as well. Like, I have different capabilities as a producer than Hugo might have, for example. So those are the reasons why. I only have one iRacing PC, for example, whereas some of our other producers have 3 iRacing PCs where they can do some neat side-by-sides, picture-in-pictures and things like that. But I'm unable to do so at the moment. So, yep, that's the reason why. I mean, usually I wouldn't go into those topics in a race, but given 24-hour event and all, I think it's prudent to let viewers know what goes on behind the scenes here sometimes.
I'm learning about the technology too. I'm just a knowledgeless commentator. The world of PCs and production is a whole new world, but you got so many people at RaceSpot: Connery, Arjuna, Josh Lee, producing and commentating at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
It's quite a juggling act.
Yeah. So for those as we see the dive down the inside of the GTD leader there, that was quite a lunge, but all is fair, and there were no dramas in that entire situation. But yeah, here at RaceSpot we have dedicated producers, so people that don't commentate. They just sit behind the scenes, push the buttons, make all the pretty pictures happen. And you've got people like me and Arjuna who can produce the stream and commentate at the same time. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. So, yeah, sometimes when I'm, maybe not so much in endurance races, but in sprint races, for example, when there's a lot to keep track of, when you're having to commentate at the same time as well, it can be you have no other mental capacity to be able to do anything else. So that's just the situation. However, with
so meta, we're commentating about commentating.
For big races that are not endurance races, typically we have multiple people behind the scenes, like being able to do replays and highlight reels and things like that. And fancy drone shots. But for endurance races like this, where it's 24 hours, we need to spread people a little thinner. So we can't have multiple producers on the same stint. It's a boring answer, I'm sorry, but we're at the point of the race where we'll take anything. Urano Esports Data Group coming out of the pits, only about half a second ahead of Race Clutch White. So despite being half a pit stop cycle out of sync of each other, these two teams find themselves on the same piece of circuit. And I seem to remember them also being a battle before this particular set of stops as well.
And also who was our once race leader, Williams Esports Chill Blast. They're in now, and Matt Farrow has gotten behind the wheel there. So new driver in the car that's likely, I think, going to be the race leading car potentially once everything cycles out. But it's still impossible to tell because the top 3 are all basically evenly separated on strategy. But Matt Farrow back behind the wheel for the first time in a couple of hours, and it's usually been about 3 stints that everybody's taken us through. Can't imagine it'll be any different for Mr. Farrow, who takes over from Arthur Lauk.
Yeah, Farrow has been pretty quick behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Chill Blast GTP. So continuing on the good run that they've had over the last couple of hours, in fact, perhaps even getting towards the last 6 hours. It's been very, very competent for Williams Esports Chill Blast. They've put themselves in a position where, depending on how this night goes, they might just find themselves in a position to be able to go for the race win in the very dying moments. So you definitely want to stay tuned for that. Maybe go and have a bit of a nap if you really need, and maybe come back for the end of the race. But you definitely want to see how this concludes, especially in GTPs, because it's any one of 3 teams at the moment, and if anything happens to those 3 teams, maybe even more can get themselves involved.
I can't nap during endurance races. I always worry that I'm going to miss something, and then I try to go for the full 24 hours. With real life events, it's never succeeded. It's always around like 3, 4 a.m. where I'm like, I'm going to fall asleep and then wake up and catch the last 2 hours. You always do miss something, but it's hard to fight against the circadian rhythm.
Well, that sounds like an album title. The fight against the circadian rhythm.
Sounds like a mid-2000s British indie band. I can hear Gordon Brown saying it. The fight against the circadian rhythm.
That's your Gordon Brown impression. Jesus.
Of course, we're breaking out the Gordon Brown impressions.
That's not anywhere near accurate. Anyway, YouTube says, are there GT3 team cars pushing each other on the fast parts? Yes, they are. Indeed they are. Apex Racing Team has been the best at doing this. Granted, I don't think the other teams have had really much of a chance to do it effectively because the teams that are sort of under the same umbrella in terms of sim racing teams, like Urano, for example, they haven't been running together since basically the start of the race. And there's no one else. Actually, there's Apex Racing Academy and the other two Apex Racing Team cars here at the front, but the Academy car is a good couple of laps down. So other teams hasn't really had the opportunity to be able to pull off this bump drafting effectively, and Apex Racing Team have been very, very confident at it, and they've got 26 seconds over Team BMW Bank. It's not an insurmountable gap, not by any means, but it has put them in the situation there where they're looking very good, even just before the halfway point like we are now, for the race win, basically.
I did just notice there's going to be something that could very easily break up this duo up front. There's still 27 seconds between Apex Racing and Team BMW Bank, but Ryan Barneveld has gotten out of the car. Phil Dennis now behind the wheel of that Team BMW Bank entry. Him and Barneveld pretty equal on pace over the course of the race so far, but Phil Dennis so strong in literally anything you put him in on iRacing or in real life for that matter. But if there's anybody who's going to do the work to bring that gap down to Apex, it could very well be Phil Dennis.
Could be. Gap's coming down though in GTP land. 0.7 of a second between BS Competition and Obsidian Racing for the race lead. So this is going to be a whole bunch of fun, isn't it? I hope these guys give us a show. But the less I don't think either of them will want to do that, given going side by side so often is just going to lose them time to Williams Chill Blast, for example. So I can hope though.
I'm going to hope too. We definitely need to hope wait until they catch a little bit more lap traffic, I think. There's an LMP2 of Matsukaita Soya coming up, and then a huge cloud of GTD cars coming up. So I think that'll be when things get really interesting because, frankly, Mr. Pablo Espes hasn't really had the pace to stick with Kei Koshube on his own over the past couple of laps, but traffic is what determines everything here, and there are a lot of GTD cars coming up.
YouTube chat says, how often do we see mechanical failures in iRacing events? We don't get them per se. The only quote-unquote mechanical failures that you might get is if someone's sim rig malfunctions, which we have seen before. We've seen people's brake pedals go. I mean, Max Verstappen famously in the Spa 24 a couple of years ago had his brake pedal break, I think. So it's possible to have mechanical failures, just in a different way, I suppose. They're not modeled in iRacing, apart from maybe if you get damage to the radiator and you start seeing high temps, the engine will give out at some point. And when you run the tires down to 0%, they will puncture. But there's not really mechanical failures per se, apart from sim rig related things.
The engine's blowing. That always tends to happen in the oval side of things, at least in my experience. Whenever you've got some front end damage, you're really trying to hold it out, but being full throttle for that long, it does eventually blow it. I remember the first time I ever did an oval race on iRacing. I'll get to that a little bit later because we do actually have a battle for position here. Race Clutch White fighting back again for the top 5, and I don't think Movano's going to be able to fight back on the outside. They're not even going to. They're going to take the wide outside, just get back in line, and Race Clutch White with Florian Kruger behind the wheel. They're going to be back in the top 5.
Indeed they are. Of course, there's about a 14 lap difference in the strategy between these two. Either way, still a little fight for position there. They're having to steal the GTD car on the outside there. They'll both be able to be clear by the time the kink arrives, so that's not going to be too much of an issue. It's continuing on. It's I saw someone say in the Twitch chat something about a crash, but then I realized that was a crash about 15 minutes ago that they're only just getting caught up on. So yeah, I do pay attention to it, because if there's something that people haven't seen us notice, feel free to mention it, because I'm having to commentate and produce at the same time, so my attention is already split 15 different ways. So if you do see something, of course we got timing 71. So if you do want to keep track of maybe the overall state of the race, or if you want to track a particular team, then you can go to timing 71. It's pinned in both the iRacing Twitch chat and in the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat, the timing and scoring. So you head on over to there. Interesting feature about timing 71 as well, you don't just get the timing screen. If you hit one of the buttons in the top right, you'll be able to, I'll have to check exactly which one it is. If you hit the button that looks like a graph in the top right of the screen of the timing 71, you get to a menu where you can pick different views, like strategy overview, like the classification, which would be the timing screen. You can track people's driving time. You compare certain drivers to other drivers. It's actually a pretty useful tool. So it's not just the timing screen, so to speak, but there's also a couple of other tools back there that you can use to try and gain your own perspective of the race, which I think is pretty cool. Not a lot of people know to do that, so I thought it was worth mentioning, Joey.
I'm personally going to go do that myself. I've got my multiple windows open. I got my timing 71 open. I'm going to figure out how to do the graph thing, whatever the heck you were talking about.
Okay, what's happened to Maniti Red? What has happened? There's 6 minutes on the pit lane. We might have had another crash, folks. It's not Owen Carroll. It's Maxim Naz for Maniti Racing Red. 6 minutes on pit lane. What has caused that?
This is definitely not just sitting in the pits getting some damage repaired from earlier. This looks like it's fresh damage here. What happened here again? Oh, there it is. Trying to avoid a GTD car, swings out of the way, and at that point you're so committed to the brakes that any kind of movement in the braking zone is just absolutely gonna kill you there. He reacted quickly, but unfortunately that reaction ended up putting him in the wall.
Yeah, so you see the flashing of the lights, the Bila car. I mean, the prototype has sealed their own fate there, unfortunately, with trying to change the direction. Let's have a look at, let's give them the fair shot and have a look on board to see exactly what they saw as far as that GT3 is concerned. So here's Maxim Naz. Sometimes when GT3s take the middle of the road here, it can be quite confusing for a prototype. There we go. Oh, it's a miscommunication, I think.
Yep.
It's a complete miscommunication, because Bila took the middle of the road there, and Maniti was not sure which direction that they wanted to go. I mean, both options were kind of terrible. There was not space on the inside, there's not space on the outside either, so caught up in the indecision, they make a mistake.
And the wingless BMW gets to come back to pit lane. They're still getting that damage repaired, so over 6 minutes of damage to repair. That's not just a rear end switch. There was a very, very hard hit to the Armco. There's going to be probably some engine repair, honestly, going on right now if they're in the pits for that long. It's another one bites the dust. Another car out of the top 10 who's not going to be fighting for this win.
Yep, another one completely out. It's I do agree with someone in the Twitch chat saying it is a hard corner in traffic. It is very difficult. Again, I ran a couple of stints in the LP2s earlier. It's sketchy sometimes to get past GT3s in that section, because the track's so narrow, and it's a tough corner at the best of times as well. It's probably, apart from turn 1, probably the toughest corner on the circuit. So it's, yeah, like I said, it's a miscommunication, and don't take that as me blaming the GT3 whatsoever. GT3 just, they can run any line they want into there. The prototype wasn't close enough for them to have to try and deviate, so it's the prototype that you can see why the prototype had that incident. It's because they saw what was going on ahead of them. They went, what's going on? And then it just resulted in a mistake from them.
Pretty amazing how nothing seems to break up this Apex duo. Every single time we cut back here, there's GTP traffic coming in, there's LMP2 traffic coming by in the most awkward places, and somehow every single time they still find each other. It's like it's one car. It's like it's an Audi limousine. You can't break them up.
I mean,
it's an R16 at this point.
Nice. But, I mean, they have had an incident before. I mean, a couple of hours ago through the infield. The front to rear contact. But fortunately for them, it was on the infield at quite low speed. It wasn't on these bankings and these straights where it could be even more catastrophic.
You can see into turn 1 there. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. They're giving each other a little bit of space under braking. So stuff like what happened before doesn't happen. They're giving each other a little bit of wiggle room. The car behind, just braking that little bit earlier to make sure he doesn't get into the rear end of his teammate. And that's that teammate organization. It's still Kevin Ellis and Johan Harth behind the wheel of those two cars. They have been on absolutely monster stints. And hopefully they can keep that up whenever they put new drivers in the car, because those two have been absolutely perfect for each other.
They have been absolutely unstoppable, even despite that little issue that they had a couple of hours ago. They've just pulled themselves straight back up, and they've gotten a 30-second gap back to Team BMW Bank here at the moment. So things looking very good indeed for Apex Racing Team here at the moment. So as we're rapidly approaching the halfway point in this race, they're setting themselves up for a very good final 12 hours. iNet Motorsports in for LMP2, getting themselves a pit stop service done. Tyres going on, of course. There's not really much of a point in not taking them. There was a certain pro driver, well, not name on broadcast, mentioned to me a couple of days ago there might be an interesting situation sometimes where actually, even though you can take tyres at the same time as the fuel, there might be some situations where it's maybe not optimal, because the cold tyres potentially are a little bit more of an issue, and the tyres don't necessarily fall off so much. I think it was in the LMDHs rather than the LMD2s, but that's something that they mentioned. I'm not sure how accurate it is. I don't drive the LMDH, so it was one of those interesting things. And he said you might see double sinter tyres in the nights, but I don't think we've been seeing that, right?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen anybody elect not to take tires, because there is no reason. The tires take less than the fuel. Even if they are cold, I think these guys are all at a high enough level that even if they are a little bit cold, you're going to get over that pretty quick. The advantage you're going to get from having scuffed tires isn't going to exist, I don't think. But if this
I don't know if it was the LMDHs or whether it was in the GT3s. I can't remember which category of car he was talking about. But he could have also just been pulling my leg.
You should name them so we can get them in here and ask them.
I won't name them. I won't name them. There have been a few occasions before where, not this pro driver I'm talking about, but other pro drivers have given us false information to try and throw off other teams. So that's been fun. Used to happen all the time in the old Grand Prix series on iRacing.
We should just have a box up for the whole of the next 12 hours, which is just these two cars. It should just be a permanent Apex feed in the corner. I don't know. I think what could break this up, I've mentioned it before, is when these two guys get out of the car, when it's two different Apex teammates. Of course, they're on the same team. They're going to know how to work together, but when they did have that moment a couple of hours ago, when they did have the little bit of a tripping over of each other in the horseshoe, that was not Johan Harth and Kevin Ellis. That was Peter Berryman, who got into his teammate. They're not the same drivers. These two are working together far better. And Apex has to figure out if they can keep this up with their other drivers.
Question in the chat saying, do they have unlimited sets of tires in races like these? Yes. There's no tire limit here in the iRacing special events. It's something that you may see on oval. On oval races in the official side of iRacing, but not in road, that's for sure. Although that would be interesting.
Looks like Ivan Machado and Jose Soria have been waiting patiently outside the commentary booth. You think we should talk to them in the last 8 minutes here?
If they're around, they're both muted, so I don't know. We'll give them a try.
We'll give them a try. Let's see. Oh, we already lost.
We lost them already.
The second I mentioned that, we lost them. Oh, they're back. They're back.
I was going to say
they're just playing with us.
We just got timings by a couple of drivers. Oh no, they've left.
They tricked us.
That's what in Counter-Strike we would call that timing. But R18s together forever. There we go. We should crop this stream into like a love heart shape and just have this as Apex, as the two Apex Audis are just going around together. I mean, we are a couple of weeks away from Valentine's.
We are a couple of weeks' time. That is, I'm not going to sing it because I'm not going to get us copyright striked, but that is an underappreciated Rick Astley song. Not a one-hit wonder. Together Forever was a hit in its own right.
I was gonna say, you mentioned Rick Astley. I thought it was gonna be a Rickroll going on there, but
well, that was his first hit. That was his biggest hit, and of course we all love it. But Together Forever, that's a banger.
That's the new Rickroll. Meanwhile,
it should be. Apex rolled.
Yeah, Apex Racing Team had just been passed for the race lead in LMP2's on track. I mean, we knew it was going to happen in the pit stops anyway. But that is very useful information for Williams Esports Marla to know. They have a pit stop in hand over the Apex Racing Team 199. Of course, you know, their primary team that they're looking at is Calsa team down in P3 at the moment. But that is an impressive amount of work there for Williams Esports Marla to be able to get back up into the race leads and and Apex Racing Team still having to make their stop imminently.
Ivan Machado, Jose Soria, do you have a copy?
Yes, we do. Hello, guys.
There they are. Yeah, they're here. The Calsa team is finally with us.
You've been waiting very patiently, but we've just been talking about you actually in the context of the lead of the top three in the LMP2 class. Overall, I'll go to Jose first. Just give me a summary of how your race has gone.
Yeah, so, well, it's been quite a chaotic race, to be honest, I think, all around, but especially for us. In one of the first stints, we had an issue with the both Apex cars. I think Ivan had contact with them, and somehow we didn't get damaged. And yeah, I think actually after that we had a couple more incidents, but nothing too serious, and somehow we are the only LMP2, I think, that still hasn't had to repair anything, so that's pretty good.
Yeah,
not much to say apart from that. It's been, as Jose said, it has been quite a chaotic race so far. But yet we are still there, fighting still for P2. Maybe if things gonna be good for P1. So they're going quite well thus far.
Yeah, it does seem to be going very, very well. I noticed that you're running the Spain livery from the Cup of Nations in the VCO in 2022. Are you guys just a group of friends running together, or are you actually an established team? Because I don't think I've seen the team name before.
Yeah, it's a bit of a friend group, to be honest. Ivan and me, we're both part of Audi's rating, but Marcos isn't, so we just wanted to have a bit of fun with the name and obviously the livery. So we didn't have anything else, and I guess it's somewhat cool, I guess, to represent Spain with the flag. So yeah, that's why we chose the Cup of Nations livery. It's pretty well done as well. So thank you to iLiveries.
Thing is, I remember. I don't know if it was one of you two, but I remember someone asking for it in the RaceSpot Discord. So I was like, I wonder what that's for. But yeah.
Yeah, it was me. It was me.
Yeah, I was asking for that.
I think I tagged pretty much everybody in the BTO Discord, in the Cup of Nations Discord.
Yeah, it was in the Cup of Nations Discord. Yeah, it was in the RaceSpot one. But what are your expectations for the last half of this race? I mean, you're running pretty well. You're just going to re-inherit P2 away from Apex here as you pass them in the pit lane. Do you think you may have anything for Williams, Marler? I mean, they're looking very, very strong, and the gap is looking pretty big, but last 12 hours, do you think it could potentially happen?
Well, I think it's going to be pretty hard on Paith. I think they have like maybe a couple of tenths more than us when we all go full push. But I think they had a bit of damage for the last like 3 stints, so maybe they will fix it now and they will pull away. Or, I mean, it's still 12 hours to go. We're about to reach halfway point, so anything can happen. But yeah, it's been quite a war of attrition so far.
It has been. We've had a good couple of retirements, actually. Some of them rather recently, especially from GTPs. We got Simsa who are out. We got Geodesic Racing who are also out at this stage as well. They're continuing to drop down the order as the classes pass them on track. So we're definitely down on the 50 starters that we had here, but you know, otherwise, for the rest of the teams, of course, they're looking forward towards the second half of this race now. Before we let you go, Ivan and Jose, is there anything you want to say before you get back to your team?
Not pretty much. Just wish a bit of luck for ourselves and to the rest of the field, and let's hope it's a bit less chaotic than it has been so far.
Yeah, a bit of the same for me, and also want to give a shout out to my teammates in the I think 3rd split. It's Cuba Litro Racing. I think they're in P1 right now. And also want to give a shout out to the guys in one of the Discord that I'm in. It's SRD, so if they are watching, yep, shout out to you guys.
There we go. So that was a couple of drivers, Ivan and Jose from Kelsa team in the number 19 LMP2 efforts. Currently P2. Joey, you have news about Obsidian.
Indeed, while that interview was going on, Pablo Espes coming into the pits. Completely par for the course, normal stop. Only problem is he completely overcooked the entry, braked way too late. It was a good 20-30 miles per hour over the limit when he was coming in. That resulted in an extra 40 seconds in the pits, a speeding penalty, and now they are down to 5th place at Obsidian. An extra 40 seconds not going to help, and just trying to commit a little bit too hard on the pit entry is what got it all undone. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, but it was pretty bad. I did go back and look. Here it is. Here is the Obsidian entry. Once they come into the pits, you don't even need to see the numbers. You don't even need to see the speed. You can tell that they're speeding.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is actually the lap for Obsidian Racing that they had the problem on. Are you able to get a lap for me, Joey?
I think I can do that. I think I can figure that out. Let's look over here. It was on lap number 454. The end of lap number 454.
Okay, there it is. So we're going to have to wind that back just a little bit more. Okay, we've got it. Thank you very much for your help. So we've got, here's Pablo Espes. Let's see how much he completely obliterated the pit lane speed limit coming in. So here he is coming out of NASCAR turn 4. Going to be aiming, ideally brake as much as possible, as late as possible, but that was very, very late, and he did not get the car slowed down in time by any means. It's an 88 km/h speed limit here on pit lane. It's that weird kilometers an hour because it's a round number in miles per hour, whatever it is.
55.
55, there we go. So, thing is, for Pablo Espes, at least he did it on entry, not on exit, because in iRacing it punishes you more for pit lane exit speeding than a pit lane entry speeding, and that's because it asks you to come back in to serve the penalty. If you speed on entry, then you can serve it in that pit stop just fine.
Jason Brophy asks in the Twitch chat if that makes him an honorary team talent member. No, it wasn't quite enough. He would need to also miss his box, also back up, miss it again, then pull in again, then speed on exit, then get another penalty, and then he could be a team talent member.
There we go. Anyway, we're at the halfway stage now. So for those on YouTube, soon we will be switching over to a different part of the broadcast because we can only do 6-hour chunks on YouTube. So we'll be switching on over to a different link. So hopefully someone will be posting that in the YouTube chat. For those on Twitch, well, you'll just have to stick where you are. You don't have to do anything. You can sit where you are for the entire 24 hours of this race. We will have to go on board for a couple of moments to get ourselves all swapped around here on RaceSpotTV, live on the VCO and iRacing channels as well. There'll be a new set of commentators, well, not a new set of commentators, but a new commentator joining you after the break here as well. That'll be the one, the only David Haynes, our fantastic commentator from Australia. But from myself, I'm Conor Maddock. I'm going to have to be backing out, but we're going to go and get ourselves a little bit of an onboard. Why not? With the driver that just sped on pit lane. We'll get it on board with Obsidian Racing, Pablo Espez, number 6 driver in the LMDH. We'll be back in a bit.